This is the moment we've all been waiting for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now.
Fuck your feelings. Big chest back in the building. Like Brady boy, I stay winning. Chef Curry, range extended. Splash. Fuck your feelings. Debate all day, that's business. Either your ass, that's fitness. FYF got a hit list. Bitch, I'm the realest. Alpha male strong, that's illest. FYF gang, we will win this. Fuck the permission slip bitches. Ayy, yo. Fuck your feelings. FYF gang, be the realest.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now.
The paper chase, hurdles and relays, like a track meet. Drug fiends, bitches, foreign whips. Now that's my back street, stay humble. Be most hated is the consequence of success. Fast money always slows up. You gotta learn to invest. My flow, mastered. Money, I stacked it. Enemies, caskets to women. I'm attractive to my haters, outlast them. Passport stamped it. Confronted work on consignment. Come on, now that's a backflip. Principles you stand on. Wasted talent, sad song. Beach house 1.5, but the car dad said 260. God, obedience, Jesus, repentance. The marathon continues, and I'm strong to the finish.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now.
FYF, okay. No one measure, remember them 3 letters come with pressure. Okay. We be steppers, man, can't stop, won't let up. Real debates, the haters gon' hate. That's what makes this special, it come with level. Yeah, this shit get better, no cap, new era. We got ammunition for the opposition and plenty witness, killing competition. Catch us late night on a panel cooking, but don't be fooled, this ain't your mama's kitchen. They say they don't, but they watch and listen, typing in the chat. You ain't got a lot to kick it. If you click the link, make sure you got permission, and don't forget, nigga, fuck your feelings.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now.
I know they ain't ready at all. I stay ready, time to ball. No referee, I got shots to call. Believe I'm the best, so I'm better than y'all. Fuck your feelings, you know that's law. Running it up, now we running it back. It's that full court pressure, don't cut no slack. Jamming to the max. Bank account still full of racks. For the competition, they done went missing. The champ is here, look how the ring glisten. It's honorable mention, don't ever forget it. It's FYF, don't care about the ticket. You know we with it, yeah. We gon' do whatever it takes. Fuck all the hate. FYF still going down. It's one of the grades.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when it get real. stuck on the rear. Yeah, get hard, could be on the rear. Heart rate up, it's getting intense. All them people just speaking on nothing. Content clicks for the money. Hilarious, a bit too funny. Debunking this shit, yeah, we run it. Cover it up, Lakers to Hornets. LeBron to Jordan, Blazers in Portland. We get it sorted, lights can afford it. Entertaining or boring, whatever the top, and we act accordingly. Break it down, piece by piece. Been at this for too long. No Elder Baruch is saying what he on. Lace better stay gone. We get them all done. We get them all done. Yeah, we get them all done. All your feelings hot when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hot, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the buy. All we going now, all your feelings hot when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hot, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the buy. All we going now.
There we go, right there, y'all. My bad about that, y'all. It should be good. Salute to everybody in the chat. We got a good show for you guys. Put a 1 in the chat. The sound should be good though. I think the sound is good now though. I think I got audio bars now. We should be good. My apologies for that. I don't know how my settings sometimes get reset in the StreamYard. But we good though. Look, y'all. And look, salute Paul Masters. I see you in the chat. You keep saying something about sports and fitness. Look, we've extended the invitation to debate. He's made it clear that he does not debate. So we moved on. I don't know what you want me to do. I'm not going to beg somebody for a debate that doesn't want the debate. I mean, he obviously is fine with doing jumping jacks in his backyard, talking into his Samsung Galaxy. I'm fine with that. I mean, like I say, I'm not about to beg people to debate. We've extended the invitation. He doesn't do live streams over there where he invites people on the panel, so he would have to come over here. He shied away. That's something you're gonna have to take up with him. You know, this is a debate channel. We debate over here. I mean, I don't get it. Paul Masters says Pippen not top 10 either. I've never said Pippen was top 10, Paul Masters. That's what I'm thinking. That's the problem. Paul Masters, you're one of the problems. You guys' comprehension level, the same with the guy that we're going to be talking about today. You guys have like the comprehension level of like 4-year-olds because you hear something and you pick and choose what words to hear and you forget and you choose to not hear the full context of what we're saying. Scottie Pippen is the topic of today's show. Scottie Pippen, no, I don't have him top 10. But Scottie Pippen is very interesting, and we're going to really do a breakdown of this video by Skap Attack. We're going to break down all of the lies, the fallacies, the misinterpretations, the lack of context, and just the idiocy of everything that he says in this 10-minute video. We're going to break it down to a science, and we're going to expose some details that you guys may not have ever been privy to about Scottie Pippen in that particular. Salute to Antisocial, one of the OGs of the channel. Salute to Khalil. All right. this is what we're going to do. We're going to break it down to a science, because it just seems like primarily these Jordan fans are super obsessed with trying to get people to believe that Scottie Pippen was just another guy. We don't hear these 90s fans going on making these videos about how Patrick Ewing was trash, how Glenn Rice was trash, Mitch Richmond, any of the stars of the 90s. They only have a target towards Scottie Pippen. They want you guys to believe that Scottie Pippen was something less than. Paul Masters, I want you to think about what you're saying. You just said Scottie Pippen was top 50 all time, but he's a role player. Top 50 all time is less than 1% of every NBA player that's ever existed. I want y'all to think about the stupidity of the things that you guys say. You don't make the NBA's top 50 team just by being a role player. You guys are it's just coming down, and I've been really trying to treat you Jordan fans with kid gloves, but I'm really just starting to just come to a conclusion that you guys are just stupid. Right? Because there was one point in time where I thought you guys were doing this with intention. That you really knew the greatness of Pippen, and you were just doing this with intention to elevate Michael Jordan. You guys like Skap Attack, people like Paul Masters, Sports Rants and Fitness, you guys aren't even doing it with intention. You guys really believe this. That's how stupid you are. That's what it's starting to come down to. And see, and then when I do these videos and I expose you, my comments get filled up with a million excuses. Ain't gonna be no excuses after today. We're gonna break this down to a science. Because I see now that I'm dealing with some of the dumbest people on YouTube. That's what we dealing with today, y'all. That's what we dealing with. We're going to go through Skap Attack's video. We're going to highlight all of the logical fallacies, all of the laws. And then what they try to do is then they try to mix in ad hominem attacks as if those are factual. Right? Separate your personal thoughts on Scottie Pippen. Whatever's going on in his personal life with Larsa Pippen, whatever his beef is right now with Michael Jordan, that has nothing to do with what the man did on the basketball court. Right? There's a player out there. A player, and before we even get started, I'm going to show you guys an example of this. A player by the name of Isaiah Thomas, who's been highly critical of Scottie Pippen over the past years. He's been highly critical of Scottie Pippen, was even himself able to separate his own personal feelings and say this.
As a defender, right, he don't get enough credit. And when we talk about probably the greatest and the best defender that's ever played in the NBA, Chicago had two of them, Rodman and Scottie Pippen. But Scottie was different. You know, as a defender, at his best, I may have to say that he and Rodman 1 and 2 best defenders probably ever to play the game. Wow. And so I do want to give him his respect and his props because, and then as a facilitator, you know, I mean, Scottie, you know, he was the real deal.
He was a great.
Yeah.
Yes, he was great.
Separates his personal biases and feelings to just say the truth. Where does his credibility come from? Isaiah Thomas's credibility comes from the fact that he was a direct competitor. right? He went up against this man consistently. They battled it out. He had, obviously he has his gripes with him about the Olympics. Michael Jordan fan says that's his opinion. Yeah, but see, the problem, Michael Jordan fans, is y'all just discard it as that's his opinion. No, that's like, for example, in the court of law, you have regular people that come onto that witness stands, but then you also have people that are called expert witnesses, people who are experts in the field, who the things that they say carry a bit more validity because they are experts in that field. You guys try to take everybody's opinion and put it on an equal playing field as if what Isaiah Thomas says is equal to what you say. That's stupidity once again, because what Isaiah Thomas says, what Kobe Bryant said about Scottie Pippen, what Michael Jordan said about Scottie Pippen, what Phil Jackson said about Scottie Pippen, what Larry Johnson said about Scottie Pippen, what all of these people said about Scottie Pippen sits way up here. And your little gripes and your opinions about Scottie Pippen that are based out of what you saw from a tube television in less than 360p are way down here. It's just odd when I get to talking about Pippen's defense, a lot of y'all don't even know how to explain it. I've talked about how most fans don't even understand defense. They don't care. They only look at stats and points per games and what was your field goal percentage. For example, Game 5, 1998 versus the Utah Jazz. Scottie Pippen played horribly that game, you guys. At least offensively he did. He shot the ball horribly from the field. The man had 11 rebounds and 11 assists. And then you really have Jordan fans running around saying Pippen lost them that game. As if Jordan shooting 9 of 26 from the field also wasn't horrendous. 26 shots to get 28 points. They both played bad all as far as shooting the ball. Maybe blame Phil Jackson that game for benching Dennis Rodman and letting Karl Malone go ballistic and drop 40 points. But you guys are so stupid that you blame Scottie Pippen. See, today we're going to get to the real facts, man. We're going to get to the real facts. Brandon Cass says, Pippen was horrible offensively against Detroit. Brandon Katz. Isaiah Thomas said nothing about the offensive side of the ball. He talked about Scottie Pippen's defense. Scottie Pippen gets elevated into a lot of these conversations about being a top 50 or top 75 player because of his defense. Nobody runs around talking about how great he was offensively. That's how stupid you guys are. What made Pippen great was his playmaking and his defense. The points that he added on, that was just a bonus. But y'all's too stupid to give him credit for what he did best. That's the stupidity in this, and that's what we're about to expose today. I'm just really trying to get you guys to get out of the realm of just complete stupidity and get to real basketball, a real understanding. Stop being stupid because you are so heavily biased towards one player. You can be a super fan of Jordan. You can be a super fan of LeBron. You can be a super fan of Kareem. I don't care who it is. It still does not change who these other players were. Jordan doesn't need Pippen's help to be the GOAT. Jordan standing alone has a pretty good case without Jordan fans trying to diminish Scottie Pippen to make it seem like Jordan just carried a bunch of bums. Let's get to this video, you guys. We're going to get to this video. We're going to be stopping this a lot because we're dealing with a guy in Skap Attack who, just after listening to this video, easily one of the dumbest people on YouTube when it comes to talking basketball. And I consider the dumbest people on YouTube who talk basketball tend to be the most emotional people. They say a lot of things out of sheer emotion. Their feelings get hurt because they didn't like this. Why do you care about those things? Why do y'all care about those things so much? Stick to the game. I always try to tell people, stick to the game, stick to the X's and O's. Can we do that? When I dropped the link today, can people do that? Can they stick to the game? We just gonna have to break it down systematically. And I promise you guys this, there is a reason why whenever I do one of these videos, I never get a response back. There is a reason. I want you guys to count. Anybody who's been here for a while, I've done a lot of these videos. Give me one person who's given a response back to anything that I've said. Let me share my screen. Let's get this up here. We're going to talk about it today. We're just going to start breaking this down frame by frame. Hold on, y'all. Let me do this. Make sure the sound is in here. Troll of mine is entertaining, Jamal Rasai. The problem is, you know what? That's another thing I've noticed too. And I say this all the time. When you hit people with facts that they can't refute, they say you're trolling. When GOAT James Kingdoms drops those videos with facts that people can't refute, they try to say he's trolling. Why don't you just go pull information up that counters what they say? Michael Jordan fans are the best says sports and fitness rants did. He didn't come on your show, but he did make videos about it. Okay. Again, I don't consider him a very astute basketball mind. If Michael Jordan fans, and this is no joke, and this is all 1000% complete honesty, I think he has a learning disability. He repeats himself 16,000 times. He says absolutely nothing. The debate that he had that I watched, debating the 91 Bulls, he was saying that the 91 Bulls were better than the 96 Bulls. And you guys look at him as credible. He says nothing and it's all emotion. The thing is, as a coach, as a guy that's played at a high level, that's been in the game my whole life, I can tell when people are faking. People who jump into these basketball talk and they try to fake it. He's faking it. And just because you turn the volume on your mic up as loud as possible and you try to over talk and you try to yell, don't mean you right. But I believe he has a learning disability. And because he's on the side of hating LeBron James, you want to consider him as credible? Have at it. Not my fault. Not my fault, like I said. And this is also why I haven't responded to anything he said, because it's just such low-hanging fruit, man. It's low-hanging fruit. There's a reason why people like him don't come to this show and hit the link. And there's a reason why they go to your show and hit the link. Come on. And we'll leave it at that. And see, here it is right here. Michael Jordan fans, for one stream in your life, let's get off LeBron James, because this show ain't about LeBron. This show is about Scottie Pippen. Refocus. Get LeBron out of your brain, and let's talk about this Scottie Pippen nonsense. Jesus Christ, man. I've never seen so many people that obsessed with LeBron where they take a Scottie Pippen conversation. There's no setting it up. Sports Rants and Fitness has one option. Get to the championship and see me there, or come over here and hit the link. There's no setting nothing up. We've extended the invitation. He responded with ad hominem attacks. And I'm not about to attack somebody that's special ed.
Loser Scottie Pippen continues to lash out and be totally ungrateful to Michael Jordan for all that he did for Pippen's overrated legacy. Scottie has recently announced a no bull tour throughout Australia with a duo of scrubs, Luke Longley and Horace Grant, who in 28 total seasons in the NBA combined to make one cumulative All-Star appearance. What a tandem for Pippen to team up with. Together, the three jealous, petulant 50.
He's already starting with the nonsense and the lies, man. Show you guys this right here. Already starting with the lies. Right? So one, he's already displayed at the beginning of this that, oh, this is an emotional attack. You don't like Scottie Pippen's No Bull tour. Even though if you go listen to the No Bull tour, they really aren't even talking about Michael Jordan. He just thinks that the No Bull tour is just going to be some tour about Scottie Pippen and Horace Grant and Luke Longley all tearing down Michael Jordan. If you actually listen to it, that's not what it is. They actually give him far more praise than anything. So it tells me right there, he hasn't even took the time to go listen to one of the No Bull tours. Secondly, hear what he said about Luke Longley and Horace Grant. Listen to what he said about Luke Longley and Horace Grant. So just so we can kill that notion right there. Luke Longley was a really good player. Horace Grant was a really good player. How do we know this? Well, I want you guys to listen to what Dr. J had to say about some of these Bulls players that he claims were just scrubs. I want you guys to take a listen to this really quick.
Got to consider when you talk about this Bulls team is that all year long they've been giving the basketball world a glimpse of the future, what the NBA is going to be like in the 21st century. In the 21st century, it's going to be an international league. They have 2 or 3 best American players on their team. They have the best player ever playing from Croatia. They have the best player ever from the country of Australia. So we're getting a sneak preview of what it's going to be like in the 21st century.
Scottie Pippen, top 3 player in the league. Tony Kukoc, the best player out of Croatia. Luke Longley, the best player out of Australia. Talking about how loaded the Bulls were. Why do people try to diminish these guys? Because these guys decided to come into that Bull organization and not come in and try to push against the grain, but just buy into a system of team basketball. The style of play of the 90s, one, did not create an atmosphere where players or teams could frequently get 3 and 4 all-stars. That's just not the style of play of the 90s. Secondly, I want you guys to focus on the media votes for any individual accolade in the 90s were heavily biased towards guys that could score the ball. Players like Luke Longley, John Paxson, Steve Kerr, B.J. Armstrong, Ron Harper, all these guys had diminished offensive roles when they played with the Chicago Bulls. I want you guys to take note of one thing, though. In 94, when Jordan retired, and now guys like B.J. Armstrong and Horace Grant could get an elevated role on the offensive side of the floor, what did they immediately become? B.J. Armstrong immediately became an all-star that year. Horace Grant immediately became an all-star that year. This was pretty much the same Horace Grant. All he did was get an elevated offensive role, and all of a sudden, everyone takes note of him, and now he's an all-star. You're not really getting recognition, and in the 90s, he's not gonna get recognition for being a great defender or rebounder. He was only gonna get recognition as a great player is if he was able to score the ball. And that's the only time the league gave him recognition, is when Jordan stepped away and he got an elevated role. We even saw how good B.J. Armstrong was when he left and played with the Charlotte Hornets. We saw how great Tony Kukoc was when he left the Bulls and was a 6th man of the year. We even saw who Ron Harper was before he was with the Bulls as a consistent 20-point per game scorer. all these guys, when they came to the Chicago Bulls system, understood that they would have to take diminished roles offensively. Does that mean that they are bums because they buy into a system? Or are they just choosing to play championship level basketball, which means accepting roles, right? You also, once you accept that role, you have to buy into that system. And sometimes, and in many cases, as we saw with these Bulls players, it meant that your individual stats, your individual accomplishment would get negatively impacted for the betterment of the team. But what we have here is we have Skap Attack, an extreme Jordan fan, using their sacrifice to win championships to just call them bums. This is number one. This is called stupidity, y'all. This is stupidity at its highest level. The isocentric style of play of the 90s with the illegal defense, the isocentric style of play that Phil Jackson deployed with that triangle offense, only favored two guys doing a lot of the scoring. We saw that with Shaq and Kobe. We saw that with Jordan and Pippen, the two teams that he won the most with. Does that mean, for example, with the Lakers, Derek Fisher wasn't vital, Robert Horry wasn't vital, or some of the other role guys? No, it just means they all took lesser roles to win championships. It does not knock you as a player. And we're gonna expound upon that as well, because he's gonna say a lot of things. He's gonna say some more things here that are just complete lies. We're gonna barbecue all of that. Let's play a little bit more of this.
Something-year-old babies will awkwardly sob on stage together about the unfair treatment they received from the Last Dance docuseries, which highlighted the legendary exploits of Michael Jordan dragging the bloated carcasses of his overrated teammates to a sixth and final championship in 1998. The backlash by Pippen highlights one of the many revisionist garbage narratives percolating around that Bulls dynasty and Michael Jordan's career in general, that he never won without Pippen, as if Jordan played an extensive career in the NBA without him. Jordan was drafted in 1984, while Pippen was drafted in 1987.
Couple more lies to address, you guys. Couple more just stupidity and lies. Right? He says Jordan dragging the bloated carcasses of overrated teammates to a sixth and final championship in 1998. Oh, so Scottie Pippen, who could have easily, when we look at players in today's game, could have sat out and said, I'm about to go into free agency. I need to sit out, get healthy so I can get paid, right? Scottie Pippen, who could have easily not played in any of those games, playing through a significant back injury. He gets diminished because he's playing through a back injury. And then he says dragging to a 1998 championship. The last time I checked in 1998, Scottie Pippen was top 10 in MVP votes, even only playing 40 games. Scottie Pippen's numbers across the board did not drop any when he played, even though he played reduced games because of the back injury. Scottie Pippen's numbers in the playoffs went up, even though he was playing with significant injuries to his back. What do you mean dragging? Scottie Pippen was still Scottie Pippen. Scottie Pippen was still all NBA first team 3 times in his career, all defensive first team 8 times. What do you mean dragging? These are the lies that people will try to say about Scottie Pippen in 1998. I want you guys to ask yourself, if Pippen was absolutely nothing in 1998, I want you to just ask yourself, how was he looked at by voters as one of the best players in the league? When you look at the MVP, how did he accumulate any MVP consideration whatsoever if he was just getting carried by Michael Jordan? I want you guys to ask yourself that question. It's just lies, and it's just stupidity and lies. When we talk about, it says Jordan, talk about, he says that he makes this claim that people always talk about Jordan not winning without Pippen as if he had an extensive career in the NBA without him. It doesn't matter. The fact remains is that no matter how you try to get around it or get away from it, Jordan never won anything without Scottie Pippen. I don't care how you slice it. He never had a winning record in the NBA without Scottie Pippen. He couldn't win a playoff game without Scottie Pippen. We got Michael Jordan fans again. Scottie was a great player. For top 10 consideration, I think, first of all, see, Michael Jordan fans, when I presented that question to you, it's not a question as if everybody should stick Scottie Pippen in their top 10. It was coming from the vantage point of Larry Bird, who made that statement at a coaching seminar. And the example that he was trying to protrude to all of the coaches there was that we get so enthralled with the offensive players that we forget how great defensive players can make your team. So he brought up that question as just an example of how a guy in Scottie Pippen easily gets looked over for a whole bunch of other guys who just score the ball well. But Scottie Pippen's value and impact arguably could be much more greater than those guys. We have to stop with this again, taking statements where we're just trying to get people to think a little bit about what we might be missing, and then morphing them into silly conversations like Scottie Pippen should. Is he really top 10? When that wasn't the point of the conversation. If you are that stupid to reduce a question that's meant for you to really think and maybe give them a bit more consideration, maybe you are overlooking a few things that he did defensively. That's all it was meant to do. It's just to make you think, present you with a tough question. Maybe we are overlooking Scottie Pippen as a player because he did the most of his work on the defensive end. Maybe we are overlooking Scottie Pippen because a lot of the things that he did great, you aren't able to count with measuring statistics. It wasn't meant to say he belongs in the top 10. The fact that people take that and run with it as a real conversation, and you completely missed the entire point. That's not what we're talking about here. When we talk about what Scottie Pippen did great with the Chicago Bulls team, I'm going to show you guys why Scottie Pippen gets severely underrated. And I'm going to, as he talks a little bit more, I'm going to show you guys how these rabid Michael Jordan fans use perpetual lies, right, to try to push these narratives.
That left a 3-year sample for Jordan without Pippen. Jordan's rookie season, his second season, in which he played only 18 games because he broke his foot, thus resulting in essentially a non-season, and then his third season. And in just his rookie year, Jordan would explode onto the scene in the NBA, averaging 28.2 points per game, 6.5 rebounds, 6 assists, and 2.5 steals on 51.5% shooting from the field. He was third in points per game that season, while scoring the most total points in the league and ranking very highly in a number of advanced stat categories, finishing second in the NBA in PER, second in value over replacement, second in box plus minus, and second in win shares. Second in all of those categories, by the way, to Larry Bird, who was that season's league MVP. This was Jordan's rookie season. He would then suffer the aforementioned broken foot in season 2 and missed 64 games, which brings us to his third and final season without Scottie Pippen, the 1986-87 league year, when in his aged 23 year, Jordan produced one of the greatest individual seasons in league history. dropping preposterous per-game averages of 37.1 points, 5.2 rebounds, 4.6 assists, 2.9 steals, and 1.5 blocks. The 37 points per game that year easily led the league in scoring for that season by over 8 points per game, that is, but it was also the 4th highest single season scoring average ever, behind only 3 other seasons, all produced by, of course, Will Chamberlain. Despite this ludicrous stat line and the fact he led the league in PER, VORP, BPM, and win shares, he somehow only finished 2nd in league MVP voting. But a source of intense criticism for Jordan over this 3-year span is that he lost in the first round of the playoffs and he needed Scottie Pippen. But in the first round in Jordan's 2nd and 3rd seasons in the league, he played the Boston Celtics both years. You know, the dynastic Larry Bird 1980s Celtics, including one of the best teams ever assembled in 1985-86, a year, by the way, that Jordan played them. Yeah, that season, Boston won 67 games, had league MVP Larry Bird, and boasted a roster of players that would include 5 eventual Hall of Famers. Yeah, Jordan lost to that team in back-to-back seasons at the age of 22 and 23. Oh, and remember how LeBron took a massive, steaming dump in his pants at the age of 22 in his 4th season in the NBA against the Spurs when he scored just 22 points per game in a 4-game sweep on 35.5% shooting?
It's a complete crap.
Yeah, this was nothing like that. In 85-86, 22-year-old Jordan averaged 44 points per game, 6.3 rebounds, 5.7 assists on 50.5% shooting in a performance that prompted that season's league MVP and eventual NBA champion Larry Bird to call 22-year-old second year in the NBA Michael Jordan a god. The next season in the 1987 playoffs against the same Celtics team, Jordan would average only a meager 36 points, 7 rebounds, and 6 assists per game. Yeah, clearly he needed Scottie Pippen, or just any other single competent fringe all-star level teammate. As Jordan's
wanted to stop it right there because he said something that is going to allow me to kind of go back and not just address what he just said right there, but also address a lot of the other lies and falsehoods that he was putting out there. He just said, you guys, all Jordan needed to win was any fringe all-star. This is what he said. A little further ahead of this, what he goes on to say is that the best player that Jordan had during this time before Scottie Pippen came, he makes the claim that Charles Oakley was the best player that Jordan ever played with. This is what he says. And he says that all Jordan needed was just a guy that was a fringe all-star. And Jordan could have accomplished all of the things that he accomplished with Phil Jackson and Scottie Pippen. Well, because Jordan played in the mid-'80s, we don't really remember who he played with until you actually go do the research. Most people don't research these names. A lot of these names have been forgotten. Some of these guys have even passed away, and we didn't even know about it. Let me show you guys who Jordan played with. All right, let me show you guys who Jordan played with, and then I'm going to also tell you why, out of Jordan's own mouth, why it didn't work. All right, let me pull this up for you guys right here. This is who Jordan played with. Jordan played with number 6 overall pick Orlando Woolridge, who averaged 20.4 points per game, 4.7 rebounds, 1.7 assists. He had multiple years with the Bulls and Michael Jordan, consistently averaging 20 points per game. That, to me, that sounds like a fringe all-star. Might not have been an all-star, but 20 points per game, number 6 overall pick, sounds like a fringe all-star. He also played with Sidney Green, the number 5 overall pick, who averaged 13.5 points per game and 6 rebounds. Not stellar numbers, but that would sound like legitimate help. He also played with Quentin Daly. Quentin Daly was a number 7 overall pick for the Chicago Bulls, who averaged 16.1 points per game, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists. And then Michael Jordan also played with a veteran player in George Gervin, who averaged 16.2 points per game. And what this is now for each player, this is what the Jordan fans like to attach. The first thing that Jordan fans will say, let's start with George Gervin. They're going to say George Gervin was old. He was past his prime. No, he was 32 years old. And prior to joining the Chicago Bulls, he was an all-star and an all-NBA level player every single season, averaging over 20 points per game. It wasn't until he joined the Chicago Bulls playing with Michael Jordan that he not only was not an all-star, but his points per game dropped below 20 points per game. I wonder why his numbers and everything declined when he joined that Chicago Bull team. When you look at people like Quentin Daly, Sidney Green, and Orlando Woolridge, all players drafted in the first round in the 1980s, promising at that. Why did those players not particularly pan out? Why did those players? You would think that those young players could potentially blossom. Orlando Woolridge, who got drafted out of Notre Dame, averaging 20 points per game consistently, you would have thought the Bulls would have been able to find a way to at least make that work. At least make it work to a degree where you're not a losing team. Even get above 500, right? Because of the talent that the Bulls had, some of these seasons where the Bulls were below 500, they were predicted to be above 500, to be a much better team, yet they underperformed. Why did they underperform? We can just look to Michael Jordan's own words. There's a book that was written. It's called Driven from Within, where Michael Jordan stated himself. This is Michael Jordan's exact words. Driven from within. He says, I can never be good friends or teammates with Orlando and Quentin because they stole my offensive thunder. They were scorers like me, and I needed the ball. So when you ask yourself, when you got a guy in Orlando Woolridge who can average 20 points per game, Quentin Daly, who, according to Sean Kemp, was one of the most talented players he's ever seen. Sean Kemp even said that he believes Quentin Daly actually helped mold the Michael Jordan that we see today. Sidney Green and George Gervin. And you have all of that talent on one team with Michael Jordan. Jordan himself admitted why it didn't work. He says, I could never be good friends or teammates with Orlando and Quentin because they stole my thunder. They were scorers like me, and I needed the ball. This is what Michael Jordan said. So when you have this Skap Attack guy saying that Jordan could have won with absolutely any good player, well, we know now that that is a 1,000% lie. Because when he did have a fringe all-star, when he did have a perennial all-star in George Gervin, they still were horrendous. They still were below 500. They were still getting swept. None of this changed until Scottie Pippen got there. None of this changed. But these are the lies that Jordan fans will tell you. Jordan fans will also tell you, oh, Orlando Woolridge and Quentin Daly both ultimately had drug problems. They were crackheads. Irregardless of what you believe they were doing off the court, Orlando Woolridge was a great offensive player who was known as a guy who was great on one side of the floor, but could not defend a lick. That was the biggest thing that he had against him. He couldn't defend. The Bulls needed exactly what Scottie Pippen brought to that team. There was no other player in that draft that there's no other player in the 90s that you can say, maybe outside of a Grant Hill, who came much later, there is no other player in the 90s that had an equatable skill set to Scottie Pippen that you could say could come in and do exactly what he did for the Chicago Bull team. Because as we saw with George Gervin and some of the other solid players put around Michael Jordan, he couldn't just play with anybody. He even admitted, if you were a scorer, he wouldn't even be a good teammate to you or even a good friend, because he felt you would be stealing his thunder if you were a scorer like him. I want you guys to go look up that information for yourself. That's in a book called Driven from Within. This is Michael Jordan's own words. These are not my words. That's why they were a losing team, because Jordan didn't want to play with other guys that could score the ball. Now, check this out, you guys, because he talked about Michael Jordan exploding for 37.1 points per game. That, oddly enough, happened when Jordan convinced the Bulls to get rid of all the guys that could score the ball when they trade Orlando Woolridge. According to Driven from Within, he told the Bulls front office to not re-sign Quentin Daly. So all of a sudden, when these guys who could actually score the ball, when they're gone, Jordan explodes for 37.1 points per game. Does it really make any major difference in the results? Are the Bulls really that much better as a team? No, they're still a losing team. But the one thing that happened, Jordan looked a lot better. Jordan could now shoot as many times as he wanted. Everything flowed through him. There wasn't, and this is the year where you could say, well, Charles Oakley might have been the second best player on the team, because that's all Jordan had that particular year when he scored, when he averaged 37.1 points per game. Right. Well, look right here. I don't even know if you guys can see it. This is a year after Jordan got rid of all of the guys that I just mentioned that could actually score. He explodes 37.1 per game. Defensive-minded Charles Oakley. Why do you think Charles Oakley was so? Why do you think Jordan was so cool with Charles Oakley? Because Charles Oakley wasn't an offensive player. He's going to get his cleanup buckets. He's going to get out the way. Why do you think he's so cool with John Paxson? He's going to shoot his threes and get out the way. There was no one on that team that needed to. Their game wasn't based around scoring the ball. That wasn't their greatness. Jordan could now do what he wanted, but they were still a horrible team. So he had those guys. He got rid of those guys. And then his numbers explode. You can, I mean, these are the same things that Jordan fans literally criticize LeBron James for. Getting rid of guys, telling the front office to do X, Y, and Z. This is why those guys were no longer on the team, because of Michael Jordan. I guess, again, I guess it's okay when Jordan does it. So essentially this was a tank year for the Chicago Bulls. This was a tank year where Jordan could essentially go stat pad his numbers to like no other. And it still did not result in anything different. The results did not change. They were still hot garbage. They were still a below 500 team. That, you know what we call that player in today's game? All of these Jordan fans, all these guys that run around, they call that guy, if you stat pad and get a whole bunch of numbers and your team is losing, they call that guy Russell Westbrook. That's what they call that guy today. It's just funny how Michael Jordan can do that, and it's just the best thing we've ever seen. Russell Westbrook does it, and some people are still struggling to determine if he's even a top 75 player. It's just funny how for Jordan, he gets these certain exceptions. For other players of today's game, it's unfathomable to do some of these things. It's just crazy, the biases. But these are the facts. These are the facts. Let's go ahead and get to a little bit more of this video. Here's some more of these lies.
Best player in those first three seasons was Charles Oakley, who dropped a career scoring average of 9.7 points per game.
See how he lied that quick? He said the best player that Jordan played with in Jordan's first 3 seasons was Charles Oakley, who averaged 9.7 points per game. When we just pulled up the stats, Oakley actually averaged 14 points per game. The best player he played with up until this time was Orlando Woolridge and George Gervin, who was averaging 16 points per game, and Quentin Daly, who was averaging 17 points per game. Orlando Woolridge is giving you consistently 20 points per game. How are those guys not the best player? Why did you want to tell the people about those guys? Why do you want to pretend as if Jordan was just out there playing by himself with guys like Charles Oakley, and then you fabricate these numbers? You have it right here. This is what he averaged. Charles Oakley averaged 14 points per game. He played all 82 games. Skap Attack, you got to stop lying. And this was a tank year. All the guys that could score, Jordan got rid of them because they stole his thunder. They were, like Jordan said, they were scorers like me, and I needed the ball. Stop lying. Tell the people the truth. At this stage in Jordan's career, he was a ball hog. He wanted every single shot. He wanted to be the man. Sometimes players go through these different changes in their career where maybe early in his career, he was just a bit more immature and he needed a coach like Phil Jackson, right, to help him mature into the player that we saw in the 90s. Why can't we just tell the truth?
While being named an All-Star one single time in his entire 19-year career. A year, mind you, he did not play with Michael Jordan. Anyway, that guy was MJ's second best player when he was in his early 20s, and he actually gets criticism for not beating a team with 5 Hall of Famers on it. But luckily for Mike, this
is another lie, you guys. Like, this is filled with lies. No one criticizes Michael Jordan for losing to the Boston Celtics. I want you guys, go find that person. Go find that person. No one criticizes him for losing to the loaded Boston Celtics. What they do is, many people with these Jordan fans, what they do is they use the Celtics as an example. Because Jordan fans who did not debate or argue in good faith will say, oh, LeBron got swept, just like this idiot just did a few minutes ago in the video. He talked about how LeBron James laid an egg. He didn't even mention it was the NBA Finals, not the first round. But he says he choked it up against the San Antonio Spurs, averaging 22 points per game. And he got swept. Sound basketball minds understand that San Antonio Spur team that LeBron played in the finals was just far superior. Just like normal basketball minds will look at that Boston Celtic team and see that them sweeping the Bulls, it was just because they were far superior. Again, we have an instance here, and I've talked about this before on this channel, how these obsessive odd fans make up arguments just to argue against fake arguments. They say that, what they'll do is they'll say that it was a LeBron James fan that said this. They won't have a name. They won't have a clip of an actual real person saying these things. They'll just say it was somebody on my channel that they can never identify ever again in life. They make up fake things in their mind and then try to argue against fake logic. No one says Jordan needed to beat the Celtics. We all appreciate the 63 that he dropped against Larry Bird and that team. As an individual performer, we can give him his credit during those years and not harp on the losing. We can take note of his struggles because that's what happened. We can take note of the struggles and note that a lot of the struggles stem from Jordan's immaturity and also a lack of a quality team around him. And it still does not diminish who he is in the GOAT conversation. We're just acknowledging facts. I told y'all, Jordan, a lot of these extreme Jordan fans, again, they are delusional in the sense that they literally make up things to argue against. I've been doing this channel for a long time. I normally can recall and remember the dumbest takes. I don't recall not one person coming up here saying that Jordan should have beat the Celtics. LeBron extreme fans, LeBron James fans, Laker fans, I've never heard it. Stop making stuff up and then pretending as if you're arguing against those points. And just to be fair, I've said this to LeBron James fans who also make up fallacies just to argue against them. And now you're just making it seem like you're playing victim with your favorite player.
Savior was drafted in 1987, and Scottie Pippen, just like Jordan, came in and started dominating the league immediately.
I'm sorry, your time's run out.
No, they didn't.
No, that didn't happen at all. In Pippen's rookie season, he was barely a factor at all, averaging 7.9 points per game, 3.8 rebounds, and 2.8 assists. Meanwhile, that very same season, coincidentally, Jordan...
No, another silly, again, you take Scottie Pippen's rookie season and take it completely out of context because of stupidity. We're talking about a Scottie Pippen who didn't even know if he was going to make his collegiate team. And when you talk about where Scottie Pippen played college basketball at, he didn't play college basketball at some major D1 college like Jordan did at North Carolina. He played at an NAIA college. This is the lowest form of collegiate basketball that you could potentially play. The fact that he was able to show promise as an NBA player at the NAIA level, he was looked at as a diamond in the rough. He was never going to be a guy that as soon as you drop him in the NBA, he just starts dropping 25 points per game and he can just help Jordan. It took time for him to blossom. And he actually blossomed much sooner than people had even believed. He came out of an NAIA school. He was a diamond in the rough. By his third year in the NBA, he was an all-star, averaging 16 points per game, 7 rebounds and 6 assists. People use Pippen's early years against him. Anybody who would have known Scottie Pippen his freshman year in college, nobody would have thought he would have even been in the NBA, let alone make the team. He was the water boy on the team before they decided to throw a jersey on him and see what he can do on the court. So the fact that it took him 2 years to really find who he was in the league and develop into the player that we saw throughout the 90s, give credit to where credit is due. The Bulls did a hell of a job of identifying him, making that trade, acquiring him, and then allowing him to develop over those years. But you hold his first year against him, an NAIA college player, a project player. This is the stupidity of the things that they say. And secondly, no one uses Pippen's first year pretending as if he was some all-world, all-star help for Michael Jordan in that year. These are fake arguments. No one says these things. No one makes these arguments. This is just stupidity at the highest level.
Jordan was named first team All-NBA, first team All-NBA defense, league MVP, defensive player of the year, and led the league in scoring and steals, while playing in all 82 games and leading the league in minutes per game at 40 points.
I don't know if that take really ages well after the information that just came out from Yahoo Sports. We're going to be doing a video on that later. The leading the league in steals, the defensive player of the year in 1988. I mean, I already know he wasn't a better defender than Hakeem Olajuwon that particular season. But the facts that are coming out now, and when we talk about facts, Very odd that a lot of these avid, rabid Jordan fans aren't coming out to really try to negate some of those claims. I haven't seen you guys make videos about the Yahoo Sports report with the facts. I mean, you guys, I do vividly remember you guys really, when you got a disgraced MMA fighter making claims about LeBron James with literally no facts to support, you making videos to no end. Yahoo report comes out, factual evidence to support the fact that people were gassing up Jordan's stats to help him get the Defensive Player of the Year award. Well, that just lends more credibility to what I said before. The media in the 90s did not know how to vote for awards. It was heavily reliant on statistical outputs to determine who was the best at something. But we'll get to that's a whole nother topic. I'll let guys like Go James Kingdom and those guys handle that. But I'm curious to see if some of these hyper super Jordan channels will actually address that and then try to negate that with facts. I'll tell you guys, some of those games are on YouTube. You can easily prove them wrong just by replaying those games. You won't get copyrighted on your channel, and you can see if they're right or wrong. Just play the games. I play them all the time on this channel. I challenge you guys to go play those games before I play them. I want you guys to prove them wrong. It's a reason why y'all aren't trying to attack that.
4 while dropping an eye-popping line of 35 points, 5.5 rebounds, 6 assists on 53.5% from the field. And it is still the only time in organized professional basketball history a Defensive Player of the Year also led the NBA in scoring. Unfortunately for Jordan, right as the legendary 80s Celtics were finally in decline, this season would mark the ascension of another historically great team. It would be the start of a 3-year stretch where Jordan would run up against the Detroit Pistons 3 years in a row from the 1988 to 1990 postseasons. A Pistons team that had 3 Hall of Famers on it in Isaiah Thomas, Joe Dumars, Dennis Rodman, and also Bill Laimbeer, who while not in the Hall yet, is a 2024 nominee, which would make it 4 Hall of Famers on this team. A team that went to 3 straight and won back-to-back titles. And in the 89-90 playoffs, Jordan lost in the Eastern Conference Finals to this team in 6 and 7 games, while the Pistons would then go on to dominate the finals both seasons, sweeping the Lakers in 89 and beating the Trailblazers in 5 games in 1990. 2 teams Jordan would beat over the next few seasons for his first and second titles. If only he had more help early on, who knows how many more championships Jordan would have had. Alas, all he had was bum-ass scrub Scottie Pippen, who in the Eastern Conference Finals series against Detroit in 1989 was able to contribute 9.7 points per game, 7.3 rebounds, and 3 assists, while Jordan easily led the team in scoring with per-game averages in this series of 29.7 points per game, 5.5 rebounds, 6.5 assists. The next year, in 1990, the Bulls would push the defending champion Pistons to a 7th game in the Eastern Conference Finals. In that Game 7, Jordan had 31 points, 8 rebounds, and 9 assists, while his savior that he needed to win all of these championships, Scottie Pippen, scored 2 points on 1 of 10 shooting in 40.
2 points, 1 of 10 shooting. Right? Do y'all see the standard that he's trying to hold a second and third year Scottie Pippen to? No one held a first, second, third, fourth year Michael Jordan to the onus of winning a championship, to the onus of, like he said, beating the Boston Celtics. Why is he holding an NAIA player who was still a diamond in the rough to the standard of helping Jordan win a championship when he was still trying to figure out who he was in the league? Mind you, that third year, Pippen was much improved. He was an all-star. He has one bad game, and this is what he chooses to focus on. But when we talk about that game, what was going on with Pippen that particular game? This was a game where Pippen suffered from severe migraines. You guys can choose to believe it or not. It was what was going on. Pippen was not himself. He was escorted to the locker room. And it got to a point in the game where Jerry Krause and the team doctors basically said, Pippen, you're not going back in. Scottie Pippen talked about that particular game. This is what Scottie Pippen said. He said that time against the Pistons, he says, I wanted to go back. He says, I asked to go back. He says, the doctors and Jerry Krause wouldn't let me. He said, I've never had a migraine before. It's hard to tell people what it feels like in that situation. If you're on the other side, it would be hard to tell. And he said, once you get people on your back, it's hard to get them off. So was it that Pippen was afraid of the moment, or was something really wrong? We can presume that something was really wrong because what did he do that following year, especially in the NBA Finals versus the Los Angeles Lakers? He's shown us time and time again he's not going to shy away from big game or big moments unless something is really wrong, like in 98 with his back, like in 90 with the migraines. And it's just sad how y'all are holding a young Scottie Pippen to the standard of carrying Jordan and helping him get to the finals in his second and third year. But Jordan in his first, second, and third year, you guys had no expectation. You hear what this guy just said? This guy literally just said, oh, Jordan lost because he was going up against the stellar Boston Celtics. He couldn't beat those guys. They were loaded. He gave him the benefit of the doubt. Scottie Pippen, an NAIA college player who's still developing, finding his own way in the league, he's supposed to step right in as a young player and figure it out right there on the go and just be an all-star level player and get to the NBA Finals and help the Bulls get to a championship. No one says these things. Jordan fans make these things up. They create a standard of expectation of Michael Jordan. It's okay for you to lose. That was the Celtics. They created another standard of expectation for Scottie Pippen. We don't care if you're a second or third year player. We don't care about that. You need to come out and drop 20 points per game, even though you're not a great scorer. It's stupidity once again. It just takes us to just pure stupidity.
22 minutes played.
Oh, what a loser!
Man, thank God Mike had Pippen to carry him to all of those rings. But finally, by the age of 25, Pippen was ready to stop crapping in his panties every year in the playoffs and provide Jordan a viable.
And do you see how he tries to say by the age of 25? Pippen came into the league at 21 years old. By the age of 25 for Scottie Pippen, that's just his fourth year. He's trying to make it seem like, oh, he's a well-traveled vet who's played 10 years in the league and now he's ready. No, Scottie Pippen was an all-star by his third year, one of the best players in the league by his fourth year, and a perennial champion from there on forward. That's what Scottie Pippen did. But y'all see how they all have different expectations for guys like Pippen and then a level of expectation for Jordan. And then you hear what he says, how he talks. Pippen carried Jordan. No one says that. No one says Pippen carried Jordan. No, these are fake. These are fake arguments. No one says that. I've heard some of the dumbest arguments here on FYF Sports. I've never heard anybody say that. Jordan fans and these rabid, crazy, odd Jordan fans are going to tell you that they've somehow found the dumbest people on the planet Earth to say these things. And then they somehow remember them, but can never find these people who say these things. They can never find them again. Completely non-existent. They make up stuff, y'all. And that's the saddest part about it. They make up their own arguments to argue against.
second option. And accordingly, Jordan would win 3 consecutive championships. In those 58 postseason games over that span of time, from 1991 to 1993, Pippen was good, averaging 20.3 points per game, 8.2 rebounds, 6.1 assists, and 2.1 steals on 40.
Look at that stat line, the 20 points per game. That 20 points per game and that stat line looks eerily similar, at least as far as the offensive side of the ball, to Orlando Woolridge, who also gave you 20 points per game, a few less rebounds, almost the same assist. What did Pippen bring that made that 20 points per game significantly different from Orlando Woolridge? Because this is the same idiot, Skap Attack, who said any fringe all-star, not all-star, fringe all-star, could have done what Scottie Pippen did. What did Orlando Woolridge not have in his game that Pippen excelled at? It was the defensive side of the ball. Arguably being, if not the best defender in the league, easily a top 5 defender in the league alongside Jordan. Orlando Woolridge was criticized time and time again for being one of the worst defensive players in the NBA. Had 114 defensive rating. I had 111 defensive rating for a career average. He was horrendous on the defensive side of the ball. So not only did Scottie Pippen bring offense, and he wasn't even a great offensive player, he brought elite level defense. So for the idiots that claim that Jordan didn't need Scottie Pippen, he did, because there was no other perimeter player in the NBA at this time that existed that could do what Scottie Pippen did. I want you guys to name him. Give me another perimeter player. It wasn't Sean Kemp. He didn't play defense. It wasn't Barkley. He didn't play defense. The only player that would have come close would have been a Grant Hill, and he didn't come till much later. It's the only comparable player that you can make there. Only Scottie Pippen could have done what he did for the Chicago Bulls. While these Jordan fans pretend as if Jordan played with little Fred from the YMCA, little Phil from LA Fitness. No, Jordan actually had some pretty decent players before Scottie Pippen. Jordan just didn't know how to play with other guys that could score the ball just as well as he could. Because what did Sean Kemp even say about Quentin Daly? Sean Kemp said that Quentin Daly early on was a more polished player than Michael Jordan. But as soon as Jordan got there, they pushed him to the bench. And coming off the bench, he still was able to average 16 points per game, along with Orlando Woolridge's 20 points per game. And along with Sidney Green's 13 points per game. Along with George Gervin's 16 points per game. You had all these guys that can score. Scottie Pippen was the only one that could add the level of defense needed to elevate them to a championship level. That's what we have to give him credit for. And there's no other player that you can name that could have come in and do what Scottie Pippen did. Because this idiot Skap Attack is putting up offensive numbers as if this is what made Scottie Pippen a great player during that run from 91 to 93. That's not what made Scottie Pippen one of the best players in the league. Orlando Woolridge averaged 20 points per game and never was an all-star. It was Scottie Pippen's defense along with this stat line that elevated him to the upper echelon of the league. But Jordan fans like to gloss over that, and then just like they cry about LeBron James fans, and LeBron James fans definitely do use numbers a lot. Jordan fans, and this is why I say they're almost worse than LeBron James fans, is because they're dumber. Because they only use stats on one side of the basketball. And then don't even know how to put that into context. 20 points per game, 8 rebounds and 6 assists is not what made Scottie Pippen a top 10 player in the NBA at this point in time. That's not what did it. That alone wouldn't be enough. But they'll try to lie to you guys. They'll try to lie to you and get you to believe the nonsense.
7.8% shooting. While Jordan in those 3 playoff runs, also in 58 games, where he not only won 3 finals MVPs, but also was easily the best player in every round of the playoffs, produced per game averages of 33.7 points, 6.4 rebounds, 6.6 assists, and 2.1.
Was Jordan the best player? I would say yeah. But it also depends on how you look at it. Was he the best player? Was he? Yeah, he did things offensively that no other player in NBA history could do. He outclassed Scottie Pippen in points. But he was not a better rebounder. He was not a better passer. He was not better on the defensive end. He was not a better shot blocker. And he definitely didn't make more all-defensive teams. Scottie Pippen outclassed him in every statistical category other than points. This is not to say that Pippen is comparable to Jordan. But when people try to make it seem like Jordan just outclassed Scottie Pippen in everything because he puts up Jordan's stat line 33 points per game, that's not the case. Pippen was the Bulls' best defender. Pippen was the Bulls' best facilitator playmaker. Pippen was the only player on that team that could guard 1 through 4. Pippen was the only player on that team who could put his offense to the side and say that I'm shutting you down tonight. I mean, if you want to use stats, this is what the stats say. See, and this is where I say this is the trick bag with stats. Because when you start running to stats and you keep putting these stats up on the screen, it's always somebody who's better at finessing in stats that can put together some stats that, again, just like you see here, well, if it's about the stats, let's look at the stats. Scottie Pippen outclasses Jordan in every statistical category other than scoring. So this is why I say it's important to add context, because without context, you would fall into just using these sheer stats. The context is that it was Jordan's impact, the scoring impact that he had that affected the game. It wasn't necessarily the points that he scored. It was the impact of how he scored those points. But again, when we start talking about the X's and O's and what goes on in between the lines and the inner workings of the game, a lot of these Jordan fans who don't have the competence or the intestinal fortitude to sit through an intellectual conversation for longer than 5 minutes, they start to get bored. Just like when I was on Michael Jordan Fans channel and I was talking with Hoop God, we were trying to have an intellectual basketball conversation. And then you have some low-level dimwit with a big afro wig on talking about in the back chat, this is getting boring, man. This is getting boring. We got to move it along. Oh, so when we start talking real basketball, you get bored. You don't have the intellectual capacity to sit there for 5 minutes and hear real basketball being talked. And me and Hoop God, it's not like we were avidly agreeing. We were actually disagreeing on some things, but we were having a good conversation about the game of basketball. But when it becomes too much about the X's and O's about the game and you having a real conversation, the nitwits of this basketball talks, they get bored. The man typed in the backstage to Michael Jordan fans, the guy that's running the channel, this is getting boring. We got to move it along. It gets boring when we start talking real basketball. If we ain't talking in narratives and ad hominems, you get bored. This is why I say a lot of them are stupid. I mean, I think I screenshotted it. Actually, if I can find it here, I'm gonna put it on the screen for you. I forgot the guy's name. Guy has actually a pretty big following, like 13,000 subscribers. Just an absolute nitwit when it comes to talking the game of basketball. How can you be that old and you don't have any discipline to sit through a 4-minute conversation where two guys are actually speaking real basketball? Complete idiots. Stupidity. And see, I'm saying it because I want these guys to come out of the woodworks and come over to FYF Sports and debate. They're conversely going to say, oh, you got to come over here. No, we're not playing that game. Because when I get you, just like when we did Dreamers Pro and a lot of these other clowns, I'm going to have you on the big stage. And I'm going to let you run your mouth to the degree where you look stupid without me even having to say anything. These are facts.
Steals on 49.7% shooting from the field. After the three-peat, Jordan would retire to pursue a career in baseball, and Scottie Pippen would get a crack at being the lead dog in the 1993-94 season. A season many stipulate that Pippen proved his individual greatness. And no doubt, it was his best individual season, posting a line of 22 points per game, 8.7 rebounds, and 5.6 assists, while finishing 4th in league-wide player efficiency rating, 5th in value over replacement, best record in the NBA, and into the playoffs as the 3rd seed in the Eastern Conference, losing in the second round of the playoffs and displaying such sterling leadership skills, like refusing to re-enter a game and pouting on the bench after Phil Jackson drew up a final shot for Tony Kukoc instead of Pippen. A shot Kukoc would make, by the way. Jordan, of course, would return the next season, and the Bulls would, of course, go on to win 3 more consecutive titles with him leading the way, while Pippen was in pure regression mode for the second three-peat, averaging just 17.6 points per game on 40.8% shooting in 58 playoff games during the 1996 to 1999 playoffs.
Complete stupidity. He says in pure regression mode. Pure regression mode. In 1996, Scottie Pippen was fifth in league MVP voting. In 1996, Dr. J, Larry Bird, Jerry Sloan all said Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan were the number 1 and number 2 best players in the league. Not Jordan and Hakeem, not Jordan and David Robinson, not Jordan and Karl Malone. Jordan and Pippen were number 1 and number 2. This is coming from the most astute basketball minds in the game at that time. Dr. J, Larry Bird, Jerry Sloan. These were the guys saying it. 1 and 2. Pure regression mode in 96. That might be the best version of Scottie Pippen we've ever seen. 97. Back injuries kicking in. He's still top 10 in MVP voting. Numbers still pretty much the same. Still all first team defense. 98. Nothing much changed. Still all a defensive player. Injuries kicking in a little bit more. He plays less games. He still finds a way to be top 10 in MVP voting once again. What do you mean pure regression mode? You put a few stats on the screen and say pure regression mode because he was down from his career average of 19 points to 17 points. That's pure regression mode. Did his defense regress? He still looked like when he was out there pressing teams in 96, that looked like an elite version of Scottie Pippen. What do you mean pure regression mode? You put up some stats. You convolute a few offensive stats with what Scottie Pippen does best, which is on the defensive side of the ball. You notice that this idiot Skap Attack never said he regressed defensively, which is what Scottie Pippen was there for. You notice he never said Scottie Pippen regressed as a playmaker, which is what Scottie Pippen was there for. What he tries to use as regression is offensive numbers. When you look at what Scottie Pippen did best, defense, playmaking, then scoring. It was not even one of his best attributes. And he runs to his 3rd or 4th best attribute and says, this is why he's regressing. But he's still getting MVP consideration. He's still first team all NBA all these years. He's still an all NBA level player these years. But he's regressing. Where do you get this stuff from, Skap Attack? Go pull up some video and show me he was regressing defensively. Because this entire video, even though he has Scottie Pippen on the thumbnail, it just seems like to be a humongous Jordan promo. All you did in this video is tell us Jordan's stat lines, Jordan's numbers. Jordan did this, Jordan did that. I thought this was supposed to be a video telling us about how bad Scottie Pippen was. This is what I mean, y'all. Just pure stupidity. It's not a surprise to me that a guy like Jason Whitlock co-signs this guy. It does not surprise me that Jason Whitlock has co-signed this man. You're talking about a guy in Jason Whitlock that got outclassed by Ticket TV in a head-to-head debate. As soon as he steps into this circuit and he gets into a head-to-head debate with Ticket TV, he gets obliterated. Come on, man. But again, there's a reason, y'all. I'm always going to stand on this, like guys like Skap Attack. And there's a lot of guys that I won't even continue to name. They keep themselves secluded. I prided this platform in being very, very neutral, even though people try to label it. There's a reason why people don't like coming to this neutral platform. It's a reason. We'll see if they start coming out the woodworks after today. We'll see.
While Jordan would be averaging 31.4 points per game over that same stretch. And in 1998, the subject of the Last Dance docuseries, the floor really dropped out for Pippen and the other scrubs Jordan was playing with at the time. And this was particularly the case in the NBA.
Dennis Rodman is scrub. Led the league in rebounding every single year when he played with the Bulls. All NBA first team defense every year he played with the Bulls. He a scrub. Tony Kukoc, the best sixth man in the NBA when he played with the Bulls. Huh? Steve Kerr, the best three-point shooter in the league when he played with the Bulls. Scrubs? Y'all hear how they talk? Scrubs? Does this sound like scrubs to y'all? Does this sound like scrubs to y'all? This to me, this sounds like stupidity. Brandon Cass says Kerr was not the best three-point shooter in the league. Kerr, when he played with the Bulls, by percentage, was the best three-point shooter in the league. Tell me another person with a higher three-point field goal percentage, Brandon Cass. Please tell me. The guy who finished with the league's best three-point field goal percentage of all time, Steve Kerr. The guy who versus the Indiana Pacers, not Jordan, not Pippen, rallied against the Pacer game in that game 7. That was Steve Kerr going on a flurry to bring the Bulls back. What you mean? Dennis Rodman, Sean Kemp just said on a podcast, Jordan wasn't the problem when we played the Bulls in 96. He said the person we couldn't stop was Dennis Rodman. That's the guy that he's calling a scrub is the same guy that Sean Kemp just said on a podcast. We had Jordan under control. It was Dennis Rodman, the guy that we can stop. Conversely, it's just oddly enough that this is why many people say Dennis Rodman could have easily won that finals MVP in 96. It's just funny how Sean Kemp actually co-signed that logic by saying we had Jordan figured out. It's just sad that, again, because this video is not even really about Scottie Pippen, it's really just a video to call everybody that Jordan played with scrubs. That's all it is. With absolutely no context or understanding of the game. Because we're dealing with stupidity. Judith says, nothing points to Rodman being the finals MVP. Well, you know what points to Rodman being the finals MVP? Sean Kemp saying Rodman was the most unstoppable player that series. So again, Judah, don't take these complaints and gripes up with me. It was Sean Kemp out there on the floor getting barbecued. Why y'all be getting mad at me? Because I take what these players say This is what he said was happening on the floor. He was actually on the court. You need to go into the comments of that video and you need to go tell Shawn Kemp, you're lying. This is a guy in Shawn Kemp who says that Jordan is the unequivocal GOAT of basketball. He has no gripe against Michael Jordan. He has Jordan as the GOAT and is not even close. And just like you Jordan fans, he don't have LeBron James up there. He has no reason to lie. But see, when these guys actually tell their truth, and when they say something that doesn't put Jordan at the top, far and above everybody else, you guys just try to say that they're lying. Like when all of the Bulls came out and said, no, we felt Pippen was the leader of the team, not Jordan. You guys come out, oh, they all lying. Now everybody lying all of a sudden. But when they come out and say things that are favorable to keeping Jordan as the GOAT, it's all believable. Ike, Kemp did not say Rodman should be finals MVP. That's not what I said, Ike. This is what I mean, stupidity. What I said was Shawn Kemp said Rodman was the player that they could not stop. That's what he said. And I said that statement lends credibility to the notion that some people, we've heard the notion, guys like Bees who will come up here and say Rodman should have been finals MVP. When you have Shawn Kemp make a statement like that, it adds credibility to people like Bees' take when he says Rodman should have been MVP. That's all it does. We're not saying Rodman should have been MVP. I just said it maybe some consideration there. Of course, he said that he doesn't want to give Jordan credit. Yeah, I bet he doesn't. I bet that's what it is, Judah. Everybody's just out to get Jordan. Paul Masters says Lamont is out of control tonight. Hold on, Paul Masters. I'm actually very composed tonight. It's funny that you come over here and say, I'm out of control, but then you watch Steroids, Fitness, and Rants go on his tirades where he repeats himself for 15 minutes, doesn't say anything of substance, and you actually sit through that and say he cooked. And all he's doing is yelling, spit dribbling. You know, the white stuff is in the cracks of his lips. He just yelling in a mic for no reason in his backyard. Kettlebell swinging, talking about people don't work out, but we don't ever see him in a gym. I'm in gyms every day. We about to end this stream. I'm headed to the gym. Stupidity. It's just stupidity, y'all. Herm, I got you. I'm gonna make you a Herm. And StreamYard, I can't make people mods, so I can't do it right now, Herm, but I got you. All I'm doing is just giving you guys facts. Y'all just get mad because now your Skap Attack guy, one of the last few people you was holding on to as an avid LeBron James hater, is just getting debunked. Like I said, Jason Whitlock had an opportunity to come over here. He came into the chat for 2.2 seconds and got the hell up out of here. Right? We got people like this. Hold on, let me show y'all this. I told y'all I found it. Look at this. When I went and talked real basketball on Michael Jordan Fans channel, I don't even know if you guys can see this. Angry Old Hoops is in the backstage. This is boring. This basketball talk is boring. We got to move it along, man. Oh, is it boring? Angry Old Hoops? You that angry? You can't sit still for 4 minutes. You got the patience of a 7-year-old. I wasn't going to be talking that long. I know I'm a guest over there on Michael Jordan Fans page. Angry Old Hoops. And Michael Jordan fans, like I said, not against you, but Angry Old Hoops just happens to be one of those illogical fans that cannot grasp anything that you can conceptualize within the game of basketball. See, and this is what I tell people all the time. See, the things that I say in basketball, I can't just say them. I can't just say them. I have to take everything that I believe about basketball and I have to go make it work on an actual basketball court with collegiate athletes. And if I pull my team's record up and we getting dropped off and we running around 2-28, then y'all can say I'm not credible. But we all know that's not the case. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Brandon Cass says, that's a dumb take. Lamont says Steve Kerr was a better three-point shooter than Reggie Miller. I said by percentage, Steve Kerr was the best three-point shooter in the league. Tell me a guy with a higher percentage at that time, Brandon Katz, and you got it. Brandon Katz said Kemp cooked Rodman all series. Unfortunately, that's not what Sean Kemp said. Sean Kemp said the player they couldn't stop was Dennis Rodman. Y'all need to take these gripes up with guys like Sean Kemp, who was on the court. Why are y'all getting mad at Sean Kemp for telling his truth? Just because he didn't say Jordan is God, the black cat was unstoppable, and we could not do nothing with him. If they don't say that, then it's not credible to y'all. If they give anybody any glimpse of credit, very weird, man. Very weird. Let me play a little bit more of this.
A finals round. As amid a series of back issues, Pippen would score only 6 points on 2 of 16 shooting in Game 5, and in Game 6, he would manage only 8 points in 25 minutes.
Oh, now he's talking about the game, man. This is where we got to end. I'm not even going to play the rest because it's just another 30 seconds of stupidity. He's talking about Pippen's bad game against the Utah Jazz in 98 when Pippen was dealing with the back injury. He missed 40 games that year. Clear injury. He could have done what players do today, like we see what Kawhi Leonard and a lot of these guys do. As soon as they feel a little tingle in the wrong part of their body, they go sit down and they don't play. Scottie Pippen played through it. He played through it being severely underpaid. This Scottie Pippen, who just like Dr. J and Larry Bird and Jerry Sloan said was the second best player in the league. Why is the second best player in the league the 122nd highest paid player in the league? Severely underpaid as well. He could have just said I'm going to heal up and go really with the new CBA, because at that time a new CBA was getting signed. A new deal was going to allow a lot of these older guys to finally capitalize and get paid, just like we saw Karl Malone and Scottie Pippen do. He could have just said, I'm going to go get healthy so I can go get paid. He played. And in this same game where you sit here and talk about Scottie Pippen not having a great series, not game from the field, he did contribute 11 rebounds and 11 assists, right? When we look at this game, look at this game. It's the game that he's talking about, that Game 5. This is the game where Phil Jackson made the mistake of only playing Dennis Rodman 24 minutes. Karl Malone dropped 39 points on their head. Michael Jordan was 9 of 26 from the field, 34%, 0-2 from the three-point line. He was a -4 on the night with 28 points. 28 points on 26 shots. Not a great night for Jordan either. Scottie Pippen, 2 of 16 from the field, horrendous from the field, 0-7 from the three. But he did have 11 rebounds and 11 assists. Doesn't really make up for his nightmare game because him and Jordan both played bad. But it's just odd to hear the guys talking about this Game 5 as if they lost the game because of Pippen, when Jordan and Pippen both played bad. Actually, the best player that game was Tony Kukoc, who dropped 30 on 11 of 13 from the field. Tony Kukoc almost saved both of those guys. But see, he just got through calling Tony Kukoc a scrub. That's what he just did. He just got through calling Tony Kukoc a scrub. The only guy that made that particular game close, he had already called him a scrub. Stupidity. It takes us back to stupidity. You know, it is what it is. Look, y'all, we got about 10 minutes or so where I can drop the link and bring some of you guys up here to talk about this. Like I said, we ain't got a ton of time. Like I said, I got to get to the gym. But I will drop the link. Let me go ahead and get it ready. And we can bring some people up here to talk on this. But the thing here right here is this right here. This is not to elevate Scottie Pippen into the top 10. This is not to say Scottie Pippen was more impactful than a Michael Jordan. He wasn't. This is not to say Scottie Pippen was more dominant than Michael Jordan. He wasn't. Jordan fans, let me tell you, I think Jordan fans don't understand that no matter what we say about Scottie Pippen, good, Jordan's still going to be pretty safe up there at the top. We can say the Bulls had a super team. We can say Pippen was the second best player in the 90s. We can say Pippen was the best defensive player in the 90s. We can say Pippen was the best point forward in the 90s. None of this changes or affects who Jordan was. Jordan's pretty safe at where he's at, just based on his own individual. You don't have to regurgitate, just like this Skap Attack guy did, regurgitate Jordan's offensive numbers. This is what he did. This is what he did offensively. He scored this. He scored this. And they say Pippen didn't score this. And look, Pippen didn't operate primarily on the offensive side of the ball. His greatness lied elsewhere. Stop comparing Jordan's offensive numbers to Pippen's offensive numbers. That's not what made Pippen great. Boy, man. Told y'all, man. Drop this link. See if we can get a few people up here, man. Like I said, man. Try to get a few people up here, see if we can get cooked. Oh, dang, I keep messing that up. Let's go. Link is in the chat, man. Pippen was one of the best players of the 90s, y'all. Jordan had superior help in Scottie Pippen and Horace Grant and B.J. Armstrong and John Paxson and Steve Kerr and Dennis Rodman, even Bill Cartwright, who's supremely underrated. He had supreme help. And we haven't even talked about the greatest coach of all time in Phil Jackson, who was the one that helped bring everything together. He said, where was BJ and Horace in 96 and 98? Well, unfortunately, they lost BJ Armstrong to the expansion draft. Unfortunately, because that's what the 90s was good for. Bringing in new teams and allowing players like BJ Armstrong to get stripped. And Horace Grant, well, a guy that was severely underpaid, he left in free agency. And he played for a year as a minimum contract player with Orlando Magic, where he barbecued the Bulls in 95 just so he could ultimately get paid that following season. Because he was tired of the Bulls front office shafting him. He was just one of the few players of the 90s that had the balls to go risk it all to eventually get paid. Ewing wanted to leave the Knicks, but when he saw how the CBA was designed, he wasn't willing to take no 85% pay cut just to go switch teams so the other team could acquire his bird rights. Horace Grant took that risk. Salute to Hollywood Herm, man, in the backstage, man. What's good, Herm?
Man, what's good, my brother? What's good, man? Man, Lamont, these fanboys just all across this basketball YouTube world now just getting ridiculous. When we break down the greatness of players, we don't have to disrespect their teammates. We don't have to disrespect all-time great teammates that played along those guys that we think the best as well. I think we ultimately do that too much, and it's sad. Like, end of the day, the greats that we love, all of them always say they just love the game of basketball. So if you guys are truly fans of those players, love the game. Stop disrespecting the game by trying to discredit one and the other just to make the other great. Scottie Pippen was great. He complimented Michael Jordan greatly. And Scottie was skilled as well. At the end of the day, when you're on the team, you got to make sacrifices and you got to take certain roles just for you to have success. I think if Scottie was able to attempt probably 18 to 20 shots a game, you probably would have saw an increase in his numbers because I think he was that talented and was that good. Was he a great shooter like that? No. But I still think he could put the ball in the hole. He was very athletic. Defensively, we know what he was.
Well, put it like this, Herman. I don't mean to cut you off, but
yeah, go ahead.
Check this out. See, this is another thing that I didn't even address with Skap Attack, but Skap Attack actually mentioned this in this video. He talked about how in the 93-94 season when Jordan retired, how Scottie Pippen could only lead the Bulls to 55 wins and they lost in the second round to the Knicks. This is the context that he forgets to add is this right here. The Bulls lost a 30-point per game scorer in Michael Jordan and didn't give Scottie Pippen any viable replacement other than Pete Myers. So this is what happens. You win the championship with Jordan. He retires. The Bulls have no way to replace him other than just saying, Pete Myers, you the shooting guard now. Go help Pippen win a championship. And that year, Pippen's greatness, because Pippen's game was in helping others also be great, that just happened to also be the year that B.J. Armstrong was an all-star and Horace Grant was an all-star. And he made the best of the resources that he had, right? And he didn't need 7 years to get to 55 wins, right? He could have complained and talked to the Bulls front office about not bringing any help. He just went out there and worked with what he had, and he still got that team to 55 wins and a controversial loss. So I think it's unfair when people talk about Scottie Pippen in 93-94. They also try to criticize him in the 94-95 season before Jordan came back when Horace Grant had left. So they were down 2 key pieces in Horace Grant and Michael Jordan with no real replacements. And they put all this onus on Scottie Pippen to go out there and just go win championships in 1.5 seasons without Michael Jordan, without any other significant help to help him, without any replacements for these guys when they are no longer on the team. He's supposed to do the same thing. And these are the same people that run around talking about Jordan didn't have any help, and that's why he was losing early on. Well, give that same excuse to Scottie Pippen in 93-94 and 94-95 when they brought in Pete Myers to replace Jordan, and they brought in John Caffey to replace Horace Grant. Or I forgot Jason Caffey. They brought in Jason Caffey to replace Horace Grant and Pete Myers to replace Michael Jordan. And then they wonder why the Bulls might have slipped and didn't look the same. Come on, man. Y'all be thinking we stupid, man.
Well, I got to cook these bums in the chat too, trying to call me out. Look,
why they block me, Lamont?
What you mean block you? I didn't block you.
They blocked me in the chat, man.
Oh my God!
I wasn't even saying nothing crazy.
Hold on, George. I'm gonna make you a mod. Hold on, George.
That's why I told you to make me a mod too, Lamont.
That is crazy, man. Yeah. First of all, hey y'all, if I find out that you blocked George, you getting blocked, man. George is off limits, man. George can say and do whatever the hell he want, man. Come on, man. Y'all got to stop doing this stupidity, man. George is solid, man. He could disagree all he want, man. George is one of the OGs of the channel. Y'all up here blocking George, man. Come on, man.
See,
what up, George? What up, Herm?
My bad about that, George.
What's happening? But Lamont can vouch for me. When it comes down to it, I troll every fan base. So if I say certain things about your favorite player, I did it for a reason because y'all fanboys do stuff like Skap Attack just did, or whatever you call them, Skap Attack, whatever you want to call them, did with Scottie Pippen. That's the reason why I troll you fanboys. So I say the greater things about LeBron. So what? I said the greater things about Jordan, Kobe, all of them. It don't matter. So I'm not a contradiction because I cook all of them. But the thing with you guys is you guys want to say JDRs. When you talk about a player bad all the time, I think you were biggest fan of them. When it comes down to LeBron fans, y'all always want to diss Jordan. I think y'all are the JDRs. When Jordan fans cook LeBron, I think you guys love LeBron James. That's why you got to be even kill and keep it 100 across the board. Scottie, was a great player, one of the all-time greats of the game. I got him actually in my top 30 all-time. I think he's better than a Kawhi. I think he's better than a Kawhi Leonard. I hear guys all the time try to put Kawhi Leonard in the top 30. I think Scottie Pippen a better basketball player than a Kawhi Leonard. I think Scottie Pippen actually revolutionized the small forward position. When you guys see the point forwards, Scottie was the head of it. So, end of the day, he don't get his just due because he played with Michael Jordan. But the reason why Jordan, and if you guys are really Jordan fans, and I'm a Jordan fan, and he's my GOAT, but if you guys are really Jordan fans, Michael Jordan said it best himself. I would not have won those rings without Scottie Pippen. So why y'all niggas want to diss Scottie Pippen? Why y'all want to go to the levels of dissing that man? And Michael Jordan revered the man and actually talked about what he did for his career. So end of the day, stop all the BS. Stop all the dissing these other niggas. If y'all want to hate on me, none of y'all niggas could cook me when it comes to basketball. All y'all niggas do is be fanboys. That's why I own each and every one of y'all in the chat. I own y'all. Even Renegade, one of my co-hosts. I'ma cook his ass tomorrow because he a fanboy of LeBron James. He don't know how to keep it even. He don't know how to keep it 100 about how great players are. He just want to diss one so he can elevate a nigga that you don't have to elevate. People that know basketball, you know who the greats are. LeBron and Jordan could play in any era. But you bums are so... I really can't go there because I don't want to get the month flag. But you bums are so, you know what, out for players y'all love. Y'all say some of the most idiotic, dumbest things that we ever heard.
Boy, this Scottie Pippen take was bad. I'm gonna tell you right now, this Scottie Pippen take was bad.
I think it's to make him more.
Go ahead, Ayo. What's good, Ayo, man?
Yo, what's good? What's good, panel? How y'all feeling? Hey, like to piggyback on what Herm was saying, I believe that a lot of people say these type of things is because it's to make their player that they have as their GOAT more mythical, like to separate their the number one option from their second option to make it more mythical. You ain't have Scottie Pippen didn't do this. Like, there's no way you could be a Jordan fan and then discredit Scottie Pippen. Like, I don't see how you grew up in the 90s and watched the Bulls and didn't have love for Scottie Pippen, only to have a revisionist history and say, oh, Pippen didn't do X, Y, and Z. When you go back and look at it from a statistical standpoint, you can look at it from just the basketball game standpoint. If Jordan was your leader from a scoring standpoint, you cannot say that Pippen didn't anchor that defense. Like, he did his part. He was vital to all 6 championships. Like, I just don't get the separation. Like, you can have Jordan as your GOAT and all this stuff, but to go on like Skap Attack did and discredit the help that your GOAT may have had, I think that's crazy. That's crazy to me.
And the one thing, here's the part about it. Every great player needs great help if you want to win championships. It's okay to have really good supporting cast around you. And see, what Jordan fans have done is they've created this narrative, this super team narrative, where they feel like they're completely opposed to just having stellar help around you. So what they try to do is, just like this Skap Attack guy, he tries to make it seem like Jordan did not have significant help around him. He had significant help. Significant help. It's okay. You can call it super team. You can call it great team. You can call it the best team all time. This is why it surprised me, y'all. One of the most rabid Jordan fans. This is how you know Jordan fans to the nth degree are just dumb. The sports rants and fitness guy had the greatest team.
I'm a Jordan fan, Lamar. Don't put me
check this out. No, check this out. He had the greatest team of all time as the 91 Bulls. How are you a rabid, avid Jordan fan and you don't know that the greatest team of all time is the 96 Bulls? And he is up there on a goddamn panel debating that the 91 Bulls was better than the 96 Bulls. And it's just, to me, it's just like, this can't be real. This can't even be realistic. Like,
he did that because of Jordan numbers in 91.
But see, but the thing is, they weren't
Team,
arguing. Hold on. The problem is they weren't arguing what's the best version of Jordan we've ever seen. It was the best team we've ever seen.
Right.
The best team we've ever seen is the 96 Bulls. I don't care how you slice it. Like you're so Jordaned out that you trying to use the best version of Michael Jordan to support the fact that that's the best team. I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous. Hold on. Sturdy just hit me, y'all. Sturdy said that he can keep the stream going. He said he can pull up. Hold on, let me see what he said here. Because if he can, I'm gonna have to dip like ASAP. He said he can hold it down. True. Hold on, True.
True.
How much time you got, True?
How long they gonna be here?
Yeah, I got probably like 30. Well, it's 30 here. I don't know. Yeah.
If Sturdy can hold it down for an hour. I mean, I got to run to this game real quick. We got a game. I should be done in about an hour or so.
Lamont, before you go.
Yeah.
Before you go,
sir,
I got to salute you on bringing up Quentin Daly. I don't know how many people know about the Q. How the Q will be coming up, missing games, and come back and drop 30 on you. I don't know how many people know about Quentin Daly.
One of the coldest. One of the coldest.
They
he passed away, unfortunately. But I'm gonna tell you right now, it's people, and nobody's gonna. Fans won't tell you this. It's people in basketball circles that say Quentin Daly is responsible for Jordan becoming Jordan. Now, y'all can take that. Y'all cannot believe it, but it's a lot of very credible people that say he's the one that helped Jordan hone his skills to get to where he's at now. And look, you can take it for what it's worth. You can say he was on crack. He definitely had drug problems and all that. But it's a lot of people that say that when they got in them practices, Quentin Daly used to put Jordan in the crib and just take him. You know, he used to put him in the basket, put him in the blender. So it is what it is. I mean, but nobody's going, because he's Quentin Daly and nobody knows the name and whatnot. You know what it is. He's never gonna get credit. But he was a hooper though. He was one of the coldest.
Yeah. Cool. Said Quentin Daly sons you, man. Hey, well, salute everybody too, man. Salute everybody.
Yeah, George, let George go ahead.
Hey, you know, look at Paul Masters. Paul Masters says, get the hell off your own stream. This is what Paul Masters. I'm gonna tell you what Paul Masters wants, because this is what generally happens on other channels. He's just trying to be egregious so he can say they blocked me, and he can run over to Sports Rants and Fitness or one of these other channels and say, yeah, we
saw the play.
They blocked me. They the LeBron James channel.
Bro, I got called today.
This is like Paul Masters. Paul Masters. You ain't gonna get blocked. What we gonna do is we gonna befriend you long enough to where you actually come up on the panel, and then we gonna get you. So Paul Masters, man, it's just a matter of time before you get cool enough to where you actually pull up. And then the Sharks is just gonna get you. So again, you can hide all you want, but we ain't gonna block you. Well, I mean, I love it here. I love y'all being here. You know, so you know. Come on,
Hey George, because I know you were waiting at the meeting.
Hey, Sturdy, you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
So, hold on. Are you able to hold it down for about an hour?
Yeah. Meet you on her down.
All right. If you got to shut it down, if I'm not back yet, you can go ahead and shut it down. I'm not tripping. Just make sure you run the outro. Right. Y'all saw the gist of the video, man. Try to stay on topic, because I know you JDR is gonna come up here and they're gonna try to railroad the conversation. They will try to railroad.
We may got one on the panel.
So. Hey George, what's that going?
Hey, y'all, salute. I'm gonna try to be back. Hopefully, y'all still cooking, but if not, man, salute.
Hey George, I was going too far saying Scottie better than Kawhi, because I got him over Kawhi Leonard all the time.
Nah, I just came up here to salute Lamont. I'm bringing up Quentin Daly because a lot of people don't know about the Q. How the Q, you know, it was certain things that was, you know, seen and done here in the big city that we all know, but other people don't know. But the Q can come in and just drop it on you.
I got a question. I got a question about this. You know, I just came in here, man. About the Jordan situation, man. I mean, why? I mean, I'm gonna get to that, man. How y'all feeling about this situation? You know what I mean?
I
I'm
want to know how
curious.
come they waited 20 years to not to bring that up, or
I
who
mean,
brought
that's a
it
good
up.
point. That's a good point too. But we also live in the age of social media now. I ain't gonna lie though, man, because it's the inflated stats, man.
Man, wait till tomorrow, man.
My fault, my fault, my fault,
Wait till tomorrow.
my fault. My fault.
Yeah, you know that was the bad. I know you want to get into it,
I
man.
would tell. That was a test. That was a test too, though. Herm. I ain't gonna lie. That was a test too. That was a test,
Hey,
low key too.
salute to the panel. Salute to the host. We
Hey,
all know the answer.
better
They
yet,
love
Drew.
to pick and
I'm
choose
not.
who they want
I
to
ain't
talk
talking
about.
about it. I'm definitely.
No,
No, we're
but
gonna
better
talk
yet,
about it.
Drew.
We're gonna talk about it tomorrow.
We got one of the biggest LeBron James fans go talk about how Skap Attack degraded Scottie Pippen, so LeBron James legacy.
Yeah. See,
We
that's
I
the thing
can
about
mean,
debate.
Scottie
nah,
Pippen. Now here's the thing about the
Go
Scottie
ahead,
Pippen
cook,
thing.
man.
But here's the thing about the Scottie
nah,
Pippen thing.
nah. It
For
ain't.
who
I just,
legacy?
I see his interesting content. I came up to, speak on whatever. I really, me myself, I try to avoid bringing up that specific name because it trigger guys that don't like him. And I figured, we just going in a merry-go-round because you had your mind made up. You hate the man so much. So I try to talk about other things and still be forced into bringing that name up and debating whether he the best or not. It's pretty
No,
much
this
been
about
me
Scottie Pippen
and
though.
everybody else
We
since that
talking
other
about
guy
Scottie.
died that I don't want to bring up.
We talking
We've been
about
pretty
Yeah,
good
Scottie.
but
at
the
avoiding
dude.
it,
Yeah, but
but
so
it's been rough
the
here.
dude's. Yeah, but the dude, Scap Attack. I think I heard. I mean, I think I've seen that before. Channel before. He definitely be dogging Scottie Pippen, and it's like it's kind of like. I mean, it's kind of whack because, like I said before, if without Scottie Pippen, the Bulls don't. It's not a. They don't get 6 championships. I mean, it's called how it is. I mean, Jordan can be the GOAT, but the
Do y'all
GOAT.
remember?
Those,
Do y'all know that it was a year that Jordan had a lot of triple doubles? He actually was running to the scores table to see if he got a triple double, how many
come on, we ain't
rebounds.
on that. Come on, we ain't on that, man.
I'm
Yo,
just
we ain't
We
saying,
on
talking
that.
about
We ain't
All
Scottie
on
right,
that.
Pippen,
We ain't
man.
on
all
that.
right,
We
Okay,
ain't
Ben.
on
my
that.
bad.
We
My
ain't on
bad.
that.
It slipped. It slipped. It slipped.
Nah, we gonna
Nah,
talk about
but
this.
but Ayo, but Ayo though, like,
Well, let me ask this. Let me
go
ask
ahead.
this. Being that this is a Scottie Pippen conversation, do you feel that in the basketball community that Scottie's contributions to the game has been devalued? I
No,
think that's probably
not
a
amongst the
better question
players. No,
because
not
No, I
amongst the
mean
players. No,
Pippin's on
okay.
the 50
No, but
all
in
time greatest
generally,
list.
What about the
but the
I
fan base? The
fans
fan
diss him
base,
though
not
more than
no,
let's
fans.
I
amongst the
think,
fans.
of course, players. I mean, maybe. I mean, I think majority. But I don't know. Some players may don't. I don't know. But like, I ain't gonna speak on the players because people that played against them or started the game, I think they respect Scottie Pippen. But I mean, I think generally speaking, though, when it comes to the basketball community, I think he gets a lot of disrespect to a certain degree. Um,
He only gets disrespect because of the
disrespect.
last past couple of media sessions and him going back and forth saying he like Jordan, don't like Jordan, all that. That's because
Yeah,
other
but
than
okay, but
his
that be
play,
okay, but
his
that put,
play on the court,
but
can't nobody talk
but I,
about that.
but I'm glad you mentioned that point because I'm glad you mentioned that point because um you got to understand where he's coming from. Like we can't. I mean, he getting slandered off of that Last Dance documentary. He looked Jordan and them, which that would control that documentary, and he made Scott Pippen look crazy.
No, true. You should have
No,
saw them
they
news.
didn't. That's not.
Hold on, Brandon. But true, you should have saw them newspaper articles and how the media was
That's
tough
wrong.
on them in that moment. You thought the Last Dance controversial or
No,
something.
no,
They
I
really
know.
killed him in
I
'94.
know. It's just
They killed him
I know.
bad in '94, man.
I
That was
know. I'm
nothing
just
compared
saying,
to
but
what happened then.
I know. I'm just saying he get a lot. And that was just an example. Scotty got a lot of slander in his career as like the being the sidekick, which he was, but it's like he's a top player for a reason.
I said, was he not a sidekick?
No,
I never heard anybody
you're missing the point.
But why is that such a bad thing, though?
You're missing the point. They use that as a weapon against him, though.
No, but you can't say that.
There's nothing wrong with being a sidekick, but to the point where it get weaponized to your whole career to diminish you, to uplift Michael Jordan for no reason. That's what he feels some type of way. And naturally speaking, when you under you're in the shadow of somebody, you're going to have some feelings and things that it's not it ain't the only situation. So it's like, I mean, it's just.
They only bring up Scottie Pippen names in the sports media, or as I like to call it, clutch sports media, ESPN and stuff, to bring up that Scottie Pippen. They always bring up the part with Michael Jordan when they stand and say Michael couldn't win nothing without Scottie. So why do you bring that part then, True?
Oh, what?
Well,
say it again.
Jordan never.
When ESPN always stayed and say. And his fanboys always stayed and say that Michael Jordan couldn't win nothing without Scottie.
A lot of people.
I didn't say that. They're saying that.
No, but a lot of people in ESPN say that Jordan could have done it without Scottie too, though. So it's like that's the thing. I don't know. I mean,
he could have. Yeah, I mean, the Bulls won 70% of their games without Pippen. I mean,
they showed that in '98. He showed that in '98, though.
We understand that Jordan is the greatest of all time. Whoever you think it is.
Right, but if you're the greatest of all time, you don't need Scottie Pippen to win titles.
Oh no, this is my point.
Unfortunately, you can't prove that, though.
No, I can prove that.
No, you can't.
If you look at the series the Bulls won when Pippen played badly, I mean, Jordan won 70% of his games without Pippen. He won series when Pippen played badly.
Okay, but what games did he win as far as in the finals without Pippen, though? What 70% was in the finals playoffs, though?
Okay, that's the case. You can do that with anybody then.
Wait,
no, we're not doing it with anybody. We're talking about Jordan. Stop trying to.
We're going to have some order.
Somebody on that dope.
Put your asses backstage.
See what I'm talking about, though, Hearns, right? The goalpost moving.
Hold on, real.
Yeah, we gonna have some order.
Pippen played badly in the '98 finals, and the Bulls won.
Hold up. Okay, I'm gonna answer your question, Brandon, because and I'm gonna answer. But that being said, listen, but the point is though, I'm not saying I'm not speaking to anybody specifically, but in a lot of generally speaking though, people use the finals to have an argument of why Jordan is the GOAT. The 6-0 thing. A lot of people use that in his GOAT case, right? That being said, though, Scottie played a lot of part in those championship success. So if a lot of people think that George the GOAT based off the 6-0 argument, based off him being a champion, and Scottie Pippen, which is a part of that, which you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying Jordan couldn't win without Scottie Pippen. Of course, Jordan was talented enough to lead a team. Listen, the point is Jordan was talented. We all know Jordan was talented enough to lead a team to a championship. That's the point. But that's what I'm saying though. The people use those 6 championships that Scottie Pippen was on and like dismiss that Scottie Pippen's greatness.
But why do they make it seem like it's a bad thing to have a second good player on your team?
Why? He just asked me a question. Okay.
I
don't think that Scottie Pippen. Let me answer. He's just addressed me. Okay. So I don't think Scottie Pippen is overrated. I don't think Scottie Pippen is underrated at all because Scottie Pippen was an elite defender. He's the second best perimeter defender in the history of the NBA after Kawhi. But Pippen had one.
Man, he's a better defender than Kawhi.
Hold on,
Herm, lay off the drugs. Anyways, Pippen had one clear.
You better shut your nerves.
Pippen, okay, quiet. Pippen had one clear deficiency to his game. He wasn't a consistent shooter. So the problem, like Lamont talked about the Bulls roster, how BJ Armstrong and Horace Grant made all-star teams. But the Bulls were an elite defensive team without Jordan. Jordan was an overrated defender. The Bulls were better defensively in 94 without Jordan. They had a higher defensive rating. The eye test is they were better defensively. But Pippen wasn't a consistent shooter, so he couldn't close. And in the fourth quarter, Pippen would frequently disappear. He didn't have killer instinct. He wasn't a consistent shooter as elite as he was in transition when it was a more up-tempo game early. So Jordan had to bail Pippen out repeatedly on offense late in games, including in the finals. Pippen was an elite defender, but he had clear deficiencies to his offensive game, and Jordan had to carry the Bulls in the fourth quarter repeatedly.
Well, to respond to you, Brandon, first of all, Kawhi Leonard is not on the level of Scottie Pippen defensively.
Right, he's a lot better.
No, he's not.
Okay, so if I put Pippen on the Raptors in 2019...
Hold on, Brandon. Let her respond. Brandon.
At end of the day, when it comes down to it, Kobe Bryant, if you were a guru of basketball, Brandon, you know so much. Kobe Bryant did a whole damn film breakdown of why Scottie Pippen is the best perimeter defender of all time. How Scottie Pippen could read, took certain angles away from point guards so make them make difficult passes. Just little things like that Scottie Pippen was doing. How he played the passing lanes. How he could read what a motherfucker was doing before they even made a play. That's why he was able to get all those steals. That's why he was able to disrupt a whole offense really primarily by himself. Scottie was that elite defensively. Kawhi Leonard, he's cool, but you got to understand he was already playing with a great team that had one of the best defensive schemes ever. It was more the scheme that Popovich had more than Kawhi Leonard. For that Toronto, defensively, the whole team in Toronto was primarily a defensive team. We had guys like Serge Ibaka, Marcus Gasol, Siakam at the time, and young Siakam, Danny Green, Kawhi, even Kyle Lowry. That's your perennial all-star that played both.
What was Toronto winning before they got Kawhi?
Hold on, Brandon. Let her land.
But here's the thing: it's not all about. You try to talk about the championship aspect. The only reason they won, because Kevin Durant was hurt. Since you like context, because I heard you always use context. That's the context in it. So you will not be able to say the shit that you were saying that Kevin Durant didn't tear his Achilles and only played 11 minutes in the whole damn series. So don't sit up there and act like that Toronto thing was really special, and it really wasn't. Was it great for him to bring a ring to the Raptors? Yes. But the context behind it was, the team that he went against wasn't healthy. The East, the 76ers was not fully ready yet because Ben Simmons, you want to talk about liabilities, Ben Simmons, that's a liability. Even though Ben Simmons played great defense, but he's a liability offensively. And B was still a puppy, wasn't ready yet. So in end of the day, when it comes down to it, bro, Scottie Pippen, all the greats revered how great Scottie Pippen was, and arguably at the time of the 90s, he was a top 5 player year in and year out in the 90s. Primarily at least 8 years at the 10, he was a top 5 player. You can't ignore that. He revolutionized the point forward in the NBA.
Get a fucking shot clock for this guy.
Hey. It comes from a motherfucker that love to talk and disrupt motherfuckers all the time. So you might want to shut the hell up. But I'm
Wait,
done.
Herm, I have one question for you. So Kawhi limited or shut down all-time great offensive players like LeBron and Giannis.
He didn't shut down LeBron.
Name one. No.
He did not shut down LeBron.
Okay, wait, no, hold on. Name one all-time great player that Scottie Pippen limited or shut down.
Magic Johnson.
No, he guarded Magic Johnson in one game.
Magic Johnson.
Magic Johnson, easy.
He guarded Magic Johnson in one game. That's a narrative.
No, you ass nigga.
Yeah, you guys are capping. That's bullshit.
Penny Hardaway.
Penny Hardaway is not an all-time great player.
Yes, he is.
He was projected to be.
He would have been.
Kawhi was the leading scorer on Toronto when he was also guarding Giannis. So Kawhi had significantly more
He was the leading scorer. Would be lead in the league, though.
Even though Pippen was an elite defender, Pippen had nowhere near the
That was
offensive
a team effort, bro. You ain't guarding Giannis.
most years. And the Spurs were not winning titles for multiple years before they got Kawhi. The Spurs hadn't won a title in 5 years before they won.
You running my mouth.
He was not guarding Giannis.
Doing this right now, bro. I know you go disrespect the Spurs.
And on top of that,
get back to Scottie though.
On top of that, Brandon Cash, he did lock up Isaiah Zeke Thomas too.
No, he didn't lock up
Yes,
Isaiah.
he did.
Isaiah,
Yes,
okay.
he did.
Wait, hold on. The year the Bulls, hold on. He addressed me. The year the Bulls beat Detroit, Isaiah played 49 games. He had wrist surgery. Isaiah was finished that year. The Pistons were finished.
Okay. Since you said that, don't talk about that 2019 shit no more. Then
No, because the
Isaiah
Philadelphia
Thomas
and the
with the
Milwaukee
wrist injury,
Kawhi
Leonard with the
Warriors were a very good team
Kevin Durant with the Achilles.
Okay, but the Warriors were a championship team without Durant, and they also
the Warriors were suspect, bro.
There's no
the Warriors were a championship team without Durant.
They still was suspect after Cleveland. After Cleveland came back from that 3-1, and with that same team, that team was exposed. That team was not going to win another.
If Green doesn't get suspended, the Warriors win in 2016 and 5.
But we gotta talk about Scottie Pippen.
Thank you.
About Scottie, but why do I keep on hearing about
but hold on, real debates. We gotta go to Mingle Justice though. Mingle, man, what's happening, man?
Yeah, man, what's going on? But see, my thing is, it's just very simple. Michael Jordan even said it himself. Regardless of what the fans say, regardless of what the media say, the player himself, the one that played with Scottie Pippen, said it himself. There's no Michael Jordan without Scottie Pippen. He said that. That came out of his mouth. So whatever anybody else say is irrelevant in my opinion. That's just if the player himself said there's no Michael Jordan without Scottie Pippen. So all these arguments and stuff is kind of irrelevant it's kind of irrelevant if you think about it.
Nah, but why you feel Scottie Pippen gets so much disrespect? Why you think Mr.
That's every star player. Every star player on any team, the second fiddle or the second star or the second player gonna get the most flack, you know what I'm saying? They ain't the star player. And that's with any team. You know, like Kobe with Shaq and Gasol with Kobe and D-Wade with LeBron. That's any second player. They always gonna get the flack because they not the star player. The star player gonna get the praise. The second fiddle gonna get the, whatever's left.
But the Bulls were never 1A and 1B. Pippen was always the clear second option. LeBron and Dwayne Wade, when Wade was in his prime, were 1A, 1B. And Kobe and Shaq, when they won their third title, were 1A, 1B. Pippen was never 1B. He was always the second option. He was an elite defender, but he had deficiencies offensively. Pippen was never 1B. He was always the second option. And that's the difference between Jordan and Pippen and the combinations you're talking about.
But if he was top 5, like Herm said, if he was top 5 of most of those years, then doesn't that make him a 1B?
Okay, well, I don't think he's top 5. That's Special Olympics.
So in the 90s, he was a top 5.
No, he was not.
But
he was good. I
also got MVP votes.
Right around 10. Pippen was not as good as Hakeem. He wasn't as good as Malone. He wasn't as good as Barkley. He wasn't as good as David Robinson.
Small forward
and he
was better than him.
Wasn't as good as Jordan.
What small forward was better than him?
Oh, now you're moving the goal.
Larry Johnson.
I just asked you a question.
Top 5.
No, I just asked you a question, and it's arguable with who all you had in the top 5 again. I gotta listen to this again.
David Robinson. He said Charles Barkley and Karl Malone. Those players.
Karl Malone in the early Karl Malone for 96 to 98. Scottie was not better than him, but in the early 90s, Scottie was better than Karl Malone.
Oh, that's fucking criminal. Kick him off the street. You just said Pippen was better than
Was he better than Larry Johnson?
Oh,
yeah,
he was better than Larry.
And Scottie was better than Charles.
No, he wasn't.
And Scottie was better than Charles Barkley for 96 to 98.
No, he wasn't.
He was better than Grandmama.
Grandmama used to give him headaches.
Pippen was not. Wait, Herm, are you saying you think Pippen could be a first option on a championship team?
If the referees didn't rob him against the Knicks, he possibly would have went to the conference finals. I don't know if they would have made it to the finals, but he got robbed against the Knicks though. The Knicks, the refs did rob the Bulls in '94.
Okay, so
to this
you
day,
think that Wait, Herm, so you think that Bulls team would have beaten the Rockets if they got to the finals?
I'm not gonna say they're gonna beat the Rockets because I think Akeem was on a whole. He was just on a whole nother level, but he would have led them to the finals at least. And I honestly, and just by him doing that alone, you got to give him credit just by doing that. You know what I'm saying? So, end of the day,
Pippen
do
wasn't
I
a
think
good
they was
enough
gonna win
offensive
it?
player to be
No.
a first option on a
I mean,
championship.
he averaged 22 plus points in the 90s. That was good. I think he averaged more
Right,
than
it was good, but it wasn't
I
great.
think he averaged more than a great score that people consider a great score at the time. I think he averaged more than Clyde Drexler at the time.
No, he didn't. He did not
I,
average more
I
than
said
Drexler.
that year.
He
I'm
wasn't.
talking
He
about that
wasn't as
year.
efficient as Drexler
had
either.
but the difference
no,
is
I
Drexler
said in
was the first
'94,
option, Pippen was
Brandon.
the second option.
I said in
but
'94, Brandon Pippen averaged more than Clyde Drexler.
No, he didn't. Pippen averaged 22 in '94. That wasn't more than Drexler.
What Clyde averaged in '94? I don't think Clyde averaged.
No, I'm not. So Clyde was older in '94. Clyde was.
I mean, it still don't matter, but
Don't matter. What did he average?
But Clyde in his prime was much better than Pippen.
What did
not in '94.
So
Yeah, no, I'm not saying in '94. I'm saying if you compare prime to prime.
you talking about 94 when Jordan wasn't there. That's the point.
Yeah, that's
right,
the
but
point.
Pippen was not a first option on a championship team even in '94. He averaged
94.
24
They
games,
was go.
and he
They would have.
struggled to
My
shoot
Bulls
late
would have
games.
went to the finals.
The reason Phil
My
Jackson
Bulls
drove
would
the
have went
play
to the
for
finals in
Kukoc
'94. They
and not
didn't cheat us.
Pippen was Pippen wasn't a consistent shooter. He struggled to score late in games, as I mentioned before.
He was scoring in '94 though. So
not in the fourth quarter, late in big games. He wasn't. That's why Phil drew up the play for Kukoc, not Pippen.
all right, Brandon. I'm
And
gonna
that's why
look
the
this
Bulls
up
got
myself.
cooked in
What
Game
was his
7
fourth?
against the Knicks.
What was his fourth? What was Scottie Pippen's fourth quarter scoring in '94? Then
no, Scottie Pippen struggled in the reason the Bulls got beaten down by the Knicks in Game 7 was they weren't a good enough offensive team with Pippen. Pippen is the one to win the title.
All right, but let's put a pause on that for a second. Let's get to the three other guys that have a chance to get their take here. First, George. George, what do you feel about Scottie Pippen and the presentation you put on in regards to reaction
Well,
to the other in response to like people in general trying to like lower or devalue Scottie Pippen's greatness?
My thing is this: when I hear stuff like that, I just click off. I don't believe when people start going overboard with trying to defaming other players. When what people see, you know how they were, but when other people are just trying to get a podcast or make a view to make money, I just turn. I just click off. So that's my thing about it.
Right.
That stuff doesn't matter to me because all they're trying to do is make a buck by trying to be a shock jock and say wrong things, bad things. That's all they're trying to do. So I just click off because they're just trying to make $1 off of it.
What do you think of Scottie Pippen? Like how great do you think Scottie Pippen is?
Well, it's just like Mingo said. Michael said it himself. There is no Michael without Scottie. I sat here and watched it. I lived it. I was a Laker fan in '91 when the Lakers came to town and the Bulls whooped them. So I know up front how it is. It's like I told Lamont about Quentin Daly. I lived through all that. So I know what Scottie Pippen was to the Bulls. I know what he meant to the Bulls. And so what other people say, like I say, when I hear it, I just click off and go to another channel.
For the young just listening at home, George, how would you describe Scottie Pippen's game and his impact on the Bulls? For those who had the pleasure of watching as many of his games that you did live.
See, here's my thing. Certain players had role players in which some guys didn't have to do what other guys did or what other guys didn't have to concentrate on. Scottie Pippen concentrated on the defensive end more than his offensive game, even though he can play offense, but he wasn't needed to do that because they had Mike. So that's why Scottie shined to me with the Bulls because he was able to do both, but he was able to do 100% on defense because he know he had Mike to score the ball on offense.
That's facts. Last thing, George, we're gonna pass it on to real debates.
You trying to trip me up because you know me and you don't get along. But anyway, come on.
George.
Yes,
George, you
yeah.
know I enjoy your company, brother. Anything, but listen, last thing. How great a defender do you think Scottie Pippen is? Like, in your opinion, what does he rank to you in terms of like great defensive players that you've seen in your lifetime?
Oh, Scottie Pippen, no doubt.
Real quick, real debates.
I would just say he's a smaller Rodman, a skinnier Rodman.
All right. So
Hey,
real
George,
debates. What you
I
think about?
want.
Yeah, we'll go
My
her.
bad, my bad.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hey,
Go ahead.
George, I gotta ask you this: can you school this young fella Brandon on what happened in 1992 Game 6 when Scottie Pippen had that great fourth quarter in that Game 6 of 1992 on George?
Well, like I say, Brandon claims he's from this area, so I don't know why he don't know himself.
No, what I said is that Pippen was never a consistent scorer in the fourth quarter. You could cite one game, but Jordan was always the closer. Pippen did not close. And Pippen was an elite perimeter defender, second best perimeter defender in NBA history. He was a good offensive player, he's elite in transition. Pippen never closed a single big game for the Bulls.
You know why? Because Jordan was there.
Well, Brandon, if that's the case, then that's what you just said. 'Cause I remember you saying that Kobe wasn't 1B to Shaq until the third ring. Well, if that's the case,
Yeah.
that would mean Kobe was the best player on the Lakers all those years. Because Kobe was the fourth quarter scorer. He led the Lakers in scoring in the fourth quarter in all those years. Go look it up.
No. That's not what I said. I never said that. I think Scottie Pippen's a good player. I'm not saying that's not my take. What I'm saying is that Pippen could never be a first option on a championship team.
That is not what you just said.
And the fact he couldn't close. So when Herm says Pippen's better than Malone and Barkley, it's just there's no basis for saying that when Pippen couldn't score consistently in the fourth quarter most of his career.
Yeah, and that's my point. Kobe did that in the fourth quarter.
Scoring
I'm not
is the
comparing
only
Pippen to
thing.
Kobe.
Not but Brandon, but scoring. So you mean to tell me scoring is the only thing that you measure about who's better than the other player? Because Scottie had way more impact than both those players. When you look at it in the 90s.
He didn't.
So,
It's just
yes,
wrong.
he did.
I mean,
He did have more impact than
Barkley
those
and
two.
Malone both have MVPs. Scottie does not, but Barkley and Malone were both elite passers.
Other than rebounding and scoring,
and they were both very good.
Brandon, I'm gonna ask you this, Brandon. I'm gonna
Malone,
keep it simple because we gotta
Malone's
move
a
on.
Malone is a seven-time all-defensive player.
Brandon, we gotta
but Malone
move
was a good
on.
defender
Hey,
too.
Brandon, we gotta move on. So I'm gonna ask you something simple. Other than points and rebounds, what did those two did better than Scottie Pippen?
Passing, they were both better passers.
No, they wasn't.
Yes, they
But
were.
let's move on. Start.
All right. Real debates. What do you think? What are your thoughts on Scottie Pippen and Lamar's presentation of Scottie Pippen's greatness? And do you think he's critically underrated?
Man, I'm just trying to get a breather here and try to really intake what Brandon just said about the two dudes being better passers than Scottie. Something really wrong with this dude. He need medical help.
You didn't watch basketball in the 90s then.
Okay. All right. As for Scottie Pippen, to me, he's top 3 greatest defender of all time. He ran the offense. He was the jelly to Michael's peanut butter. When Michael wanted to cuss people out and punch him in the face, Scottie wanted to encourage you and help you out and be more of a teacher. Jordan was more, look at me do it and you better follow along. You better do what I do. More like Kobe's mentality. Pippen was more like LeBron's mentality. Now, when guys like Brandon talk about the numbers from other guys like Charles Barkley and guys like that, we seen flashes of what Pippen could do when he was not on the Bulls and when he was actually on the Bulls without Jordan. But it was later on in his career, so you can't really throw a shot at him. And we never seen what he could do in his prime with a real team behind him and a real scheme. Hold on. Scottie Pippen played second fiddle to Michael Jordan, a system tailor-made for Michael Jordan. Everybody else was told to play defense and hustle and help Michael. Nobody ever had the ball in their hands and was asked, you be the man on any given night. It was always Michael. About 98% of the time it was Michael. But who was guarding the best player on the opposing team? Probably was Pippen. Who was running the team? Probably was Pippen. A lot of people don't want to admit that. And I feel like the situation with Jordan's son and everybody talking kind of brung that out. And Pippen was kind of back and forth and more on the side of being on Michael's side of him being the greatest. But he started to acknowledge and see the evolution of the game. And also he was a little bit, he was feeling a little bit some kind of way because Jordan didn't say something in the midst of him being embarrassed with his marital situation. So then you get the book and you get the No Bull Tour after after the documentary, and that's my definition and my opinion on Mr. Scottie Pippen.
Oh, real debate.
That guy.
Nah, hold on, real quick, Brandon. Now that was an interesting take right there, but you did mention an angle that isn't brought up enough in basketball discourse, which is the intangibles of being a good teammate and doing the little things to uplift your teammate and as well as communicate. Because leadership isn't just leadership is expressed through different levels on a team, especially on the team. So we heard from Scottie Pippen teammates, from Scott Williams on FYF platform himself to BJ Armstrong, Bill Cartwright on how effective and a communicator and a good teammate Scottie Pippen was. So I thought that was an interesting angle you took from Real to Baseball. Before we move on, where do you rank Scottie Pippen in terms of the '90s players? Like, is he a top 5 '90s players? Yeah.
He
Out of all the
definitely
great
top
90s
5,
players.
bro, because his versatility in guarding, like I said, the scoring prowess and his leadership that he still showed without Jordan on the Bulls, without Jordan on the Rockets, went all the way to the finals with the Blazers, pushed the Lakers in the early 2000s. I mean, come on, bro, stop playing with me. Scottie is that. And then if you just be logical and put him in this era, and then you increase the shots, and he's gonna actually work on 3-point shooting and work on things that he probably wasn't working on like that. He just worked on what he needed to. Everybody's working on what they needed to help Jordan and help the team. But guys are actually being more versatile and practicing more 3-point shooting and more skills that are for the individual player in this era. And I think that would translate very well for Scottie Pippen in this era, and he would be substantially better than Kawhi Leonard in this era. Thank you.
But okay, that's my thing though. You literally just contradicted yourself in your whole thing. What you brought up, what you talking about, because you
break
said,
it down.
Because you said Jordan had the ball in his hands 98% of the time, but then you also
I
said
didn't say that like literally, but you know what I meant.
you also said Scottie Pippen run the offense. So how can Jordan have the ball in his hand 98% of the time?
We're talking about when it comes to scoring and when it comes to scoring and trying to score, things of that nature. Jordan ain't had a ball in his hand for passing. He had a ball in his hand to do anything else but scoring. You know it.
No, Pippen was the one who ran the Bulls offense. Steve Kerr was listed as the point guard, but he literally just stood in the corner. Pippen was the initiator. He was the point guard.
That's why Kerr got away with being 50-49 because he had to stand in the corner and just shoot.
Hold on. With the triangle, they took Jordan off the ball more. Pippen was running the offense. But when you say Pippen's the second best defender of all time, I distinguish between centers and perimeter defenders. I don't think you can compare the two because it's a completely different skill set. I mean, there's no way that Pippen's a better defender than Hakeem Olajuwon and Tim Duncan and David Robinson. He didn't have the same impact, especially in the 90s when the game was played close to the basket.
Okay, but they ain't had the same impact when it comes to perimeter, so it's like it's a give and take to what you're saying. Because you're trying to say that he's not so good in the paint, but they're not so good on the perimeter. So what we doing?
But the value of a rim protector in the 90s far outweighed perimeter defense because the 90s was played close to the hoop. It wasn't an era defined by.
But who was more versatile, those guys or Pippen? Be honest.
More
defensively,
versatile?
who are more versatile?
Those
guys you speak on or Scottie? Be honest.
These guys were better defensively.
See, he didn't answer the question. He didn't answer the question. I'm done.
Okay, no, I'll say Pippen was more versatile defensively.
Okay, that makes him better.
Those guys were still better and more impactful. That's why
they were more impactful at being paint defenders. That's it. Stop capping.
Multiple years more than Pippen for Defensive Player of the Year.
Oh my God.
Scottie Pippen could not anchor a defense the way Hakeem and David Robinson did. He couldn't protect the paint, and the 90s was played close to the hoop.
Did Hakeem and David Robinson have all those defenders around them, making it hard for them to rank defensively like Scottie Pippen? Yes or no?
Scottie Pippen could have never had the defensive impact Hakeem did in 93, 94, or David Robinson did when he took a scrub roster to the conference finals. A rim protector in the 90s had far more value than perimeter defenders. It was not an era defined by three-point shooting.
Okay.
No, but like that's a decent point that y'all on right now because that's kind of a revolutionary thing that the Bulls did. The fact that they didn't have a dominant defensive center, but they were still able to be one of the greatest defenses this team has ever seen. I mean, the league has ever seen. And so the fact that the Bulls were that versatile and Scottie Pippen was the spearhead and one of the main communicators for the Bulls, Being an anchor doesn't just mean blocking shots, protecting women. Being an anchor means you're the main linchpin in the defensive scheme for a team. So if one can make that argument that Scottie Pippen was the anchor for that defensive unit.
Hey,
No, I'm not. I'm not.
30.
I'm
You know,
not.
it's
Hold on.
another
Let
team
me
that
respond.
dominated, right?
I'm not. Hold on. Let me respond. I'm not saying Pippen wasn't the anchor. What I'm saying is that Scottie Pippen couldn't anchor a defense the way that Hakeem Olajuwon, Duncan, and Robinson did. Pippen was the anchor, but the Bulls had multiple elite defenders. They had Horace Grant. They had Rodman. Scottie Pippen was not the only elite
Okay,
defender.
Scottie Pippen was around more than
Hey,
all of
hold
them,
on,
though. What you
y'all.
talking
Hold
about?
on,
Them dudes
y'all.
was
Like
I got,
there,
I
but
got,
Scottie
I
was
got.
there
the
from the
Bulls
beginning
always
all the
had
way to the
multiple.
end, bro.
Hey,
Quit
hold
the
on,
cap.
real
The
debates.
Bulls
Hold on,
always
real
had
debates and
multiple elite
Brandon.
defenders. Scottie wasn't the only elite defender.
Hold on, real debates and Brandon. I gotta incorporate our boy because he kind of been a little quiet to me as usual, man. Hey, yo, man, what's your thoughts about everything you been hearing? Hey, yo, you been quiet as hell, man.
Man, look. Hey, look, I just want to be respectful. That's why I just shut up and listen, man. But I mean, everybody had something great to bring to the table. I believe overall, Scottie Pippen is he's not underrated. He's just undervalued by fanboys. Personally, that's what I think. Just to make their player that they enjoy the most, or whoever they have their GOAT, look so much mythical in the grand scheme of things when debates come about against other people. I think Scottie, if you like, again, you hear from one of the great, like people consider him the greatest coach, Phil Jackson. He saying that Pippen was X, Y, and Z. He was a great leader. He was the best player on the team. I don't see how we as fans take that
He said
information
the
and
best
deny it.
defender on the team, not the best player.
He said the best player, bro.
Yes,
No,
he
he said
did. He said he was a better
Brandon.
all-rounder player.
Brandon,
He said he was better balanced. That's what Phil
yes,
Jackson said about Scottie
Phil
Pippen.
Jackson said
Scottie's
that.
better than Jordan.
Yes,
Hey,
he
come
did.
on, Brandon. You gotta calm down, my G. Look, you be
What you're
jumping and
saying is
stepping on
not-
people's toes doing these debates. You gotta chill, my G.
It's a
But
panel.
overall,
It's a debate.
yeah, but
Nah,
look,
let
they asked
Ayo
me
talk
something.
though. He wasn't done. He didn't land his plane yet. Let him keep talking.
Golly, at the end of the day, I believe that again that Pippen just Pippen overall, the way people feel about him lately is only because of him speaking out on what he may feel, his feelings about unfairness about how he's perceived, and he feels like he's due more justice when it comes to his career. So that brings people to just like, well, he not this or he not that. Man, come on, man. He deserves a lot more credit because one thing that's a fact is that he has 6 championships, and that's with Jordan, and none of them have championships without each other. So I don't see how they're inseparable. I don't see how at the end of the day they're complementary to each other. Jordan is the scoring leader, and Pippen was he held it down from a defensive standpoint. So I mean that's my take on it, bro.
But I don't understand why, because nobody here is arguing that Jordan's not the GOAT. So if you believe Jordan is the GOAT, there's no logical reason why
I don't,
Jordan would
but
need Scottie Pippen to win titles. Scottie Pippen was a key
because
part of
it's
the Bulls
proven that he can't win. He hasn't won a title without him. It's proven that he hasn't won a title without him. That's a fact.
You didn't hear what I said. You just let me get my take up, then respond. What I'm saying is that if Jordan's the GOAT, and he is the GOAT, he doesn't need Scottie Pippen to win titles. He could have won titles with a lot of second options. Pippen was a critical part of the Bulls' 6 championship teams. But unless you're arguing Jordan wasn't the GOAT, and no one on here is arguing that, then it's not credible to argue that Jordan couldn't have won 6 titles with other good players other than Pippen.
But you can't find another
But
we're not trying to be a
but we're not that's not what we're doing right now. We're just doing what happened. We're going on what happened and how this Scottie Pippen impacted the game, how great he was. That's what we're talking about. But nevertheless, we got a couple new guys on the panel here. Rebranded. I don't know if you caught the beginning of the show.
No, I didn't.
But But essentially, Lamont did a reaction, a presentation, and
See him in
counteract.
it, Scout. That's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, CCAP. Yeah, like so basically, CCAP did a video kind of like mitigating the impact Scottie Pippen had on the Bulls and him as a player. And Lamont replied to it, describing all the greatness and the things that Scottie Pippen did in regards to helping the Bulls become one of the greatest dynasties you've ever seen. So, in your opinion, how would you describe Scottie Pippen's greatness as a player and his impact on that not only Bulls dynasty but the game of basketball?
Well, no, I think Scottie Pippen was very important to that championship. And I am noticing a trend from two sides, right, where Bron fans try to kind of gas him up to kind of slight MJ, but then MJ fans kind of downplay him to uplift MJ. I'm gonna be real though, Sturdy, because like I gotta get up out of here real quick. I came up here for Hollywood, if you don't mind. I don't want to derail or anything. Hollywood, you there, bro?
Yeah, what you about to say, nigga?
Hmm. So look, bro, real quick, when the PD shit was coming out on Bron, y'all niggas were running content, when we gonna start getting that content on Jordan and all them,
Man,
about
stop
the
the cap.
excuse me, move aside, sir.
For one
Herm, when
rebrand.
we gonna get that content, Herm?
Well, for one rebranded, the dumb shit that you trying to refer to, that's some of the dumbest shit ever. Because if you go,
Yeah, for sure.
I'm going there because if you go that route, everything is inflated if you go that route anyway. So that's dumb as hell.
So
That's dumb as hell to do multiple videos. Nah,
Hollywood.
it is no. You need to shut your ass up, stay in your place about that, and just understand. I'm not entertaining the dumbest damn buffoon on YouTube and Goat James King dumbass. That's a complete fanboy. They need to shut his damn channel down. They need to shut the hell up. I'm not entertaining that bullshit. I'm not.
Hold on. Sturdy.
Come on, man.
Let us just get this
No,
in
fuck
really
that,
fast.
Sturdy. He's a
Hold
dumbass, a
on,
jackass.
Herm.
What the fuck does this have to do with Scottie Pippen?
Hold on, Sturdy. I'm gonna let you get back to it. Brandon Katz, mute up, really fast, because Hollywood, shout out to Katz, but Hollywood, you were known for cooking fanboys though, right?
Bro, this
So
ain't the
when
topic though, bro.
hold on, Mingle. When we know you for cooking fanboys, we don't want to see you not want to be in the kitchen when it comes to Jordan. You need to get in there and cook fanboys, right? Because
But first of all, if you listening and stop being a damn idiot, goddamn it, you know I'm cooking the fanboys because I'm disrespecting them. Motherfuckers in the chat got mad at me because I'm telling them about Scottie Pippen. So you need to shut the hell up for one. But for the bullshit that you fuck that for the bullshit that you trying to get me to entertain, inflated stress, it goes for every. I'm not doing shit. Just because you said just because you said Brandon, just because you said it, Brandon, fuck that video and fuck what you talking
so you
about.
don't keep
Fuck
the
what you
energy,
talking
Herb.
about. And
Okay,
fuck
cool.
all y'all
Yeah.
bitch ass niggas in the chat co-signing the nigga
Hey, hold on, y'all.
co-signing the bitch ass nigga like rebranded.
Hold on, y'all. Actually, y'all, you will actually get Herm's full opinion on what rebranding is insinuating tomorrow on the True Herman Body Show at
Okay, we'll
10:30
be there.
p.m. AM. All right, so that's when rebranding and
I'm gonna let
Herm
y'all
can
get back to it though, man. Y'all boys be cool.
that topic, man.
Y'all boys be
Damn,
good.
man. Herm, you completely missed a lot. Like, come on,
Yeah,
bro.
Herm ducking smoke.
I
We
know
get it.
that. I'm being an asshole.
When the
That's all.
PD shit
Hey,
came out,
come on, man.
Herm had a live stream going before Ticket did when the PD shit came out. But now he act like he don't want to cook. But all right,
No,
man,
because
y'all boys be good though. Y'all boys be
I
blessed.
got a show
You got
Y'all
a
boys be
tomorrow.
chance.
blessed.
You got it. Yeah, you got a chance to flip tomorrow. I
I
promise.
actually got a show on
Man.
it tomorrow though,
Yeah.
rebrand.
But twin man. Welcome to the panel, brother. Um, basically, I don't know if you called the beginning of the show or my question be
Locked
Brandon,
in the
but
whole time.
nevertheless, bet. Then you have no problem answering this question. What are your thoughts on the presentation as well as how great was Scottie Pippen?
I think the presentation is excellent, and you have a couple of people up here who completely embodied what Lamont was saying.
He literally sat here and said, no one's up here talking about the offensive prowess of Scottie Pippen, but they're talking about all the other things he did great. Basically, if it's not for Scottie Pippen, you do not have Michael Jordan, and Michael Jordan does not have 6 championships. So when I hear somebody sit here and say, Michael Jordan didn't need Scottie Pippen to win championships, you don't know what you're talking about. You really don't. He facilitated the offense. He was literally the best defender on the team. He was going to grab rebounds, and he was going to be able to take the best player on the opposite team every night and lock him up. So to pretend like Scottie Pippen was an integral part of those Bulls teams, you don't know what you're talking about, and you're just fanboying for Jordan. I do agree some people do try to overhype Scottie Pippen, or do they really try to overhype Scottie Pippen by telling the truth? Did Jordan ever win anything without Scottie Pippen? He did not. Did Jordan ever have a winning season without Scottie Pippen? He did not. So can we just please act like Scottie Pippen? Can we please stop acting like Scottie Pippen wasn't important? He just really was that important to that team. So please stop
why did the Bulls
disrespecting
win
that man.
70? Why did the Bulls win 70% of their games when Pippen didn't play? If Jordan
my
couldn't win
God.
without Pippen.
Let's make something clear. What did Jordan win without Scottie
He
Pippen,
never
Brandon?
played without Pippen. So
What
that's a
did
bad
Jordan?
thing.
What answer my
He didn't
very
play without
specific
him.
question?
Oh, he played a lot without
What
Scottie.
did Jordan win without Scottie Pippen?
Jordan never played in his prime without Pippen. So that's
Did
not a
he
valid
win
point.
anything
Jordan
without
won
Scottie
70
Pippen?
Jordan won 70% of his games when Pippen
Did
wasn't on the
he
floor.
win a title without Scottie
Jordan was
Pippen?
never in his prime without Pippen.
Did
So
he
it's not a
win
relevant point.
a
Man,
title
come on, bro.
without Scottie
Jordan was
Pippen?
not in his prime without Pippen. But again,
So you're not going to answer my question.
He
There
don't
we
never
go.
answer
So like
questions.
I said, for people
Let
like
me ask
this
you-
who want to really downplay Scottie
Was
Pippen
Jordan a goat?
and
Do you think
downplay
Jordan's
his
the GOAT?
importance to his team and downplay his defensive prowess and
nobody's
downplay the
downplaying
way he
Pippen's
facilitated that offense, it makes no sense in talking to him. Because Jordan was this all-time god who
nobody
won
is
70% of his
downplaying
games but didn't win shit without Scottie Pippen.
Right. He never played in his prime without
Well,
Pippen.
according to
He
Lamar,
didn't win shit
But
without
my
Scottie
question-
Pippen, Brandon.
wait, so my
That's just a
question is,
fact, Brandon.
Oh,
He
wait
has
a
a
minute.
losing record
Wait a
in the
minute.
playoffs without Scottie Pippen, Brandon.
Jordan
That's
won
a fact,
70%
Brandon.
of his games
Hold on.
Pippen.
Lamar gets the whole argument because Lamar, when he was talking, that ain't about wins and losses. That's what
my
Lamar
question
said.
is, hold on, let me just ask him a question. My question is, do you think Jordan's the GOAT, yes or no?
No, I don't.
See, now you done already because that works against you and with that fake ass crown you got on your head.
Here we go.
That's nasty.
So I'm gonna ask you the same question since you
The
want to talk
GOAT does
shit.
not need
Did
any
Jordan win
player to
anything
win,
without
right?
Scottie Pippen? Just like
Did
I can sit here and say LeBron didn't win
LeBron
without
win anything
D-Wade.
without jumping around?
No,
LeBron didn't
see,
win without
moving the
D-Wade.
goalpost.
LeBron didn't win without
Man,
Kyrie. LeBron didn't win.
Hey,
LeBron didn't win
Georges.
without his teammates.
Hey, I mean, twin
nothing.
man. Hey, hold on, y'all. Hey, twin
Stop the
man.
cap, bro.
Hey,
Don't come
twin
over with
man.
that.
Stop
Twin
what
man. You
cap?
hold
Answer
on,
the
y'all.
question.
Hold on,
Answer the
hold on,
question.
y'all.
Wait,
Did
but
Michael
so
Jordan win
Scottie
shit
Pippen
without
gonna
Scottie
work
Pippen?
against you.
Jordan,
Scottie
that you want to
Pippen
talk
never
shit?
stood his prime.
Did
Dwayne
he
I
win
said
Wade
the
shit
never
without
same thing
Scottie
gonna work
Pippen?
against you.
Now,
Won
but
a
hold on,
playoff
y'all.
series without Scottie Pippen?
Now,
He
but
didn't
hold,
play in his
Same
prime
thing gonna
without
work against
Scottie
you.
Pippen. It's a fucking
It
but hold
absolutely is not,
on.
because you don't
Hey,
know basketball.
no,
You
no, no,
stopped
but hold
watching
on.
it during
No,
after
no, but hold
fucking
on. But hold
Kareem.
on, y'all. But hold on, y'all. But hold on, y'all. I got a new guest up here, but to respond to that right quick. Hey, George is right, and Twin Man, you are right as well. Both of y'all are right. So I mean, there's no argument there. I don't know why y'all going back and forth over two facts that y'all both brought up. But we got one of the OGs on the panel, man, and Mac Def, man. Mac Def, man, you could talk as long as you want to land your plane, bro. You got the floor. Man, say what you need to say, Mac Def. Salute to
Well,
you.
yeah, salute Hollywood, Herm, salute panel and chat. So my thing is this. I don't think we truly understand the impact of Scottie Pippen. He is one of the hardest players to actually rank and judge as a basketball player's greatness. So when we talk about Scottie Pippen and his impact, to me, I look at his individual and what he did for the team. As an individual, other than Michael Jordan, there wasn't a better all-around player in the 90s. Can anybody name a better player, all-around player besides Jordan in the 90s that's better than Scottie Pippen?
Hakeem Olajuwon.
So Akeem Olajuwon was a great passer. He was great off the ball.
Scottie Pippen was not.
He was a great shooter.
Stop. See, when y'all do that, back in those days,
George, I'm insinuating this to make a point. Hold on.
Playing certain positions.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. But so that's a fact. So if I didn't play a certain position, that means there's certain things that I cannot do on the court. Correct? So Akeem Olajuwon couldn't run an offense like Scottie Pippen or facilitate an offense like Scottie Pippen.
That wasn't
correct?
the question you asked. You said better.
I said a better all.
David Robinson and Akeem Olajuwon were better all
No,
around
they weren't.
than Pippen.
You're not getting Mac Death's point.
I am.
So Brandon, hold on real quick. Brandon, so to be an all-around player, that means every aspect of the game you have to do at an elite level.
Scottie Pippen
was Akeem a lot? Hold on.
Rebounder?
Was it Akeem? For his position? Yes, he was. When you can average 7 to 8 rebounds as a small forward and flirt with a triple. Yes, he is. 7 to 8 rebounds is not an elite.
You sound like
7 to 8 rebounds is not elite.
He never averaged 8 rebounds. He was 7 rebounds a game is not elite. David Robinson and Akeem.
I said 7 to 8. This man said he never averaged 8. He averaged 7. So hold on. So again.
Pippen was not an elite rebounder. This is a dumb debate.
So again. Let me finish.
Your I know. Going over his head, bro.
No, I know. Let me finish. Real quick.
Let me tell everybody this, Mac Death.
Go ahead.
Hey, for one, let Mac Death finish. Nobody interrupts Mac Death when he's talking. Let him finish. However long it takes, let it take it. And then we respond once he land his plane.
I asked the question, so that's why I wanted to respond. And he got to that. My bad. So to me, other than Jordan, Pippen was the best all-around player in the 90s. His impact for his team. Okay, we have Jordan as the number one option, the superstar. He's going to be the closer for our team. So for a championship team, I need a second option. Pippen got that. Okay, I need somebody to run the offense and get everybody. Pippen could do that. All right, for my championship team, I'm gonna need a defensive player that can guard the best player on the opposite team. Pippen raised his hand; he can do that. All right, I'm gonna need a great defensive player that can roam, that can be versatile, that can rebound, steals, and be all around. Pippen did that. So he basically did everything that a role player is supposed to do to win for a championship winning team when other teams needed 3 or 4 guys to do that. He took on 4 or 5 expectations for that in one player. That's what Scottie Pippen did. That's his impact. And what did that produce? It produced 6 freaking championships. It produced one of the greatest teams of all time, and it produced one of the greatest defensive teams, to me, in my opinion, the greatest defensive team of all time. So wherever you want to rank them, you can say whatever you want as an individual, but that's his impact individually and for a team. And to say that Jordan didn't need him, listen, you could take Hakeem off the Rockets and put him on the Bulls, right? So you got Jordan and Hakeem in that whole Bulls squad. If you put Scottie Pippen on the Orlando Magic with Penny and Shaq, they're not losing. If you put Pippen on the fucking Knicks with Patrick Ewing and that crew of bullies, they're not losing. All I'm saying is that Jordan needed Pippen. Pippen was the second best player, all-around player in the 90s, top 5. Y'all can have that. I'm good.
Yeah, I mean, Jordan could have won a title with multiple second options. He could have won with players.
Brandon, stop saying that with no proof, bro.
Okay, Brandon, what second option in the 90s what he would have won with? A second option.
Hold on. I didn't interrupt you. What I'm saying is you have to argue Jordan's not the GOAT if you're going to argue he needed Pippen. Because if you're the GOAT, by definition, you could win a title with multiple different iterations of second options and different rosters. You have to argue that Jordan's not the GOAT.
He couldn't do without
argue
Scottie.
he didn't need Pippen.
That's right.
And nobody on the panel is
Larry Johnson before the back surgery.
He could have won with Larry Johnson?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, by
I
that
said
logic,
it.
LeBron
I
is the
said
GOAT.
it. I said it. He could have won with grandmama before the back surgery. So I'm just saying, stop trying to put players back in the 90s where players played certain positions and they didn't have to do things, even though Scottie helped out on the boards. Did he average more rebounds than Rodman?
No, that
No.
wasn't his
Okay,
job.
then. So don't bring that up. That's
George,
what
did he have to
he
grab
helped out.
rebounds? Did
He
he have to
helped
crash the
out on
glass?
the
Did he
board.
have to play defense in the paint and on the
Okay,
perimeter? Did he have
okay.
to facilitate
Another
the offense?
question. Did Scottie Pippen average more rebounds than Horace Grant?
He didn't
No.
have. My point. Did he
Okay,
grab
because
rebounds, George?
he helped
Did
out
he
on the
grab rebounds,
board.
George? Did
Don't
he play
stop
defense, George?
saying
Did he
what he
facilitate
would
the
have did
offense,
or
George.
could
George?
have done.
Did he
George.
on the
To the
I
offensive
brother
believe
boards,
that's
in
up
George?
Scottie
there,
To play
Pippen, but
defense,
I
to
hate
the
when
George.
you
brother that's
guys
up
go
there
George
back
knows
saying
and
better
try
than
anything
to
Scottie
about
Pippen.
put
Scotty,
him
did you
put him
know
to
that
sleep.
Scottie Pippen was top 5 in
You're
MVP
not
voting?
listening. You're not
Wrong.
listening. I'm
5
on the side
times.
of Scottie Pippen.
You're
I
talking
don't like
one
when you guys
person.
go back and try to bring up
Saying
stuff that doesn't make sense when people
it
was
does
playing
make
their
perfect sense.
certain
Playing
positions during
positions.
those era. During that era, people had certain jobs. Scottie helped out on the boards, but he didn't lead the Bulls in rebounds. So stop
So if you
acting
take
like
away,
Hold
he
on.
if you
did
take away Scotty
You
remarkable
can't
rebounds,
things.
diminish.
He
You can't
was
Scotty
a
diminish what
good
Scotty
rebounds,
did,
player.
those
bro.
teams
Listen,
He was
dominant.
a good
you're next to
player.
Jordan, and you're
It's the
listen. Hold on, wait a
system.
minute. In 1994, he was 3. He was third in MVP votes. 1995, 7th. 1996, 5th. 1997,
What does
11th.
that mean? What does that mean?
1998,
What does
No,
10th.
that
when
mean?
you're finishing
What
11th,
does
you're
that
getting
mean?
one vote. I mean,
That
that's
means he was
not
super
that's not.
great, dude. What you
Okay,
talking about?
he was super great, but like I said, he helped out in certain areas where the Bulls needed him to help out in.
All Jordan
He
did was
Not
defend
he,
and
there
score. He
during
ain't
his
do shit
win.
he
else but
played his
cut
role,
the gap.
and he was assigned to
George,
during
Jordan was
that
his
era of
disciplined.
Scottie
basketball.
Pippen help
Because
isn't
I can
there
name
does he
players
win.
that gave Scottie Pippen headaches when they played against each other. Xavier
Does
McDaniels,
Scottie
Larry
Pippen
Johnson,
not there
them
to
Davis
provide
boys.
his
I
help?
can give
He
you
Does
people
he?
that
Get
gave
the
him the
Scottie
fits.
Pippen had a
George,
bunch
He
of
was
get
get the
the
playing.
f
At
out of
the
here,
end of the
bro.
yeah,
He
day,
ain't
he
winning with
did
no
not win
Dale
without Scottie
Davis.
Pippen,
I
George.
didn't say that. I said players that gave Pippen fits when he was
It
playing
don't
against
matter if they
him.
gave him fits. Did they win in the long run?
That's what I said. So
George,
don't do that.
Jordan could have
George,
won with multiple second
if you're
options.
taking away
Jordan
an
did not
all
need
around player in Scottie Pippen and you replace him with a Larry Johnson, that's
Before the
not
back
all around.
surgery.
Hold on, before the back surgery, right before the back surgery,
Yeah.
you're taking away a facilitator and a assist man of the offense. So who's gonna give the ball to Larry Johnson to put him in spots to actually be efficient? Because Michael
George,
Jordan is in the mid range as well.
Ron Harper,
Okay,
Paxton,
so Jordan.
BJ.
Okay, so Jordan.
Wait,
Okay.
what you
So
Facilitate the
Jordan.
offense,
Real
George.
quick. First of all, Larry Johnson was never the best player on any team. On any
Okay,
team. That's number one. Number
okay.
two. You're not taking the ball out of
Neither was Scottie
Jordan's
Pippen.
hands.
Scottie
You're not
Pippen was
taking the
never the
ball
best
out of
player on
Jordan's
the team.
hands to pass it to Larry Johnson.
Come
You're
on, bro.
you're you're not doing that.
So
So
let me
with
ask you,
limited shot,
hold
go
on.
ahead.
Let me ask you a question. So
I'm
you
talking
telling me
basketball.
I'm talking basketball during the Bulls era. So you telling me that if they had Grandmama instead of Scottie Pippen, that they wouldn't have revolved the game a little bit to fit Larry
No,
Johnson along with Michael Jordan's, they two top
no,
players? Are you
no,
kidding me?
They would have still
no.
ran the
You
same.
don't
They
know
would have
Did you not
still.
basketball.
hear?
They would have
See, hold
still
on.
ran the
So did
same
you hold on,
offense, but
Macdef,
they're
please, Macdef,
okay.
please, real quick. Did you not hear Lamont's presentation when he had players who could actually score the basketball? Jordan ran them off.
No,
He didn't
Jordan
want
was
people
not
on
in
the
his
team that could score.
prime. He
Yes,
was
he
in
ran them the
uniform
fuck off.
state.
I'm not done talking, Brandon. He
Look,
ran them the
bro.
fuck off
You're
because he
done.
wanted the
He brought
goddamn
up
shot
Quentin
chuck.
Daly,
At the
Talking
end of
brought
the
up
Jordan,
day,
Quentin
you're
Jordan
Daly,
done.
wanted the
Please.
shot chuck, and he
Durbin,
couldn't
and
fucking win
Orlando
without Scotty.
Wounded. You
That's the
don't even know
goddamn
who those
truth.
players are.
That's the goddamn truth. He couldn't fucking win without Scotty, and all you
Get them.
motherfuckers just want to
And
sit here and
nobody
sugarcoat
said
things.
that. I'm on Scotty's side, but I hate when y'all guys bring up other things back in
that day, the type of ball they were playing, people had certain roles to play. And Scottie helped out. Scottie did a
It's
damn good job
it's
in
the
his
true
role
birds.
on the Bulls.
I mean,
my question to you is, how successful would these other guys that's supposed to be on the same level or better than Scottie as far as offensively will work in a system where everything's supposed to get funneled into Jordan, and Jordan don't like nobody else taking the last shots, and Phil Jackson, he's already expressed like every time they get in trouble, get a damn ball to Mike, right? So how's all these other guys gonna adjust to that? Let's just take out let's take Scottie. Hold on, wait. Let's take Scottie out of this and put Clyde Drexler in there. You think Clyde going for that? Nope. Let's take. Hold on, wait. We keep going. Because them dudes want shots. See, they're not like Scottie. He's gonna play all night long hard with no shot. These other guys aren't gonna do that.
Those are two shooting guards.
I'm just saying, you naming guys that like to take more shots. They're gonna take less shots, and they're gonna be forced to be like Scottie, a person that Larry Johnson can't be Scottie, bro. Stop.
That's what he's not wanting. That's what he's not wanting to admit. No one's gonna cut down their shots and placate their opportunities to shine to get a better contract.
How did you know? How can you say that? How can you say that? It didn't happen.
They're not going to do it.
It didn't happen. So how can you say it? You don't know that. You assuming. And when you assume, you make an ass out of you, not me.
No, it's not assuming.
No.
We saw Jordan ran off offensive players from the Bulls.
Come on, bro. Those wasn't real offensive players. Man, stop with the cap. You don't know who Quentin Daly, Orlando Woolridge, or George Gervin is. You don't even know who they are.
Yeah,
You don't even know who they are.
A good player when he played with Jordan. I mean, it's just Jordan was not close to his prime when you're talking about 84, 85.
It doesn't matter.
It does
what
matter
did he do?
Because Jordan was in year 3. He wasn't ready to win yet. When Jordan was in his
prime,
prime,
you don't know those three players.
Lamont literally went through the fucking history. Are you saying Lamont's lying?
Jordan was ready to win day one.
Tell me something about Quentin Daly that you think I don't know that you know.
I didn't sit here and say I know more
Well,
about
I'm just come on.
It was a good offensive player that Jordan
Tell
ran
me
off.
something about Orlando Woolridge that you know that I don't know. You don't know nothing about these players when they were playing their game with Michael Jordan.
I know Quentin Daly's a good offensive player. Jordan ran off.
You know that because he told you that.
That's what I know.
You don't know
Instead
nothing.
of admitting that and understanding that Scottie Pippen was perfectly positioned to play his position, you want to make it seem like somebody trying to shit on grandmama. At the end of the day, Jordan wanted to take the majority of the shots.
Yeah,
that's just the fact.
Hey, the true person, Brandon. How many Draymond Greens is it in the NBA?
None, I hope.
It ain't that many Scotties either. Y'all better go learn basketball.
No, Jordan
I do know that.
% of his games without Pippen. Jordan,
this freaking notion that Jordan would have won without Scottie Pippen when we saw him without Scottie
I didn't say that.
on several occasions is just ridiculous.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying you cannot say what other player could not win without. You don't say that. We all don't know that. It never happened.
I got another question. I got another question for true person Brandon. Have any of these star players that y'all compare to Scottie, was he ever in his prime and had time to grow, blossom, develop, have a system, a coach, and everything like Jordan did with all the players around? Or he only had instances of it when he was at the ass end of his career? Yes or no?
No.
Who was Jordan's first coach?
Wait. Y'all name these guys. They got the ball in their hand a lot more.
Who was Jordan's first coach since you're saying that?
Hold on, George.
I'm just saying, bro.
Ask that. Hey, hold on. Stop, Brandon. Stop, Brandon. Who was Jordan's first NBA coach since you know so much?
My God.
Who was it,
bro?
What do that got to do with what I said, though? What do that got to do with what I said, though?
It was somebody before Doug Collins.
Hold on, that Scottie Pippen never got the shot of a doubt in his prime.
Scottie Pippen came into the league,
he got overshadowed
and
by
when Jordan came into the league, I'm asking you who was Jordan's first coach.
Hold on. Scottie Pippen was
in his
prime, and he was.
Don't matter. They move the goalposts every time you ask a question they can't fucking answer.
No, I just answered your question. You won't shut up and listen. Scottie Pippen was peaking in 94 when Jordan was not on the team, and he still averaged less than 23 a game, and he wasn't good enough to be a first option. The Bulls got cooked by
his peak was 92 to 95.
No, you're right. And so Pippen was in it. Pippen was in his prime in 94.
You're doing exactly, Brandon. You're doing exactly what
the Bulls were a
Lamont said. No one is sitting here saying Scottie Pippen is Scottie Pippen based off of his
Jordan was
offense.
not on the team.
It's about all the other stuff he does that makes him Scottie Pippen and what makes those Bulls teams great. That's what you're
Jordan
trying to
could have won with
consistently bring it to
multiple second
offense. No one is sitting here trying to tout Scottie Pippen's offensive numbers, but you. We're sitting here saying Scottie Pippen was an integral cog, probably the primary piece of why they won because of all the other shit he was able to bring to that Bulls team that you're trying to overlook.
No, I'm not over. You're not even listening. What I'm saying.
So why do you keep talking about his offense? No one's touting Scottie Pippen's offense.
Okay. Right. Listen, what I'm saying is that Scottie Pippen was an elite perimeter defender and he was a good offensive player. But you're acting like Scottie Pippen was irreplaceable, and that's wrong because part of the reason Pippen was an elite defender was he didn't have as much offensive responsibility as the first option on a team. And there are multiple players who Jordan could have won a title with other than Pippen. There are players
I'm raising my hand.
And rebound.
Hold on. Let him finish. I'm gonna raise my hand. I'm gonna raise my hand on this because you said Scottie. Hold on. You said Scottie Pippen. Go ahead.
The other thing is the East. The East was not strong for most of the 90s. And the Bulls.
Here we go. Another goal.
I got him. Oh, I got him. Keep going.
Okay. Let me finish. I'm probably gonna finish in 10 seconds. Okay, the Bulls did not play great teams in the 90s in the Eastern Conference or the Finals. So when you look at the teams the Bulls played, there were not series where Scottie Pippen was irreplaceable. Scottie Pippen's an elite perimeter defender, a good offensive player, but Jordan's the GOAT. He could have won titles with multiple second options. He did not need
Name the second options.
I could name many. You could name any top.
Name one.
Name the second option that's going to sacrifice give up parts of their offense to let Jordan take their shots.
Oh, many players. I mean, you could talk about guys like in the 80s, James Worthy. You could talk about Clyde Drexler.
James Worthy's going to give up scoring the basketball to let Jordan score more. That's what James Worthy
did with the Lakers when he played with Magic and Kareem.
He played with Magic and Kareem.
Right,
I believe James Worthy was the second leading scorer on that team, was he not?
No, James Worthy was not the leading scorer most years.
Second leading.
I said second leading scorer.
Right, because he sacrificed. You just cooked yourself.
He sacrificed for Kareem. Did he sacrifice for Magic?
He would sacrifice for Kareem.
Did he sacrifice for Magic?
You're just cooking yourself again.
No, you made it seem like James Worthy was the third option. You made it seem like James Worthy was the third option. He was the clear second option. So you mean to tell me James Worthy would have sacrificed for Michael Jordan if he went to the Bulls?
There are multiple players who would have sacrificed to play with
Name
them. I could name many.
They all hated him as far as we knew. A lot of dudes hated him.
Patrick Ewing. I could name many.
Man, Patrick Ewing ain't giving up no shots.
Pippen is better than James Worthy.
Option on the Knicks. He's giving up his shots to give it to Jordan.
James Worthy.
I have a question. Patrick Ewing was the number one option on the Knicks. He's giving it up to give his shots to Michael Jordan.
Yeah, because he wants to win titles. Same thing.
Listen, hold on, time out. If you're gonna say any number one option on another team would have went to the Bulls, yeah. If you take Shaq, if you take Ewing, Akeem Olajuwon, Drexler, if you take the best number one options and then put them with Jordan, yes, they're gonna still win because to me, even as great as Scottie Pippen is, he's not a clear-cut number one scoring option.
Right, but that's why.
So
Pippen's
if you take,
not that hard to replace.
Oh, okay, but hold on, but Brandon, you're replacing Scottie with a better player. You're replacing him with a number one option. Time out. Let me finish. So name a number two. Name a number two option in the 90s that's better than Pippen that you can replace. Who? John Starks?
No. I said I could name plenty. I could name Sean Kemp. I could name guys like
Sean Kemp.
They're not winning.
Hold on. I could name Joe Dumars.
Sean Kemp was another
team. Not winning with Joe Dumars.
Many guys. Joe Dumars.
He's not winning with Joe Dumars.
The Ravens ain't gonna win championships with Jordan. Get out of here, bro.
You don't think Jordan could win titles with Joe Dumars?
No.
You don't think he could win with Clyde Drexler?
No,
he's a number one option.
First of all, Joe Dumars played the two, right?
Drexler was a number.
So hold up. I need y'all to listen to this.
Drexler wasn't no number two. He's a number one.
Magdef, listen to the caliber of players he has named to play Scottie Pippen. He said Clyde Drexler, Shaq, Patrick
No, I
Ewing,
didn't say
he's
Shaq.
naming all #1 options and all-time great players to replace Scottie Pippen. So what does that tell you? You need an all-time great player to replace for Scottie Pippen for him to win.
I said Sean Kemp and old Clyde Drexler.
Is Sean Kemp an
Get
all-time
the
great player?
fuck out of here.
Guys like Patrick
Sean Kemp ain't doing shit.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Scottie Pippen was a top 15 player. You would need a top 15.
Like, this is
player,
ridiculous,
but
bro.
You wouldn't need a top.
Scottie Pippen was Scottie Pippen because he played a very specific role, and it's going to be hard to replace that.
Because Jordan's the GOAT, they could have added a player like Sean Kemp, and they would have been a better offensive
You
team.
literally are naming another all-time great player and a #1 option for another team to replace Scottie Pippen, and you think that's going to work.
Sean Kemp and Patrick Ewing never won titles as the #1 option. So to say they're a #1 option is wrong. They didn't prove they were on championship team.
What the fuck? That doesn't even make sense. He was a #1 option, regardless if he won or not.
If Jordan played with any top 15 player, he could have won titles. They would have built a different roster and they would have made it work because Jordan's the GOAT.
Brandon,
triangle offense literally runs
they would have
to
used
put players in specific places to hit shots.
But Phil is not going to do that.
Jordan was the beneficiary of the triangle offense.
Man, shit, Sean Kemp.
Clyde Drexler is effective with the ball. Sean Kemp is effective with the ball. Shaq's effective with the ball. Patrick Ewing's effective with the ball. All of these players that you're sitting here saying that can replace Scottie Pippen need the basketball. What are you talking about, Brandon?
He would have won with Shaq and them.
Hold on, wait, fellas.
Scottie Pippen was not an
It is one thing that we forgot about that I already mentioned earlier. And when you get these guys and you put them in there,
talking about Jordan's impact, Scottie Pippen was not a good off the ball player. He
oh
wasn't
my
a good
God.
shooter.
Bro, stop, bro. You can go look at the numbers. Scottie actually had better numbers when Jordan wasn't around. We're talking about three-point range and everything.
To the hoop, but Pippen was not a good perimeter shooter. So
yes, he was. He was better from three-point land with more attempts when Jordan wasn't around. Stop. Go look at the numbers.
Nobody's up here touting Scottie Pippen's offensive prowess.
I am, because he was better when Jordan wasn't around.
Rebounding, defense in the paint, defense on the perimeter, and facilitating the offense. You need to replace Scottie Pippen with somebody like that. You're saying Sean Kemp's going to do it. Clyde Drexler's going to do it.
Michael Jordan was better before the triangle came in. His best years were in
Brandon Katz. Do you know that Scottie Pippen did the same thing offensively and defensively and increased his numbers substantially from downtown, free throw, everything else when Jordan wasn't around? Did you know that? Did you know that?
He was so much better without the triangle. Why
Scottie
didn't he
Pippen
win?
Averages 16 points a game in the playoffs. He was not ever a top offensive player in the playoffs.
No one said
Who said that? Who said that?
It's everything else he did.
With fairly easily that were top 15 players.
So why are you having to name the #1 options from all these other teams, claiming that if you replace them, because you got to remember they have to play not only interior defense, perimeter defense, they have to facilitate the offense, and they have to grab rebounds. They have to play off ball. There's a lot of shit they have to do.
Twin man. Y'all been letting him breathe for too long. You have him go look at all the threes. He don't get anybody. He got to go pick a three.
George literally sat here and said they played their position. You named Sean Kemp. What position did Sean Kemp play?
Power forward.
If you're replacing
what position did What position did Patrick Ewing play? He's not facilitating the fucking offense, Brandon.
It doesn't matter. If you're
Brandon, you getting cooked, bro.
It does matter because that's what Scottie did.
Deep fried.
With a good offensive player.
Somebody get the seasoning out.
And you'd be a much better offensive team. You wouldn't.
Man, that boy drowned and get him a life preserver.
Right. If you replace Scottie Pippen with a Clyde Drexler in '95, who was not a first option, if you replace Scottie Pippen with Joe Dumars, the Bulls would have a different system, and the Bulls with Clyde Drexler would have been much better offensively than they were with Pippen. So yeah, Drexler
would they have been as good defensively,
but the offense would be better.
Would they have been as good defensively with Clyde Drexler in Scottie Pippen's spot?
Because they would have been better offensively.
And the passing and playmaking, that does count for offense. You know that, right? Rebound and all that. Pippen was better at that than Drexler. You know that, right?
Right. Drexler
You know
is
that,
a
right?
far better scorer
This
than
shit is ridiculous,
I don't
bro.
care, bro.
Brandon,
I
this is
do.
this is the
Because
this
the
is what
Bulls'
we're trying.
offense
This is
He's
what we're
stuck
trying
on
to.
offense.
playoffs, it would have
Brandon,
been
this
much
is what
better
we're
if
trying
the
to say
players
because
well mentioned.
because we believe you understand basketball. This is what we're trying to
No,
say.
I don't believe it.
This is what
I
we're
don't
trying.
think you
This is
know
what we're trying to
basketball.
say. I believe if you replace Pippen with a number one option, yeah, they'll win. Akeem, Draxler, Shaq,
I don't
Ewing.
believe
Yes,
they
I
win,
believe.
Magdef.
Drexler in
I'm sorry. I
95 was
don't think
not a
they
first
win.
option.
I understand that,
And
but
I
what
cited
we're
Joe
saying,
Dumars too.
but what we're saying is a number two option. You're saying so. Let's just start with that. You're saying Sean Kemp and Joe Dumars and who else
Sean
replacing
Kemp,
Pippen?
the Bulls almost traded Pippen for Sean Kemp too, but the Bulls
Correct,
were
and they didn't
absolutely
because
above
Michael
trade
Jordan said
Sean
the
Kemp.
fuck
Almost doesn't
no.
count.
They almost traded Pippen for Tracy McGrady as well, but Jordan
Right,
and
but
Phil was
what I'm
like, "Get the
saying
fuck
is,
out of here."
like, but the point that Real Debates misses is, of course, if you take Pippen off the team and you add a player like Sean Kemp, you won't be as good defensively, but you'll also be much better offensively.
No, you
George
won't.
Hill, you could have
No,
won
you
the
How
won't.
do you know
player.
this?
Sir.
You're just
So this
assuming
Because he's a
is
that
better
that's going to be the
offensive player
case.
than Scottie.
no. So this is what we're saying. Let's just stick with what he's saying. Sean Kemp. Okay, number one, offense because we know defensively you're not the same. So you're not
Right,
the
I'm not
in a
saying
nine. Hold on, in a 90s era slow pace, you're not the best defense. So that automatically just hurts you winning. So let's just go to offense. You're saying Sean Kemp is a better offensive player than Pippen, correct?
in his prime, yes.
Okay,
No.
so does Sean Kemp? Hold on. Does Sean Kemp play better off the ball than Scottie Pippen?
No, that's not his skill set.
Okay, great. Now, does does Sean Kemp space the floor better than Scottie Pippen?
Sean Kemp's a far better scorer. He's not a small forward. He's a
Correct. He's a far better scorer, 10 feet and in. Correct.
He's a better scorer in general.
He can't. No, he's not because he can't.
scored more and
He
was more
can't
efficient
space the
than
floor. He can't space the floor like
I'm
Pippen.
done. I'm muting up.
A power forward.
Magdev,
Power
you can believe he knows basketball.
I am
don't
trying to
believe he knows
break this
bro.
basketball. I am trying to break this down to you. He can't. He's not.
Sean Kemp
He's
can't
not.
space the floor. Sean Kemp can't facilitate the offense. Sean Kemp can't do a lot of stuff Scottie Pippen can do because, to George's point, they play specific positions and have specific jobs. So for you to sit here and say Sean Kemp can literally replace Scottie Pippen, you don't know basketball,
Hold on,
bro.
twin,
You don't know
man.
basketball because Sean
Hold
Kemp
on,
did
Brandon.
things that Pippen
Hold on,
couldn't do.
Brandon. Hold on, Brandon. Let me get you. Let me get you assist right quick. Well, twin man, here's the thing that when you that's why you guys got to go back and study your history. When Sean Kemp got traded away from the Seattle Supersonics, he got traded to Cleveland, a team that was in the lottery a year before he got there. He led that Cleveland team into the playoffs. So Sean Kemp actually was a solid mid-range shooter. He had a little 14-footer. He actually could shoot the three at times. Was he great if you go off his overall statistics? No. But he's shown later in his career before, his alcohol problems overconsumed him and stuff. And before he became overweight, Sean Kemp showed the ability that he possibly could have been a great number two with Michael Jordan at the time as well. Because what he did
No
in
one's
Cleveland,
talking about offense, Herm.
I'm
talking about all the other things Scottie Pippen did.
But before you
That's not the only way the Bulls could win. The Bulls could win with offense or defense.
you need to look back to that Cleveland year because Sean Kemp was good on both ends. He was a great leader, and he led a team that was in the damn lottery in the Cleveland Cavaliers.
But is Sean Kemp able to guard on the perimeter in the paint as well as Scottie Pippen?
I'm gonna defry this take right now.
You got to stop
Hollywood
interrupting,
Herm.
though.
Did you know?
This is ridiculous,
Did you
man.
know?
Shut the fuck up sometimes, man. I'm sick of y'all niggas getting emotional, man. God damn, I be letting y'all niggas talk. Chill the fuck out sometimes, man. End of the day, this nigga had Bobby Sewell as the second best player on the damn team, and he led that Cleveland team to the playoffs. So you guys gotta, before you disrespect the motherfucker, you gotta do your history on what the player did, man. That's all I'm saying.
The other thing is Tony Kukoc could have played a bigger role if Pippen wasn't on that team. So Pippen could have done a lot of the passing and playmaking that Pippen did too.
You mean another player that Michael Jordan didn't want? Because remember, he didn't want Tony Kukoc at first.
No, that's not true.
Now it's not true.
Jordan didn't like Jerry Krause, and Jordan knew that Kukoc was Krause's project. It was Krause's special player, but Jordan was never against Kukoc being on the team.
Man, I want to talk to Herms, man, because Brandon right now, bro, I don't know what's wrong with you, bro. Let me talk to Herms, bro.
You said Pippen wasn't in his prime in '94. You've lied multiple times.
No,
hey, Herms, man, I got a question for Herms, bro.
Go ahead, real debates.
Okay, now when you talk about Shawn Kemp, man, I'm sitting here looking at Shawn Kemp. He averaging the same amount of turnovers that Scottie Pippen does without having the ball in his hand as much. Now, you take him and you put him in that offense.
Got his ball in the hands more than
I'm talking to fucking Hearns. Shut the fuck
Let
up.
her finish, Brandon. Let her finish.
Now, you take him and put him in that same offense because we're not going to do some type of anomaly like, oh, well, if you put Shaq on the team, the whole offense is going to change. No, we're going to do the same offense, right? Because that's what we're not going to do. We ain't going to switch up nothing for y'all picking and choosing these random great players to replace Scottie. So we're going to cook you with your own pick.
I said
Joe Dumars. No. I'm talking to Hollywood fucking Herms.
Right. Joe Dumars is not a great player.
Oh, my God. I'm done, bro.
Joe Dumars is an all-time great defender, Brandon. And
right, he's not an all-time great player.
But he was very clutch as well.
If you go look at the amount of turnovers that Shawn Kemp had, it's the same amount Scottie had in his prime. Now you're going to ask somebody that never was a playmaker averaging the same amount of turnovers as a dude that had the ball in his hand a lot. Now we're going to ask you to have the ball in your hand a lot. Now you're not going to be able to get easy lobs to the rim and do all the stuff you was doing before because you're going to have to be, wait, Herms, because you're going to have to be a certain spot to the floor. You got to operate a certain way. It's a different system. See, you put the talent in the spot, but the talent must perform the same way Scottie did. And those dudes don't have the intangibles and they're not as versatile as Scottie. So y'all cooking yourself when y'all go grab these stars. Oh yeah, the stats say one thing, but when you put them on the floor in that system, it says another. Case closed.
You adjust the system.
Hold on, Brandon, because he was asking me a question, but he made a statement, so I don't know what question he asked. But the basis off of what he's saying, if you don't realize the low-key signings that the Bulls did around the time when they got a Ron Harper, a guy that can run an offense, a guy that can distribute the ball. Is he a better playmaker than Scottie? No. But if you do add a significant power forward with a skill that is very skilled, they don't have to be the facilitator Scottie was. It would have to be a team effort in the triangle anyway. It's not about necessarily one player primarily playmaking. So to your point of trying to say who gonna replace Scottie Pippen's playmaking, that's a mute point because the triangle is not necessarily about one guy playmaking. It's about ball movement. It's about
but you gotta be able to know who to move off to though.
Before you run your mouth, you gotta listen and you gotta study the triangle before you actually run your mouth. So until you study the triangle, kind of the points that you're bringing up is basically just your narrative that you're spewing right now, to be honest.
Okay, but we looking at a dude, Shawn Kemp, that only averaged 2 more rebounds than Scottie, and he's such a great power forward. Go somewhere, bro.
When you run a triangle, but real debates, when you run a triangle, bro, Rick Fox could have got better numbers with the Lakers if he wanted to, but when you're in the triangle, you always surrounded by your best players. So at the end of the day, you got a star like Shaq. You gonna implement that triangle to benefit Shaq. Get Shaq in this spot so he could do those quick turnaround spin hooks he used to like to do to the baseline. Or you set it up to the point where Kobe Bryant could get an easy look in the mid-range at his spots on certain corners and certain high post areas and stuff like that. So it ways in the triangle at that time that you could have implemented ways for Shawn Kemp to get easy buckets. Or any player that guys want to replace Scottie Pippen with, you could have implemented that offense to help benefit those players' strengths. So the triangle would help those stars dominating their strengths in that offense. So it's not necessarily about the playmaking, because playmaking wasn't the thing when it comes to trying. It's about decision making. And the Bulls as the team was the team that was low on turnovers, that made great decisions, that took care of the ball. So
who was doing that most of the time?
No, but when you bring that point,
see that, and you laugh because you thought about it.
Nah, that's a bad point that you brought up because you got to understand triangle offense before you make the point that you're making, trying
Okay,
to say that
but I
Sean
heard you say
Kemp
something about the
wouldn't have
3-point shooting.
success.
What 3-point
But
shooting? I heard
3-point
the
shooting,
dude averaged
but in the
0.1
triangle,
shot attempts a game.
but if you paid attention to
He had
even
a
in the
different
leg,
role in Seattle than he would have had with
hold
Chicago.
on, Brandon. Hold on,
They
Brandon. But
can't
even
shoot threes, bro. Y'all can't
but
convince
hold
me.
on, real debates. But even in the triangle, it's not a high volume 3-point offense. It's about getting the best shot. So in the triangle, if the best shot is getting the 17-footer, they go attack that. They go
He was
attack
better at
that
the
point.
shooting the mid range. I'm looking at his numbers. He was better than Scottie mid range. I give you that. Yep, he
Nah.
was.
But Scottie
Oh boy,
Pippen was never a good 3-point shooter. Real debates, and the Joe Dumars.
Well, you're crazy. The more attempts he had, the better he
Hold
was.
on.
You're a liar. You're a liar.
Scottie Pippen was not a good 3-point shooter. Just look
Bro,
at
he
the
never
numbers.
got a chance to, but when he did get a chance to, he showed he was good, bro.
Scottie Pippen never.
He was not
Scottie
below
Pippen
average. He was a decent, if not
Scottie
good,
Pippen was
deep
never a
3-point shooter. Stop lying.
Bro, I know Scottie Pippen was a better 3-point shooter than Sean Kemp. I know that.
Hell yeah.
I mean, and by the way, this
Sean
is
Kemp was a
McDuff's
better
team
offensive
too.
player
So
than Scottie Pippen. Much
McDuff.
better.
Am I lying about when I'm
Sean
saying
Kemp
about the
was much
triangle
more
offense,
efficient than
McDuff?
Pippen was offensively.
No, you're not lying about the triangle offense, but to replace players and just plug in anybody, I don't think you can do that.
Yeah, nobody's saying anybody, but the Joe Dumars point is the one that really cooks you guys because again, Joe Dumars is not a first option. Isaiah Thomas won 2 titles with Joe Dumars. So the
Joe
idea
Dumars played it too, though. What position do Joe Dumars play,
Joe
though?
Dumars doesn't facilitate the offense like Scottie
What position
Pippen
does
did.
he play?
You're still having holes in your argument, Brandon. Even if you put Joe Dumars there, he's not doing all the things Scottie did for the Bulls.
You're not putting Joe Dumars there because he played 2 anyway.
But the
He
Bulls
could play
would
the
not
one,
need
but
Joe Dumars to
Man,
do
stop,
everything.
bro. We doing too much.
The Bulls would not need Dumars to do everything Pippen did because they had players like Jordan.
Oh my God.
The Bulls needed Pippen to do everything he did for them to win.
The Bulls won 70%.
No, they need his defensive prowess. But for the offensive side, the Bulls was about they was draining the shot clock. A lot of people don't realize that's why a lot of their games were low scoring because they utilize the shot clock very well. They make the correct passes and they're not taking the shot. The only guy that they could really had the green light to take whatever shot in that offense was Jordan. But besides that, they was always getting the best look every time. So that's why they probably run. If we was to look at the stat, I bet you they was running like 17 to 18 seconds every time off the shot clock before they get a shot off. So they was very good at utilizing the clock as well in that triangle offense. It's not all about a single guy playmaker. It's all about getting the best shot in that offense.
And I agree with that, Harms.
It's certain pitch posts.
The Bulls had multiple
things
players
that they
like
do,
Jordan
cuts and all that you do,
passing
man.
and playmaking that Pippen did.
This is the question I have for you guys, though. Can you take any one of those great players and have the leadership and intangibles to be able to slow things down, speed things up in the middle of the game like Scottie did, to be able to be the voice of reason? Hold on, wait. Let me finish. To be able to be the voice of reason when Michael going crazy and dude's ready to get the hell on about the gym, and Scottie like, no, stay here, let's grind it out. I fuck with Michael. Just listen to me. He's the voice of reason, bro.
What cooks that?
Y'all not understanding that.
Okay, what cooks that point is that Phil Jackson proved he can manage different personalities with multiple.
Okay, but he don't manage everything, though.
Let me finish. So Phil Jackson proved he could lead championship teams. Kobe and Gasol, Kobe and Shaq, and Jordan. So Phil Jackson proved he could lead that team without Pippen. That's a bad thing.
Kobe and Shaq broke up. How was he got good? Was he keeping that together?
No,
what you
they won
talking about?
titles together, and then the Lakers.
Okay, it didn't stay together though. And who was the coach? That was supposed to keep it together.
All this shit is
right.
Real debates. All this shit is
done with this shit, bro.
Because at the end of the day, we all know who played with Jordan. We all know Jordan's record without that player.
Yeah, Jordan.
We all know he didn't win shit without that player. So to sit here and say, well, Jordan could have did it. He didn't do it. So we don't need to sit here and prophesize and think about what he would have done. We saw what he did and what he was without it. So
Brandon, where do you rank Scottie Pippen all time? Do you think he's top 25, top 30?
No, I think Pippen is right around 40. I don't think he's top 25.
That is
no. So to me, to be a top 25 player, you have to be a first option on a championship team, and Pippen was not.
There's not 25 options on a championship
I was just
team.
getting ready to say that.
No,
Please name 25 first options.
No, that's a dumb point. What I'm saying is you have to be good enough to be a first option on a championship team. Obviously, a player.
But you don't have to win.
Let me finish. You can be good enough to be a first option on a championship team and not win a title if you didn't have a good enough roster around you. Karl Malone's a great example of that.
94 Bulls. Keep going.
Right, the 94 Bulls were not contenders.
Nobody could.
Bulls
Keep talking dumb shit. Go ahead.
Yep, let him keep going. The 94 Bulls weren't contenders?
No,
yeah, let him keep digging a hole. Keep going. I got him.
Do you think the 94 Bulls were a contender?
Duh. Yes. Keep going.
Okay, I don't.
Yes.
They were the 14th ranked offense. They weren't even really an above average offense. Pippen couldn't close.
Hold on. Time out. Brandon, you're right. Hold on. Brandon, you're right. They were 14th offensively. What were they defensively, sir?
Right. They weren't. It doesn't matter. If you're 14th ranked offense,
see that? He can't answer the question. He moved the goalpost.
Who was favored to win the NBA championship in 1994, Brandon?
Brandon, hold on. Brandon, you're right. They were 14th. What were they defensively?
Defense
in the
doesn't
league?
win you a championship if you're the 14th ranked offense. And the Bulls weren't beating Houston that year anyways. Are you saying the Bulls? Wait, are you saying the Bulls
Who was favored to win the championship in 1994, Brandon? Why haven't you answered that question?
Are you saying the Bulls could have beaten Houston in the finals with Pippen?
What we are saying. Hold on, Brandon. What we are saying is that if you have to ask that question, the Bulls were a contender.
I'm asking you.
Wasn't Indiana?
The Bulls was a contender.
No, they weren't. The Bulls were never a contender in 94. That's a horrific
Yes, they were. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, they went.
They were not. Scottie Pippen.
Brandon, they won 55 games.
I don't
They
care.
were one of the best defensive teams. They were the best defensive team in the league. And if it wasn't for a John Gotti mafia call by the referees, we would have went to the finals.
Oh,
okay, wait. So let me ask you a question. The leading scorer on the Bulls in '94 was Pippen. Miguel Jester, let me finish. Okay, so the leading scorer on the let me finish. The leading scorer on the Bulls in '94 was Pippen. He averaged 22 points a game. Name one team in NBA history that won a title with a starter who averaged.
Why do you keep talking about this man's offense like we're sitting here saying he was some?
Hold on. You ready? Hold on. Time out. I'm gonna answer it. Are you ready?
Other than
the 04 Pistons, you dumbass.
Okay. Yeah. So you found one team in 50.
So shut the fuck up, then. If I couldn't name one team, then.
Okay. And the Bulls were nowhere near as good offensively as that 04 Pistons team.
Offense. Were the Pistons a great offense?
No, but they were much better than the Bulls.
Why the fuck were they in the conference finals in the finals for 5 fucking years? We're not having a great offense, Brandon.
No. I said
your point is fucking moot.
I said they were a good offense.
Defense, buddy.
The Bulls were a good offense.
The East was trash in the 2000s.
Hey, man, the chat is undefeated, man. We're all the laugh emojis, man, at this dumbass nigga, bro. Are you serious?
Didn't you say that, Brandon? Didn't you say the East was trash in the 90s, Brandon?
No, I said the East was trash in the late.
Yeah, thank you. And the GOAT, thank you. Andrew 76, the GOAT, Steph Curry averaged 23 points per game for the 2015 Warriors as well, sir.
Right, and that team won the finals because Kyrie got hurt. But again, when you're talking about,
and this dude moved the goalpost.
Bro, you getting cooked, bro. Somebody like the fire emojis on this nigga, man. This shit is crazy, bro. Isaiah Thomas was averaging 19 points per game in 89 and 90. The bad boy Pistons, he won back to back.
Yo, you just cooking them now. Deep grease.
And those teams were far better than.
Can we have a moment? Can we just have a moment of silence? Just let Brandon talk. Can we just have a moment of silence?
Yeah, name one team. You name like 4.
So the 94 Bulls were not contenders. Nobody thinks they were a contender who knows basketball. You don't know basketball.
Only the fucking NBA thought they were contenders since they were favored to win the fucking title. What is wrong with you?
Scottie Pippen is the first option. We're gonna beat the Rockets or win a title. You're a complete fucking clown.
Bro, I can't take it no more. The fucking Chicago Bulls were favored to win the NBA title in 1994. What are you talking about, Brandon?
No, they were not. That's a lie. That's before Jordan announced his retirement. That's just a lie. The Bulls were not favored to win the title when they didn't have Jordan. It's the dumbest. It's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard on here.
Anybody else got nothing?
You got it. Real debates, you got it. I can't talk. Black Death, you were too
Bro,
kind.
what you mean I got it? Listen, he been dodging my questions. He been getting cooked.
Yeah, I was too kind on that, man. I try to give everybody the benefit of the doubt, man.
This my only thing though when Mac Duff brought up the 65 wins. We all know that in the regular season, the win total don't mean anything because we done seen plenty of teams win a lot of games and still don't do nothing in the playoffs. So that is irrelevant.
The Denver Nuggets with Ty Lawson won 55 games. It's a dumb take.
But they got. But did we? Hold on. The regular. I talked about the play. I talked about the playoffs. We beat. Hold on. We beat a Cleveland team that we. Hold on. We beat a Cleveland team that always thought they can beat us without Jordan. We swept them 3-0. But the point is we swept them 3-0.
Because you're getting cooked.
No, I'm not stuttering. We swept them 3-0, and then we went against our arch rivals. We went against our hold on. We went against our arch rivals without Jordan, and if it wasn't for a mafia hit on us, we would have beat them in 6 games.
No, that was
it's controversy all through that series, and you know that.
The Bulls had a chance in Game 7 to win. They got.
Hold on. Correct. Now, correct. You're exactly right. Now, tell me, was it major controversy in that series in Game 5?
It was a foul.
What that called?
It was a foul,
bro. Listen,
Mac
Def. The desperation and the desperation and the drowning and the frying that's being done up here is uncanny. You want to know why? Because in all the years, just everybody up here, I'm just asking all y'all a question. When have y'all had a serious debate about some damn Sean Kemp? Unless you bringing up Duncan, but you bring this dude up, y'all bringing up any fucking thing just to save Jordan, bro. Stop it. Just stop.
Nobody on the panels made a case that Jordan.
Niggas don't bring up.
Is Reggie? Hold on, Brandon. Is Reggie? Hold on, Brandon. Is Reggie Miller better than Scottie Pippen?
No.
And what universe?
He's a number 1 option. He got to the finals. He had a chance to win. Is he better than Scottie Pippen?
Right, but Reggie Miller's not a first option on a championship team.
Yes,
he was the first option on a championship team.
Crazy.
He went to the final. He went to the finals.
He went to the fucking finals with Indiana, dummy. What the fuck are you talking about? As the number 1 option
on a championship team.
No, he was one. Hold on, he was 1 block away from going to the finals again if it wasn't for Tayshaun Prince.
I got to say this before y'all get back to it, though. Hold on, Brandon.
This is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
No, hold on, Brandon. This is the thing that real debates that I hate that you trying to push and twin, man. and y'all really being hypocrites. So the same thing Brandon doing, y'all do the same thing too, by the way. But at the same time, when it comes down to it, every great player needs a great surrounding cast around them to win. End of the day, we know who's the guy. We know who them guys are. We know the Jordans. We know the LeBrons. We know the Magic Johnson, the Kobe's, the Shaqs, and Tim Duncans. We could go on. We know who those guys are, but they always need the surrounding cast guy. Do Tim Duncan get destroyed because Tony Parker was the Finals MVP? Do anybody destroy Tim Duncan for that? No. Because everybody know Tim Duncan still was the best player. Everybody know that Tim Duncan is the man, but he just had Tony Parker had a hell of a run.
The reason why Mac Def
that's why I don't like people doing
so casual is that you're not winning a title with the 14th ranked offense in the NBA. It's just the Bulls were not contenders in '94.
But Hollywood Hearn, look how much more Tony Parker had the ball in his hands, the way he was able to run the offense the way he wanted to.
They still was running the offense through Tim Duncan.
Know that, but still, Tony Parker had the ball in his hands and did a lot more than Scottie did, though.
If you watch
hold on. Hollywood Hearn.
Yeah.
To beat the Spurs, who did you have to stop? Tony Parker or Tim Duncan?
You had to stop Tim Duncan. So end of the day,
They had to stop Tony Parker.
Big Z. But Big Z did a good job containing the plus. They had some great defensive coverage on Tim Duncan to have him had a bad series. But Tony Parker was primarily guarded one-on-one. They didn't do any type of schemes or double teams or giving Tony
Could
Parker
nobody
different type
guard
of looks
Tony
to break
Parker
it down.
1-on-1. He was too quick.
Yeah,
So
but that's
no,
that's
you
what they
had to stop
did
Tony
though.
Parker to beat the Spurs.
Yeah, but George. But end of the day, if you play Tim Duncan one-on-one, you think his ass only gonna average 18 points like he did if you playing one-on-one?
It depends on who's guarding him.
But Big Z can't hold Tim Duncan one-on-one. He was the primary defender, but he couldn't hold him
It's a
one-on-one. It was
team
a lot of
game.
help.
You said big
It
who?
was a lot of help on Tim Duncan.
But Tim, Herm, even with that being said, that Cavaliers team right there, what you talking about, was still a top 5 defense in the league at
Nah,
the time.
but Tim Duncan was cooking all through that whole play. Mike Brown knew how to defend or how to contain Tim Duncan anyway, because he just was on the coach's
But
staff.
what I'm saying is that team was the top 5 defense of at the time in the NBA at the time.
But it don't matter. Everybody still know that Tim
You're a
Duncan was the
top 5
best damn
defense. How it
player.
don't matter?
No, what I'm saying, everybody know Tim Duncan was still the best goddamn player on the roster.
That ain't what I'm talking about. I'm saying that Cavs team was the top
y'all
5
missing my
defense,
whole point of
which
bringing it.
means
But why you running your fucking mouth? Y'all missing my whole damn point of bringing it up, because end of the day, while guys trying to downplay Mike and try to elevate Scottie, or niggas try to downplay Chris Bosh to elevate LeBron, and all the great players that ever played the game needs a great goddamn surrounding cast to win. End of the day, it don't matter if LeBron averaged a 40-point triple double. If he ain't got nobody hitting open shots, if he ain't got nobody that can help him down the line, he go fucking lose averaging a 40-point triple double. And Michael Jordan averaged 60 points a game scoring. If he ain't got no fucking help, he ain't gonna win a damn title.
he didn't average 60 points. He
No,
scored.
I'm just talking, nigga. I ain't being literary for
Yeah,
real,
but don't
nigga.
just keep saying
I'm just
stuff.
giving
People
the
take stuff
goddamn
literally.
example.
Everybody don't
All
know
right, and
basketball.
LeBron ain't averaging
You
a
can't just say
40-point
that.
triple double, but nigga, I said
but the
y'all
other thing
niggas
is
are fucking dumb and
people
fucking
who say the
idiots
Bulls,
right now. I'm sick of y'all with this dumbass talk
right?
basketball,
But
man.
people say the Bulls could win without
been talking
Jordan, or the
basketball.
'94 team was a contender.
Exactly. What is he
The
talking
Bulls
about?
didn't have Jordan in '95 either, and the Bulls were a 500 team in '95 without Jordan. And the Pistons in '04 were the 4th best offense in the NBA. They were 4th. The Bulls were an average offense in '94 without Jordan. You're
my
not
God,
winning a
I'm back with
title
this shit
with the
again.
14th ranked offense in the NBA and the roster the Bulls had.
All right, Brandon, you fought that down. You fought it down. Nobody want to fight you about that.
But even though what
You're
y'all
not winning
saying
a
that
title with the 14th
even
ranked
though what
offense.
y'all saying with the '94 Chicago Bulls, I would say they was a contender in '94, but they wasn't gonna beat the Houston Rockets though. I'm just gonna say that.
Right.
I don't think
We
they
agree.
could have beat the
Everybody
Houston
agree
Rockets.
on
All
that.
right, bet, Lo. We gonna drop the link for you, Lo. Give me a second, Lo.
Yeah, I don't think they could have beat
But
the Houston
the
Rockets.
Bulls
Not that
were
year.
also
Not that year.
the Bulls were lucky to get to 7 with the Knicks. If Kukoc doesn't hit the buzzer beater, they lose in 5. I mean, the Bulls were lucky that they got that series.
It wasn't a do or die shot. If
Hey,
he misses it, we go to
Scottie Pippen got mad about
overtime.
that.
Shut up.
Scottie Pippen got mad
The
about
Bulls
that when Tuna
Bulls
Kukoc took that last
You
shot.
can't say that then.
Scottie
It wasn't
Pippen
a
got
do or
pissed off
die
about
shot.
that.
The
Well,
Knicks
y'all,
were blowing out the Bulls
Hey,
in
y'all, I
New
gotta
York
make
in
an
multiple
announcement.
games in
I
that
gotta
series.
make an announcement.
I mean,
We
the Knicks were clearly a better team than the
Hold on,
Bulls in
Brandon.
'94.
Hold on, Brandon. I gotta make an announcement. We gonna have the biggest capper on YouTube come up on the panel in a minute to say some of the craziest shit that y'all probably go hear
Who you talking about, Lo?
towards this show tonight, man. Introduce him, man. If he hit that damn link, Mr. Ayo himself, Mr. Low, y'all could catch him on. Y'all could catch him on goddamn on Players Choice.
Not
Man, y'all
Legend
can
of
catch
Winning.
it. Hey, y'all can catch his ass on that.
Hey
What's that other
man.
goddamn platform?
Not Legend of Winning.
Hey man. Hey, shout
Go
out
ahead
to
and say
Herm,
some dumb
man.
shit you finna say, man. Go ahead,
No,
man.
I just wanna know if y'all talked about those fake stats that brother got in
That's
'88,
tomorrow's
man.
show.
Oh, that's
That's
tomorrow.
tomorrow
So all right,
morning.
I
We
gotta
gonna do
wait.
that
All right,
tomorrow
my bad.
morning.
Boy, couldn't wait to jump out the box
Right
like
now,
that.
talking
Hey, if
about
you
we're
be
talking
up
about
low,
Scottie Pippen.
hey low, I know you a superstar low. So if you do be up in the morning, just stop in tomorrow
Yeah,
morning,
I'm
man.
not. I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not.
Okay.
I already know you not, man.
So low,
Yeah,
I
we
know.
talking
Hey,
about
you
Scottie
you
Pippen.
already know I'm not
And
Herm.
how?
You
I
already
Hold
know
on,
they're
hold
gonna
on,
talk
quick,
about
y'all.
that tomorrow. I know they're gonna talk about that tomorrow on the panel. I know they're gonna talk about
Low,
that. cheer them.
Yo, Lo, we talking about Scottie Pippen and how Brandon sat here and said you can replace Sean Kemp with Scottie Pippen and they'd still win.
Wait, say that again?
Right,
We're talking about Scottie Pippen and how you can replace Scottie Pippen. Actually, no, you can replace him with anybody and they would still win.
No, that's not what I said.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that.
I'm saying that the Bulls did not need Scottie Pippen to win titles. Jordan's the GOAT. He could have won with multiple second options.
You gotta, but wait a minute, Brandon. Wait, Brandon. You gotta understand something. Scottie Pippen was the perfect piece for Michael Jordan.
No, Jordan could have won with multiple.
Brandon, is Scottie Pippen a superstar or not?
But you can't say that because that ain't happened.
He wasn't a superstar.
You can't say that because
he was not a superstar in the 90s.
You can't say Jordan could have just won with anybody because that didn't happen.
No, a superstar is a player who's good enough to be a first option on a championship team. Pippen never was.
Brandon.
On 94, we keep on telling
you
you the 1 year he had.
I got Jordan as the GOAT, but I disagree with what Brandon just said right there.
I ask you a question, Brandon.
Not contenders in '94. I mean,
Brandon,
how were they not contenders with 55 wins in the 90s?
The Denver Nuggets with Ty Lawson won 55 games.
I said in the 90s. Keep it 90s. Stop going.
It has to be
We're not moving the goalposts. We're talking about that era in that year. I can literally
name 20 55-win teams that nobody thought were contenders.
Oh, okay. Now name me now that you're correct. How many non-50 win teams? Hold on. How many non-50 win teams? Go ahead, Brandon.
Scottie Pippen disappeared in the fourth quarter repeatedly.
Here you go. No one's talking about
Well, you done repeated that like 20 times, but we heard you the first 80 times. We got that.
Hey, y'all are being rude, by the way, too, man. I just had a new guest.
Yeah, man.
They're muting mics because they're getting cooked.
What is in the first three-peat? Who's Scottie Pippen's replacement, and they still win?
No, what I'm saying is, if you replace Scottie, the whole roster would change.
That's a good question too.
If you replace,
he said Scottie, Joe Dumars. That's what you said.
No, he's a 2 though.
Right. What I'm saying is, if you replace Scottie Pippen, of course the whole roster would change. You can't just say take Scottie Pippen out and put a player in who plays a different position.
Okay, that's what you did.
My point.
That's literally what you did.
Okay.
Hold on. He said Joe Dumars. That's what you said, bro.
Right. No, the Bulls absolutely could have won titles. They could have. The Bulls had the lead roster. The Bulls could have won titles in the early '90s with Dumars. Absolutely, if they had Dumars.
I would argue Dumars is better, but it is what it is.
No, I don't think Dumars is better than
out of here.
Dumars, hold on, low. Dumars is better than who?
The Bulls did not play a team in the early '90s.
So you think Dumars is better than Scottie Pippen? Oh, okay.
Bro, I'm so done with this shit, bro.
But even if even if you think that Pippen is better, I don't think the gap between Pippen and Dumars at that point is significant. So
I would agree with that, but I don't know if Dumars better.
It is because Scottie's such a better. He's more versatile.
Scottie is better. Scottie is way better all around and have more.
Yo, one mic.
Way better than Dumars. Dumars was better than Isaiah on the last Pistons team that won a title in the playoffs.
I mean, he should get a Finals MVP. Joe Dumars did get a Finals MVP.
You guys are chronically underrating Dumars.
Joe Dumars played guard just like Mike, so stop moving these guys around.
I'm about to say, what is the? I want to know what is the
Man,
worst
no,
player,
bro. We're not playing multiple positions. What position did he play? 2.
What is the worst player that you can put next to Jordan?
Don't do that.
It's not. What is the worst player?
Steve was listed at point guard with the Bulls.
Oh, Brandon.
Brandon, what is the worst player you can put next to Jordan and they still win?
I would have to think through players. That's not a question.
No, you should be able to think.
My head.
You should be able to think of it off the bell.
Go get some water. I know his mouth dry.
I would say Joe Dumars is the perfect example of a second option who wasn't as good as Pippen, but the Bulls could have easily won 3 titles with him instead of Pippen. But again, the whole roster would change.
I got one for Low though, because I know Low don't like this particular. Hold on, y'all. I got one for Low because I know Low don't like this particular player. I think Jordan could have won with Patrick Ewing.
Patrick Ewing's better than
But I know you don't like Ewing though.
Got it, Pippen. Yeah, he could have. He is.
I'm not taking Ewing over Pippen, but go ahead.
Offensively, he better offensively. He better
Oh,
offensively.
Ewing was an elite. Ewing was a
Name
very good
another
defender.
small
He was an
forward.
elite rim protector.
Around with these
Ewing was
other
a
guys
much
who
better
play the
player.
position.
George, who was the
That is
best?
true.
George, who was the best small forward in the '90s?
Yeah, who name another small forward?
Since you keep on, since
I told I had one is Larry Johnson. And my mom. Before
Larry
the
Johnson was a power forward.
he was a small forward on the Charlotte Hornets.
He played power forward a lot.
Oh
so
my
name
God.
name a small forward that you can put next to Jordan and win.
in the '90s. And listen, Grant Hill is the my only option.
No. Let him. I actually want to hear him answer this question. Name me the small forward, especially in the early '90s. That you can.
Yeah, they
put
could have
next
won
to-
with Grant Hill.
Who are you asking, George or me?
I'm asking you. Name me
Your name Brandon.
I don't see. I think you could have put. I think you could have put Dominique Wilkins next to Jordan.
You're naming better players, though.
I think you could have put multiple players, but I don't see. There's no relevance in saying it should have been a player at a certain position. My point is that
we can go. Wait.
Let me finish.
How about Chris Mullin, though? How about Chris Mullin?
I'm saying Jordan's the GOAT. So you can surround him with multiple players like a Kemp, like a Joe Dumars, like a Dominique Wilkins. It doesn't matter to me if it's a small forward who played in the 90s or not.
You notice he's named players better than Scottie Pippen,
That's
right?
what I'm saying.
They don't have to be better than Scottie Pippen. I'm saying Jordan could have won with them.
The point is, Brandon, you can't name someone on Pippen's level. You have to name someone better than him for them to actually have a chance of winning. That's the point, Brandon.
He was on his. I think he was near his level. But what's the point? What's the point of your argument if everyone you're naming is if not as good, if not better than Scottie Pippen? What's the point of it then?
The point is the argument that they're making that Scottie Pippen was the only player or he was the perfect fit to play with Jordan is dumb. Jordan's the GOAT. Jordan's the GOAT. Let me finish. Jordan's the GOAT. He could have won with multiple second options. Of course, they'd have to be good players. Let me finish. Almost all the top teams in the 90s, with the exception of the 93 had two top 20 players. So of course,
hey,
Jordan
Brandon, you got past the ball sometime, bro.
This nigga been talking the whole. He's the only
He ain't made a bucket yet, Herms. He ain't made a bucket yet.
He's literally the only voice I've been hearing.
Worse than Steve Nash.
He keeps saying that same stupid ass shit. You could have put multiple players in that spot and they would have won. My thing is this. You can be quiet now. We saw Michael Jordan without Scottie Pippen. He didn't even have a fucking winning record. We saw Michael Jordan without Scottie Pippen. He didn't have a winning record in the fucking playoffs. We saw this. But you keep sitting here saying you can take him out and you can magically put Joe Dumars, Sean Kemp, Shaq, motherfucking you named.
You could put
again.
That's where you lose.
But again, that goes back to my point. Like I said, y'all keep arguing with these dudes, but Jordan himself said there's no Michael Jordan without Scottie Pippen.
Listen, man. Mingo is right. Like you're not gonna get nowhere with this with the argument that's purely hypothetical. You can do it in 2K, but stop it. But in general, yeah.
But saying that he couldn't, saying that Scottie Pippen was a great fit for him or a perfect fit for him, still doesn't change the fact that like he can work with someone else. That's all I'm gonna say. Like that's the equivalent of saying like, oh well, like Kyrie's like a really great, like the best fit for LeBron, but that doesn't mean that he can't win with someone else. Like he clearly's done that. But the idea that like Kyrie's a great fit for him still doesn't change, however. But if you're just saying that you can just find other players that are around, if not better than Scottie Pippen, to play with Mike, and they still could have won, I guess. But I don't know if how that changes anything.
But that's completely
that's the point. It's from
you couldn't win without Pippen.
So my problem is you're naming number one options from other teams.
No, Joe Dumars was not a number one option.
I'm talking to Lowe. You're naming number one options. First things first, they're gonna have to sacrifice shots and give them to Jordan. My thing is it doesn't work because they're not going to do that. Shaq needs the ball. Sean Kemp needs the ball. You're talking about players that needed the ball.
Scottie
just needed the ball to facilitate.
That was
Shaq
Scottie's
played with
strong
Dwayne
suit.
Wade too.
And what did Shaq
What a
do?
dumb
He
take.
would sit here and he would do his job. He still needed the ball to be effective.
No.
But
Shaq
listen,
That's the
got a
point.
lot of
Scottie
defensive
didn't.
attention. Shaq would get defensive attention even when he didn't have the ball. Teams were always doubling Shaq. They tried to keep him from getting the ball in the post. This idea that Jordan couldn't play with a top 10 offensive player,
Man,
it's
Brandon
just
funny as
dumb.
hell, man.
no, but that's what I'm simply saying is my retort was simply saying there's no purpose of going on a spiral of hypotheticals to get to an inconclusive point. Like what y'all have been doing for like last hour right now. Like the point is the purpose of this video is to respond to I believe Scott Cannon's video of lowering Scottie Pippen, debunking Scottie Pippen's impact for that Bulls team. My question to you, Lo, is who was Scottie Pippen as a player and how impactful he was to that Bulls team?
Oh, he was great. I think Scottie Pippen was amazing. I just don't know. It depends on where you all have him, or who. Not y'all, but I'm saying whoever dependent is having him. But I think Scottie was one of the 10 best players in the league at that time. I mean, on a year-to-year basis, it may alter and change, but I think on any given year, Scottie Pippen was one of the top 10 best players in the NBA. And I think that it's really hard to go throughout NBA history and find a team that has 2 top 10 or 2 top 12 to 13 players in the league at the same time. And I think people tend to remove that concept of who like players are to kind of elevate somebody. And I can see that. But I think at that time, Scottie was like the best player at his position, at worst, fifth, like top 3 to top 5 defender. And I think for what that team needed, he fit perfectly well with them.
Well,
I know.
Yeah, but
Lo, I know you're not really Lo. I know you're not really Lo. I know you're not really a big fan of Scottie Pippen, but what do you rank him amongst the pantheon of greats of all time?
I mean, he's like probably top 50, but I don't know where in the top. Like,
oh, that's a nice political answer. That's like a PC answer like that.
I don't think he's top 30. If that's you trying to get me to say, he's not top 30.
You talking about top 30 in the 90s or top 30 overall?
No, all time.
All time.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to say in the 90s, he, in my opinion, he's a top 10 at worst, top 12 player.
All right. So other than Jordan,
yeah, Mac, go ahead. No, Mac, go ahead.
I was gonna say, other than Jordan, who's a better all-around player than Pippen in the 90s?
Hakeem.
All around.
Well,
so he's a better. So he's the better.
Grant Hill
no, because
came in better than
hold on. Let Mac Devil have this dance.
David Robinson was too.
So defensively, let's just say Hakeem is better than Pippen defensively, but is he more versatile than Pippen defensively?
No.
Okay, so I think Pippen all around on the defensive side because of his versatility. On the offensive side, can Hakeem stretch the can he have spacing? Can he facilitate an offense? Is he better off ball? I don't know. I think other than Jordan, to me, Pippen was the best all around player because he can do everything at an elite level that you need.
Wait,
this is where we're going to disagree. Because Scottie Pippen.
No, I just want to hear his response.
Let Lo respond.
Because we're talking basketball, bro.
I don't think Scottie was an elite scorer, especially a shot creator. I just don't believe that at all. It's not a thing about Scottie Pippen. I think he was an elite level scorer.
I don't think he's a. You don't think he's elite level scorer?
No.
You don't think 22, 23 points per game is that's not in the 90s? That's not elite.
If you go watch how he scored, a lot of that shit was transition. A lot of that shit was transition. A lot of that shit is like him cutting back line. But if you're asking him to like go out and create an offense and organize an offense, like I don't think he's elite at that. No.
So he couldn't come off. So in the triangle offense, he couldn't come off the mid range screens and shoot. He couldn't shoot pull up threes in transition. Like I don't know if it's yes.
What indication makes you believe that he is a consistent pull-up three-point shooter?
I said, can he pull up and shoot threes? When we talk about Pippen, everything has to do with versatility. He can shoot the three, he can shoot the mid-range, he can drive to the basket.
He was not a good three-point shooter.
But I'm about to say, yeah, what is the like? Can he make a?
That's a lie.
If can he make a pull up 3-point
What
shot?
do you hold on? What do you want him to shoot from three? I'm not asking Pippen to shoot 40% from the three. So if you shoot under, so if you
35 most years,
I'm about to say, what are we talking about? There's several years where
if I'm not saying anything elite of him shooting threes. I'm saying, can he shoot the threes as a versatility? Can he stretch? Can he stretch the floor? Yes. Can he shoot the mid range? Can he play off ball?
Can he stretch the
facilitate
floor?
an
I
offense?
don't know. No,
Yes.
I'm gonna just stop. No, he cannot stretch the floor. Teams are leaving him wide open, especially in half. Especially in the second half of the second half of the 90s. Scottie Pippen was not really
did nobody leave no
That's
Pippen
a lie,
wide
Low.
open? What are
Looking
you
at the
talking,
stats right
Low?
now.
Oh,
Low. I'm looking at the stats right now. That's not true.
I promise you, just go back and go look at a lot of those finals in the second three-peat.
I'm looking at the 3-point percentage stats of Scottie Pippen. Okay, we're gonna go with what Low saying right later on in the career. Hold up. We're gonna go with Low saying now. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm finna go to 1995-96. He was averaging 37% from downtown with his most attempts ever in his career, 5.2. Right. Then we go to the next year, 1996, 5.2 attempts. 36%. Now the attempts go down, the percentages go down. As you can see, when he had
2 years, he shot well 2 years.
but you see when he actually had the ball in his hand more and he was asked to shoot him, he could shoot at a high clip. So you're not getting around me, honey. You're not getting around me.
Whoa, did he just say honey?
Let me respond.
I can't call you homie. He too soft.
Where did the conversation go now? Did he just say honey?
No, we good. Mingle. We good. Let Low respond.
I want to be clear. Those are specific years when they move the 3-point line closer to the basket. If you look at every year before and basically every year after, he's never shot anywhere near close to that. And then if you go into the postseason in particular, like I was alluding to, the numbers in the playoffs from behind the arc are significantly different. In 96 in the postseason, he shot sub 30% from three. In 97 in the postseason, sub 35% from three. In 98%, in 98, he shot sub 23% from three in the postseason. You picking out 2 years where they moved the 3-point line closer to the basket and believing that is an indication of who he was as a 3-point shooter throughout most of his career, that's not who Scottie Pippen was. That's just not who he was.
Wait, Mac, I have a question for you. So
hold on, Brian.
Scottie Pippen averaged 16 points a game in the playoffs. You think he's an elite scorer?
Oh boy.
But hold on. Harping on this man's offensive numbers. It was everything else that he did great that made him very vital to the ball.
He asked me, was he elite as a shot creator?
Yeah.
And I'm responding to that, and I'm saying, no, I do not believe Scottie Pippen was elite as a shot creator. No.
Hey, Low, I
got real quick, Low, for those who don't know, like, what does a player have to show for you to label a guy as an elite shot creator?
Give him the ball in isolation, half court, and consistently create his own shot. And I don't think that's ever been Scottie Pippen throughout most of his
I don't think that's Scottie either. I ain't gonna Scottie ain't as elite shot creator, bro.
Yeah, he's not. That's not. Yeah.
No, but below, I gotta ask you this question though, because I seen the guy that's in Go James Kingdom. He's a LeBron fanboy, by the way, but he loves Scottie Pippen because he get to diss Michael Jordan. He said that Scottie Pippen shot at the same rate, had the same efficiency rate as Kyrie Irving.
Kyrie
was just as efficient as Kyrie Irving.
Kyrie, again, if you've ever watched Scottie Pippen create shots and Kyrie Irving create shots, there's absolutely no way that anybody in their right mind would ever dare believe that they come anywhere near close.
You need to tell Go James Kingdom that
most of Scottie Pippen's threes are catch and shoot. Ball rotates over, he catch and shoot. But to be fair to Scottie, no one really at that time was creating from behind the arc the same way that like Kyrie and them do right now. And the conversation right now is specifically about: do I believe Scottie Pippen is an elite shot creator? No, I don't.
But let's get hold on. But Mac let's evolve. Yeah, but let's evolve this this conversation, all right? And let's focus on what made Scottie Pippen great. Like we obviously know Scottie Pippen one of the greatest defenders of all time. But I'm curious, Low, in particular, like where you have him ranked, like in terms of all time pantheons of great defenders. And Brandon, and also shout out to Brandon Kratz for making a good point. Some people they separate bigs from perimeter players when they do their ranking of defensive players. But go ahead.
If you were to say perimeter players, I think he's like a very clear top 5 to top 10 defensive perimeter player all time. If I were to include everyone, then he's like 10 to 15 defender of all time. And depending on just how you gauge how long somebody has to play, so I can see how somebody can slip him out of the top 15. But I think for who he was as a player, what he was asked to do, and like as a perimeter defender, I don't really think that you can have a long list that's better than Scottie Pippen.
All right, let's get a little toxic. Let's get a little toxic. Who's a better perimeter defender? Why is Scottie Pippen?
If you ask me about anybody in today's league, I would say they're better than Scottie Pippen. But
oh my god,
if the talking about the eye test, I don't. Yeah, I feel like everybody's here watched Scottie Pippen play. There's no way that anybody believes that he's an elite level shot creator, especially in contrast to someone like Kyrie. Like, there's just no way that anybody.
No, we're saying versatility.
But he's specific when he's brought up versatility.
Real quick.
Yeah.
What we're saying is what Scottie brung to the table. He did everything just good enough. It's not about him being elite. We already know offensively he's not this. Could he get a shot off? Could he create a shot? Absolutely, Scottie Pippen can create his own shot. I'm not sitting here saying that he has the offensive package of Kyrie. The problem that we keep running into is that people keep getting stuck on one aspect of Scottie Pippen's game, which is offense. He brought a lot of different bags to the table when it came to the Chicago Bulls that no other player, in my opinion, at that time could have filled. Just the things that he did on an individual basis.
Horace Grant was just as good, though.
Was so integral, you cannot replace him.
Different if they had
and that into
they
that
would
point,
have lost.
Into that point, I agree with that. But again, the original argument somebody said was elite, and he wasn't elite at everything. But was he good enough at everything? Was there more things that Scottie Pippen could do versus things that he lacked in? Absolutely. And I think to that extent, yes. I would still.
But what did he really lack in? He could get to the rack. He could create his own shot. He was excellent. He was a way above average defender in the paint and on the perimeter. I mean, he facilitated the offense. He could rebound. He gave you everything you needed for that team.
He was a poor free throw shooter. That would be the thing.
Pippen was a poor shooter in general, not just a poor free throw shooter. Pippen needed Jordan. He couldn't close games because he couldn't.
No one sat here and said Pippen didn't need Jordan. Okay, you make it seem like anybody could have replaced Scottie Pippen, Brandon, and you're wrong.
Pippen is not a number 2 option on a championship team in the 90s.
A few players.
The only team in the 90s that could have won a title with Pippen as number 2 was the Bulls. That's it.
So who is the number 2 option on the Chicago Bulls, Brandon?
Hold on. I know I said I don't like hypotheticals, but like, let's entertain this just for a little bit. Let's start with top down. Okay? I know George and Biddy something. Low. Do you agree Brandon Kraft's recent state right now? Like, is Scottie Pippen as a second option? Did he only be successful with his skill set only on that version of the Bulls?
No, I'm saying he would only win titles. I'm not saying he couldn't win games. I'm saying Pippen needed Jordan to win titles.
Yo, Brandon, I'm sorry. Brandon, bro. Yo, you got one more, bro. I'm sorry, bro. I was told by the higher.
But wait, let me ask you, because the thing that kind of bothers me is that unfortunately we don't have a lot of like play-by-play footage and like stats for like seasons beyond 97. But this is where I kind of just always just throws me off a little bit. I don't know if y'all have ever seen Scottie's numbers in like the 97 season, especially in the playoffs. Bro, anything outside of like 3 feet from the rim, or even like probably like 5 feet from the rim, Scottie Pippen was horrific at it in the postseason that year. Like anything. And so when y'all are saying these things, I don't understand And to be fair, if y'all want to say 97 is him out of his prime or whatever, I think that kind of furthers the point of like how good Scottie Pippen
definitely
was.
in his prime in 97.
No, but like the thing is, let's get like.
Wait, I don't know if that's Lamont on the FYF.
Yeah, no, that's Lamont. He's en route. Like 10 minutes out. I'm just holding it down. But like I'm just saying this, right?
If to Lamont to answer the question about like we're talking about offense. Defensively, I personally believe in the 90s, Scottie is again like the third best defender behind Hakeem and David Robinson. I think that those are the only two.
That's fair.
And I think out of NBA history, I think that there's probably only between those two, Bill Russell, Hakeem Olajuwon, and then after that it gets
probably
Kareem,
Tim Duncan,
KG,
Alonzo Mourning was more impactful defensively than
even Dwight Howard.
And I think after those 8, I think it gets pretty slim on like who's definitively a better defender than like
Gary Payton.
Powerful. Say it again.
No Gary Payton.
No,
Payton
I think
bro. Gary Payton is not a more versatile defender than Scottie Pippen.
I think.
You talking about that?
No, we're not talking about versatility. We're talking about.
Gary Payton got a defensive player of the year.
And I don't think he deserved it. But we're neither here nor there. I think that Pippen was a better defender than GP. Tim Duncan did not win a DPOY either, and Tim Duncan is better than a lot of players who won DPOYs. So I just think that. So defensively, I'm not really debating, but this is the thing that really bothers me. We had this conversation about Pippen because if the only argument about Pippen and the value he provided consistently at an elite level is defense, which I don't think anybody's really questioning, then at that point, we really have to start questioning like, okay, if that's the only thing, like how good could Pippen have been if the only thing that we constantly talk about is defense? Because just being a great defender, especially for like, I don't know, for like what a 7-year period should not be enough for us to be putting him in certain conversations that some people try to put him into.
What do some people? Hold on. Let's start with there. What do some people try to put him in that you?
Where does Lamont have him at?
Well, a lot
Lamont. Okay. The troll answer from Lamont is top 10, but like the actual answer he's like around top 30. You mentioned earlier in this video.
Man, Lamont think Hakeem is overrated. So then there's that.
On the championship team.
But low, it's not. But you and I both know, like, a player like ranking is not just what he does elite or how many things he does elite. Is also the other things that complement what he does elite at, right? So Scottie Pippen, yes, he was not like a quote unquote the world's best passer, but he was a very good passer, in my opinion. Like we all know, he was a very good rebounder especially for the 4 position at that time, and being one most, and I think most slept on thing about Scottie Pippen. One could argue that he's a top 7 athlete of his time, at least during when he was healthy. So all those things count. Him being regarded as one of the greatest transition players of that time too. Like that is not just his defense, which is we all know is transcendent. It's those other versatile things that supplements his defense, which, in my opinion, makes him portable. Not just throughout the 90s, but also even today's game.
But we saw Pippen after he left the Bulls. He didn't win anything. He never got to the.
But like common sense. But Brandon, common sense understands like no player is the same after multiple severe injuries.
So let me ask, when do you think that impacted Pippen's ability to win? So that in my opinion, that's the question.
To be honest answer, 98. Like I don't agree with the notion. I think 98 it stopped it there. Like I think 98, especially if you go back and watch the playoff games that are available throughout the entire playoff run. Nah, you clearly see like Pippen. That back
he was a shell of himself.
Yeah, he was
a shell of himself.
And so that I think are very close to his.
I know what people want to say. In '98, he still made an all defensive team. We're
not listening to them. We actually having a real discussion right now. So to even Brandon's point, if in '98 we can all see that Scottie Pippen is a noticeably worse player than he was, especially in the postseason. If we all know that for half of the season, Pippen basically he missed half of the regular season. If we know that, right?
games.
Pippen was breaking down in the finals that year.
So if we know that if these are all things we know, like before Pippen got there, I think the Bulls were they had a 24-11 record. So they were on pace. They were on pace to win like 58, I think it is, almost like 60 games without Pippen. If we know
Jordan won 70% of his games without Pippen on the Bulls.
If we know that, and we know that Jordan can still go on to lead the team to a championship, knowing that Pippen is not nowhere near close to being the same player in the postseason, what does that then say about Pippen?
No, it says to me, it's not an indictment of Pippen, in my opinion. It's just more so. To me, it really tells me the gap between the Bulls and the rest of the goddamn league. That what tells me.
I was about to say, now it's either one of the two. Either the league was so trash.
No, it's not. Hold on. It's not the gap between the Bulls and the rest of the league. It was the gap between the Bulls and most of the East, because the East was completely.
No, they killed any team that came out the West. They killed any team that came out the West.
Utah was favored in the finals against the Bulls in '98.
They didn't kill the Suns.
No, and that's a myth. And that's another myth. They only favored in Game 5.
No,
in Game 6, they were favored. The more and more Scottie Pippen injury looked more severe. That's when they became favored. But going into the series, the Bulls was favored. Going into the playoffs, the Bulls was favored.
Exactly.
This is the impact.
They weren't favored against Phoenix.
No, but go back there.
I gotta ask Lo this, y'all. Lo, I want to know if I'm the only one feel like this. I thought Grant Hill was actually better than Scottie Pippen when Grant Hill first came into the NBA.
Most like from '96 on, or when I can't remember when the Grant Hill come in.
Grant Hill came in the league in '94.
He came in '94.
I think from 90.
I think you could debate it from 97 up. 97 still give it Pippen.
Actually.
I still give it to Pippen 95, 96.
Yeah,
I think 96.
No, not 96.
Grant Hill couldn't shoot better than
90. Bro, y'all
couldn't
chill with the
3 like that.
Pippen was nice.
No. I think Pippen was better because Grant Hill was. He didn't even attempt three. He didn't even look at a 3-point shot.
Yeah,
but
he didn't even like.
But to be fair to also the Grant, that offense that he was in wasn't. It didn't set him up. He was a ball handler getting downhill. Like he wasn't even going to ever be a 3-point shooter. But I know I still think he was
best small forward.
But
below, it's not no indictment to any. But back to the conversation, it's not an indictment on any player if their team still wins when either they underperform or they get hurt. Like that's not an indictment on the player. Like Kobe got hurt in the first championship in 2000, but that's not an indictment on him. The fact that the Lakers still won the championship. You know what I mean? Same thing with Kareem. Same thing like all these other players, bro. Like it's just not an indictment towards them. It's just more so to me. It's more so an indictment on how great that team is relative to that season.
But I hear what you're saying, but I do think that there should be a question to be had that if Pippen can perform that poorly and they still win, or just not be anywhere near close to where he once was and they still win, then there needs to be a conversation around. Either A, if the rest of the Bulls are that much better, or if Michael Jordan is that much better, or the rest of the league is that much worse. Like it has to be something.
I think it's a combination of 2 or 3 things you said.
The East was weak,
No.
but the Bulls were not significantly better than the best teams in the West, like Utah. The gap was very narrow, especially.
There was a game they beat them by 50.
In '98, the Bulls regressed significantly. The Bulls were finished after '98. '98, the Bulls regressed significantly across the board.
They beat them with and without home court advantage. Like what else? Like how else do I have to assert my dominance to prove that we're not close? When the second best player on our team, you still couldn't push us to 7 games, dog. You're nowhere near close to my level.
What are you talking about? Utah had a better record than the Bulls. That game was second.
Yeah, exactly.
Hold on. No, they didn't. You're lying.
They didn't. No, they didn't. They didn't have a better record in '98. They didn't have a better record in
'98. started to have significant back issues late in the finals.
No, and why I mean my home court advantage, they did that.
The Bulls had a better record in '97, and they finished tied in '98.
Yeah, that's not true.
Right, but Utah had home advantage in the '98 playoffs.
Brandon,
remember the 2-3-2. The 2-3-2.
Severe back issues in the finals. How many games did it take the Bulls to beat Utah in those finals?
6.
The same amount. The same amount of games.
And we was up 3. And we was up 3-1. We dominated.
That means my team is better than yours, Brandon.
Right, and shut up. Utah was winning with 6
Shut
seconds
up.
left.
You need to shut the fuck up. You've been up here talking stupid the whole fucking time.
No, you're just saying
You don't know
dumb
what the
things.
fuck you're talking
Scottie
about.
Pippen.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I gotta make room. I gotta make room for somebody. No, let me get. I'm sorry, man.
You got enough people, but low. So in 98, when Pippen, I agree, was a shell of himself. It wasn't the Bulls didn't. They had the best team, best coach, and best player on the court, but it was still a 90s era where you had to play defense. Scottie Pippen offensively, you can look at the numbers and say all the bad stuff and narratives that you want, and it's true. But defensively, he was still one of the better players for that team and on the court. We won with our defense. Jordan scored half the points for for our squad. We beat Utah with 90 points and Jordan had 45. You see what I'm saying? So when we talk about Pippen's, it's straight impact. You have to look beyond the numbers, especially for what he did for that team, not relative to the rest of the league.
But Pippen,
not that good
No.
offensively.
Now that I disagree with. He just said I disagree with, because to find someone specifically that does what Scottie Pippen does and is willing to do is completely different from just trying to find a defensive oriented player. Like Dikembe Mutombo is a defensive oriented player, but he doesn't do the things that Scottie does. So I disagree with that.
Lo.
But I also believe that in '98 he also wasn't the same defender he was either, though. And in the '98 finals in particular, what was he doing defensively in that series that mimicked anywhere near close to what he was doing 3 or 4 years prior?
One on one, he wasn't the same. But as a team defender, what he did to disrupt the Jazz's offense, you can go look at the Indiana Pacers and how he disrupted their entire offense. All he did was make the team's efficiency low. He managed to guard his own position or whoever he was guarding as well. Nobody just got off one-on-one on Pippen. You can credit the 90s and say they were bad players, like who was going after Pippen. You know what I'm saying? You can make that argument. But defensively, when you have a Bulls team that's still 1 or 2 with Pippen, and they're only giving up 85, 86 points, and they're still one of the best defensive teams, you look at Pippen and his impact, and you have to give him credit for that. No, was he the same defender as he was in the early 90s? No, no, he wasn't. But he was still great defensively, and he disrupted everybody's offense. That's what he did. And it's just impact. I don't have numbers to back it up other than the totals and the percentages that teams shot. That's all I have to back it up. But other than you go on to watch the games and you can see the impact that he had.
I mean, Reggie Miller and Malone cooked the Bulls in '98. I mean, Pippen was not shutting these players.
No, but
stupid.
Johnson.
Hold on. Let me say something.
Malone isn't who he was defending.
Finals. What y'all talking?
Let
Like,
me say one thing.
Hey, we got a new guest on the panel. Hold on, y'all. We got a new guest.
This is what happens, y'all. See, and then one of the reasons when you got Brandon who derails the conversation with dumb shit. And this is what I mean.
Casual take.
This is what I mean right here. He comes up here. See, the thing is, as much as people want to complain about Scottie Pippen's offense, it never cost them a championship. When they lost in '95 against the Orlando Magic, that was because they didn't have a power forward to stop Horace Grant. And that's why they went and got Dennis Rodman. And when they lost to the Knicks, that wasn't because of Pippen. Pippen played great. They just didn't have the guns because they didn't have a viable replacement for Michael Jordan. Pete Myers wasn't going to cut it. And they did the best they could that year without any real replacement for Jordan. Even at the start of the season that next year when they didn't have Jordan or Horace Grant. I mean, what was Dickie Simpkins, Jason Caffey, and Pete Myers supposed to do? They were supposed to replace Jordan and Horace Grant. And so what people do is they sit up here and cry about Pippen's offense. Who cares about his offense? Like when people ask these low-hanging fruit questions like, was Pippen a shot creator? Well, that's like asking, is Muggsy Bogues a post player? Duh, he's not. Like they ask questions that they know there's a very easy answer to. It's just like when you look at Pippen in '97, okay, his back was messing up his offense. Cool, we get that. But he was still first team all defense. He was still the Bulls' best playmaker. He still was top 10 in MVP voting. So he had some type of impact, because if he'd have completely fell off the map, he wouldn't have done any of that. So that's what I say, is just like people run to his offense. Like I will defer and say, yeah, he was sometimes in his career, he was slightly above average offensively. He, as far as scoring the ball, he was a elite playmaker. But if we're gonna always run to how well he shot the ball and scored, that he didn't. There was a handful of games in his career where he helped the Bulls win games just off his points and what he did scoring the basketball. That was never his value. And it's just like, this is the problem when people talk about Scottie Pippen. Why do people shy away from talking about his defense? Why do y'all shy away from the fact that Kobe Bryant said he was the only player in NBA history that could take away one half of the basketball floor?
Well,
right? Why y'all shy away from the fact he was probably the best player in transition in the 90s?
Well, he asked
I said all this. I did say
no, but I know, but you fall into the trap of even answering it because it's a low-hanging fruit question, because the answer is obvious. Like you ask, like Brandon Katz is going to sit here and ask you a ton of questions about Pippen's. Oh, he couldn't shoot in the mid-range. Well, he wasn't a strong mid-range shooter. Like that, you can't ask like dumb questions. And you ask these dumb, easy questions about Pippen. Of course, he wasn't great in the mid-range. That wasn't his game. Like, and if you can tell me a game where the Bulls lost the game because he didn't score the ball well enough, okay, you might find one or two of those in his career, maybe. No, but I promise you won't find a game. Well, find me a game where he lost the game because of his defense. Find me that. Find me a game, because we've seen games where the Bulls lost because of Jordan's offense. That was Jordan's MO. Find me one game where anybody can say Bulls lost because Pippen's defense. That was Pippen's MO.
If I'm not mistaken, I think game 1 of the 91 finals, Scottie Pippen himself said that they lost the game because he couldn't defend. He did a bad job defending James Worthy. I think Scottie Pippen himself is on record saying that.
Okay. One game, but one.
You told me to find
hold on. No, hold on. So now, how does that one game, since we found one throughout his whole career, and you only know about it because Pippen said so, how does that impact it? How does that?
You just told me to find a game.
No. We found we found. What I'm saying is it typical? Is it typical of Scottie Pippen to have lost games because of his defense?
No, it's not.
So his strength, what made him great in the NBA, generally was always there, more likely than not.
I don't think it was there though in the 98 finals. No, I don't think it was. I don't think he was anywhere near close to the same defender.
Of course, he's not going to be close to the same defender when his back's about to fall off. Okay, he's not 93 Pippen, but that's okay because he was still all defensive Scottie Pippen. You still would struggle to find 10 better defenders in the league, even with his back broken.
I don't think in 98 he was an all defensive team,
he was an all defensive team. Yes, he was. He wasn't first team. He was second team.
I don't think he was that. I don't think he played at a level in that season.
And it doesn't matter. And he was still top 10 in MVP votes.
I think that more is a picture.
It doesn't matter. He was.
And Lamont, that's fine. I'm telling you, when I'm watching him play, especially in the finals, he is not that player anymore.
Look, if the finals is just at max 7 games, if he had a stretch of a bad 3-4 games because he had went through an entire grind of a season and his back was completely destroyed and he was starting to really dwindle down, okay, I get it. But if you're using those few games to make it seem like he was this horrible player in 98, that is not the case. Because during the regular season, all his numbers was practically the same. His points per game were down slightly and his defense was still just as good.
But it wasn't just as good. It was still great.
Then give me any measurement that tells me his defense wasn't just as good because he was still an all-league defender.
Yeah, but just because you were first team all defense.
Okay, what are you using to determine that he wasn't an all-league defender?
I'm watching him play. But just because you're first team all defense 1 year and your first team all defense,
he was all team defense in 98.
Okay, I get that. But listen, what I'm saying, just because you're first team all defense 1 year and first team all defense another year, doesn't mean that you're the same level of defender from 1 year to the next.
What made him? Okay, let's say he declined. He still was one of the best defenders in the league. Decline.
And that's it. I'm never saying that even as he declined, he still wasn't one of the best defenders in the league.
Okay, so then why mention that he declined if he was still one of the best in the league?
The initial, this is what I came into, is that Scottie Pippen could still decline and they could still go on to win.
But when you say he declined, what's the point if he was still one of the best in the league?
That he can get worse, or the team can get worse, and they can still find a way
the
to
team
win.
they won the championship, so they obviously didn't get worse. It was a little bit harder. It was more of a grind. They still won the championship.
Lamont, just because you win a championship, that doesn't mean you're just as good as the year before when you won.
What
a
I'm
championship.
saying, Lo, and this is for everybody who was saying this: if you say that Pippen declined, what is the point? If he was still one of the best defenders in the league, if he was still one of the best facilitators in the league, and he was still top 10 in MVP voting, and he was still an all-league defender, what's the point of saying he declined?
To acknowledge that the team can still win even with him declining. That's it.
Let's
tell the truth.
I'm going to say the conversation.
Was 98 the Bulls' hardest championship because of the grind? Because Pippen started to wane.
I agree.
He was on.
Yes.
Okay. So with Pippen not available, it made everything much harder on the Bulls.
Yes.
And
was a lot of things.
Pippen, an injured Pippen, still helped them win a championship.
No one is saying that.
They were saying that Jordan could have won with anybody.
I was about to say
no. Brandon said that.
Jordan never won with anyone else. Jordan.
No, Brandon tried to imply that.
Pippen to play.
Just responding to the
There
conversation.
was no way he was going to win without Scottie Pippen.
The conversation I came into was, could he win with someone else, or is there another player that he could have come into? And then what I'm saying is that if you're getting a worse version of Pippen and can still win, you could technically argue that there may be another.
You can't even name a worse version of Pippen in the 90s. Who was this player?
I'm saying if Pippen is a worse version of
it was the worst version of Jordan as well.
Okay, hold on. First of all, see, the thing is, like what I pointed out earlier when I did my soliloquy was there's the lie that people say that Jordan didn't really have any help when those first couple of years in Chicago. No, that's a lie. He had some really good players around him. Jordan said in his book he didn't like them, nor he didn't want to play with them because the guys that he was playing with, they weren't defensive oriented. They were offensive oriented. They were offensively gifted. Quentin Daly was offensively gifted. He was top 10 draft pick. Orlando Woolridge was a top 10 draft pick, averaging 20 points per game. He just struggled to play D. Right? I can go down the list. Sidney Green, same way. George Gervin, people try to lie and say he was old and washed up. No, he was just an all-star. He was an all-star the year before, and he was averaging 20 points per game. Jordan couldn't play with other scorers. Jordan needed the only person in the NBA that could do what Scottie Pippen did was Scottie Pippen. There was no other Pippen in the league that Jordan could play with. So when y'all say that Jordan could have won with these other players, you got to find me another Pippen first.
We're just gonna disagree with this. I think you're completely underrating like Jordan's ability to like capitulate with somebody else or just play alongside with someone, because like that would be the equivalent of me believing that Kobe would never have been able to win with like another ball dominant player because how ball dominant he was. But
did Jordan capitulate with any year where he played without Pippen? Tell me any number 2 option that you remember that actually looked good.
But who were they though? Like
okay, thank you. Who were they?
Thank you. This is Brandon's argument. This is Brandon's argument. It's not argument.
No. They actually don't. No, this is a new thing right now. But my question is, that is sometimes the thing when people do the hypothetical thing was like we try to just stick it to their game and the skills they presented, but we don't take into account the personalities and the important tangibles that do come with those players. Like multiple players, like Scott Williams on this platform mentioned how important it was for Scottie Pippen to be that type of person. And I always say, like in any team, there's different forms of leadership that needs to be communicated. So you have guys like Kobe Bryant or Michael Jordan, who leadership is more confrontational and direct. There's a reason why they won with other guys who personalities more acceptable to the team, like a Shaq and a Pippen.
Any good offensive player that Jordan played with, he clashed with. Anybody that like he clashed, like just like they said in the chat, he clashed with Stackhouse. He clashed with Rule. He clashed with Quentin Daly. Any player that was gifted offensively, Jordan clashed with.
No, but Lamont, I gotta
That's
go
a fact.
against that. I gotta go against that because you saying that he can't play with anybody that's a scorer. He did in college with James Worthy.
We're talking about NBA.
No, but
and in college, when you under the dictatorship of your college coach, you got to fall in line. That's a completely different game.
But I'm just saying,
completely different game.
If Michael Jordan, let's just say, after James Worthy got drafted,
and Jordan played with those guys because he wasn't the best player. Jordan only played with Worthy because it was the pecking order was that Worthy was the best player.
We're doing all hypotheticals.
So let's hold on. Jordan was the Robin in college when they won the championship.
Okay, if he could play Robin,
no. So you telling me? So basically, what you're saying is for Jordan,
he could play Robin.
So basically, what you're saying is Jordan would need to play a Robin to fall in line with other good scorers.
I'm just saying. You saying
you're talking about Jordan as the number one? I want you to tell me this: after Worthy left, who was the number 2 when Jordan took over, and how many championships did they win?
I think he.
No, that's not what I asked you. Who was the number 2 option?
Michael Jordan lead his team too.
Who was the number 2 option in college after Worthy left?
Perkins, Lamont. I answer your question.
How many championships did they win?
They wasn't gonna win because you had a lot of.
Why? Why weren't they gonna win?
There's a lot of great teams in the 80s in college, Lamont.
Man, come on, man. See. Excuses, man.
But let's be honest, bro. But Lamar was alluded to, but we all know. You wrote the reason why I know, bro. So let's be honest.
I ain't holding on.
No, I'm not saying, bro. Herb, let's be honest, bro. It's different from the college and the pros.
That's not being honest,
bro. We all know who Dean Smith was. Most probably when you are Herb, bro.
I let him get it off. I let him get it off, though, Sturdy. I ain't letting that shit slide, man. You can't say that's hypothetical shit.
How is it hypothetical?
That's why I just said earlier.
Sturdy, hold on one second, Sturdy. Hold on a second. See, this is what this is another trick bag that people try to use. They try to say that what we saying is hypothetical. It's not, because Jordan's career is over, and we saw what Jordan looked like without Pippen. We saw what his career looked like when he had other. Hold on 1 second, Herm. See, that's the thing. Y'all keep making up this stuff like it's hypothetical. No, we saw Jordan on the Wizards. Hold on, Herm. We saw Stackhouse hated playing with Michael Jordan. Stackhouse was a scorer, wanted to be the scorer. Why did Stackhouse hate playing with Michael Jordan? Why did Jordan make life miserable for Stackhouse? And Stackhouse was obviously the better player at that time. When Jordan said in his own book, about playing with Orlando Woolridge and Quentin Daly, 2 guys that were gifted offensively. These guys were stealing my thunder because I needed the ball. Why would Jordan say that? Jordan said this, not me. Those guys, but people like Scat, whatever his name, Attack was lying, saying that Jordan. He said the best player Jordan played with was Charles Oakley. That's a lie. That's a lie. No, Jordan had gifted players around him, and Jordan wanted those guys up out of there because he wanted the ball. And as soon as those guys were out the way, he goes and scores 37 points per game, and they still got a losing record. It wasn't until Pippen came, because Pippen didn't. Pippen see y'all kill Pippen. A lot of y'all kill Pippen for not being this elite scorer, right? But the problem with that is Pippen didn't care about scoring. Pippen's number one thing was defense and playmaking and doing what the team needed most to win games. And he didn't care about the end result. And that's why his game was all spread around. Now, when Pippen in '94 had to mantle to his own, I'll give you that one, right?
Yes.
But rightfully so, because he was playing like a top 3 player in the league, and a top 3 player in the league is going to want the ball in those situations, because obviously when you've been playing behind Jordan all those years, you want to show people you got it in you too to close out games. And when the coach literally rips that opportunity away from you, you're going to be a little bit pissed. So I give him a slightly little bit leeway there.
He didn't rip the opportunity. He had in the three or four possessions, but prior to that, Pippen had two or 3 opportunities to close the game. He just missed the shots. He didn't rip the opportunity away from him.
Man, come on, man.
Just go back and rewatch.
I have never
rewatched that game. He gave him
that makes no sense whatsoever, because I promise you, we can go back and look at all Jordan's game winners, and if we go look at some of the plays prior, Jordan might have turned the ball over X, Y, and Z, and I don't care what happens. They still going to Jordan at the end of the game for the game.
But that doesn't mean that they didn't give him an opportunity. They still gave him one, regardless if they decide to give him another one.
And I'm talking about in that specific moment as a competitor. I'm not going to kill Scottie Pippen for wanting the ball and being pissed that the play wasn't for him, because what people do is they over-bloviate about that one moment, and they kill him for being the ultra competitor. He acted out in the wrong way. I get that, and those guys straighten him out for it. But at the end of the day, that was just him wanting to medal. We're talking about an era where people cry about players shying away from the moment. They cry about LeBron James passing it in the clutch. And when you have a guy like Pippen cussing the coach out mad because he can't get that shot, y'all right on the coattails of, yeah, you're a bad teammate. You're supposed to let Kukoc take the shot. No. The best player wants the ball. Let him take the ball and go do his thing. And if he don't get it, he pissed. How many times has LeBron James checked down plays? LeBron James has checked down plays that coaches drew up and said, "Fuck that, I'm getting the ball." He's hitting game winners like that.
Players though, but you're naming players who are just better offensive players though.
Man, it doesn't matter. Y'all can cry about that year. He was one of the better players in the league.
You can you can be one of the better players in the league, but if there's a better offense.
See, y'all can have it both ways.
But that's like
you cannot have it both ways.
It's not both ways. There are several players who are the best players on their team, one of the best players in the NBA. But
you telling me Kukoc was a better player than Pippen in 93?
I didn't say that. If you let me finish, but if there's other players on your teammates who are better offensive players or better closers or better shooters, then yes, they're going to have more opportunities.
Kukoc was a better player than Pippen in 93.
I didn't say that. Listen, you're not listening to what I'm saying. I'll say it again. If you have teammates on you have someone on your team that may be a better offensive player, maybe a better shooter, or maybe a better closer than you, just because you're the better player doesn't mean that at that moment you're going to get the opportunity. There's several times where Tim Duncan, Kevin Garnett, David Robinson, several players who are not offensively equipped as some of the perimeter players that were on their team those years were not going to get the same opportunity to close a game.
How many times do you remember seeing John Stark shoot a game winner?
Quite a few.
I see him try. Seen him. No, real talk, Lamont. Like,
let me. You talking about are you talking about a buzzer? You talking about a buzzer beat?
How many times y'all seen Avery Johnson get the ball in the clutch?
Scottie Pippen averaged 19 points per game in the 90s, bro. Like, that's like top 25 for the 90s, and that was playing with Michael Jordan for 7 years. Ain't nobody averaging over 20 points per game playing with Michael Jordan. Like, what are y'all talking about? The man can do everything on the basketball court that y'all claim a player should do. He was elite at the game of basketball, especially on offense. He knew how to dribble the ball to the right spot to set up the offense to get everything going. He played in the triangle. That's what Scottie Pippen's job was. He was an elite offensive player. He could score the basketball. Y'all call Kyrie Irving this elite scorer and all this other stuff because he takes difficult shots. Taking a difficult shot doesn't make you a good shot creator. Scottie Pippen could take those shots and make those shots. He was efficient. He was a very good player offensively. He played with Michael Jordan. It was very difficult for the Bulls to transition after 10 years of Michael Jordan to know what to do at the end of a game when Michael Jordan was going to take 10, 15 shots in every fourth quarter. Like, these were different scenarios that the Bulls had to adjust to. Even Phil Jackson, he probably said to himself, let me try somebody else. That he probably didn't.
This is the type of stuff I got to go through, man.
You don't go through nothing, bro. This is just dropping facts.
I ain't gonna lie, this is a lot of yap right here, but I
that's what I'm saying.
Was there and actually watched it and then watch it on YouTube? I didn't watch it on YouTube, bro. I didn't watch it on YouTube, bro. I watched the games. I was there. I lived it, bro. You sat there and watched it on YouTube.
At the end of the day,
you just said nobody could average 20 points alongside Jordan, and somebody did. So like that, you're just saying things right now.
Okay, but hold on. Low. That's a good starting point right there, Low, because it was Orlando Woolridge. Why were they still complete garbage? What was missing from Orlando Woolridge's game?
Oh, well, defensively they were terrible that year.
No. What was specifically about Orlando Woolridge? What was very obvious about his game?
Offensively, or just talking about in general?
He was one of the worst defenders in the NBA by a long mile.
Defensively.
So what I'm saying is, not only Pippen came in, a guy that you guys say is not as offensively gifted, came in and gave close to the same point production as Orlando Woolridge. But he also was the best defender.
I think I think Pippen is a more offensively gifted player than Orlando Woolridge.
No, I'm saying, but what I'm saying is offense, like scoring the basketball, is probably third on the checklist of what Pippen does best.
And
when that's third on the checklist, why are we bypassing 1, 2, and 3 just to go to the fourth thing that he does best?
They asked me what he did.
No, that was general.
But why are we bringing up Orlando Woolridge playing with Jordan and his rookie season? Like
Because
that's when he averaged
you
22
just you
points
just
per
said
game. When
okay.
Jordan, when we talking about Jordan
The most
scoring
rookies
titles from
don't come
87
in
on.
winning, bro.
From 87 on, nobody was
Your boy
averaging 20 points per
LeBron
game for Michael
didn't
Jordan.
make the playoffs
Because
his
nobody
first
was
2
good
years.
enough.
No, it wasn't
No.
that.
Nobody,
Scottie Pippen could
Scottie
average over
Pippen
20
wasn't
points per
ready.
game. He had Ron Harper who could
Team
average 20
wasn't
points
ready to
per game.
win yet,
He
bro.
had players who could do it. Jordan was
Also
not letting nobody shoot the basketball. That's what you
Pippen
missing.
wasn't good.
The
Pippen
George
wasn't
Gervin.
first. Pippen's not offensive minded, and he wasn't good enough in the '80s to average no 20 points.
Did he
We're not
need to
talking about
average 20 points?
in the 80s. We're talking about
Why
Michael
does it
Jordan in
matter if he scored
general.
20 or not? He
Michael
didn't
Jordan
need to
is not
score
letting
20 again.
nobody get 18 to 19 shots to average 20 points. That's what you guys fail to realize. No one's going
Oh
to
my
average 20 points per
god!
game shooting 13 shots per game.
You gotta stop.
Like
You
that's
gotta
what you guys
stop
fail to
talking
realize.
that
But
fanboy
if
talk,
you're
man.
saying Pippen
You
did,
gotta stop talking
then
that talk.
you can't say that no one's going to
Thank
attempt enough
you.
shots to score 20 points per game when somebody actually did. You're
In
openly admitting.
'92, he's averaging 21, 7, and 7.
Yeah, in '92 he attempted like 17 shots a game. Like you are openly admitting that there is a year where there's players who's averaging 17 points. Like in '97, Pippen is also attempting nearly 17
No,
shots.
we're talking about averaging for their careers. Because that's what people bring up with Scottie Pippen is the fact that he averages 16 points for his career. That's what I'm trying to say. For the whole entire 90s.
But that's not.
Hold on,
Let me
wait.
be clear.
Hold on,
That's
wait.
not what we're talking about.
Throughout the
That's not
whole
what we're
night.
talking
Listen.
about.
No, I didn't say for a season, Lo. I didn't say for a season, Lo.
How do you?
Hold
on, let him. Hold on, let him go.
I
Let
didn't
him
say
try
for a
to
season,
say.
Lo. I brought up the whole 90s, Lo. You're good for not listening. I brought up him averaging 19 for the whole 90s.
But I never brought up his career average either, though. We never.
No,
Nobody
that's
ever
what
said
people. No, that's what people like Herm do. That's like what people in the comments has been saying about him averaging 16 points per game for his
Nah,
career.
I actually speak
And
highly
why
of
y'all
this
use
guy.
that as why he can't be an
on this
elite
panel.
scorer?
And
Let's
I
keep the
don't talk
conversation on
about
this panel.
I don't
I
talk
just want to be
about
clear.
stats all the time.
I
Go
don't
James
think
You the
Scotty
only
or
one that do
Hold
that.
on, Herb. Real quick.
I don't think Scotty or anybody else could have attempted 17 shots next to Jordan because Scotty actually did that and averaged 20 points. Like someone clearly did that. So to say that
Again, he's not going to do that for the majority of the time playing with Michael Jordan. Again, throughout his
He
career
had to
with Michael
develop
Jordan,
first, though.
he averaged 15 shots per game during the 90s, not 17.
But what we're saying and what Lamont is saying is that Pippen is not offensively minded first option. We're talking about a pass first, facilitate team player first that averaged 19 points per game in the 90s with Michael Jordan, and you're saying nobody can average 20. If you add another offensive player next to Jordan, I think he can average one more point than Pippen. That's just me.
He's not
That's
going
just me
to
thinking out loud.
do that. He's not going to get the shots to do that. That's what you failed to realize.
If Shaquille O'Neal,
My
so like
son
it's still
disappointed me, man.
It's
no,
My
it's still
son
Lamont.
breaking my
Yeah,
heart.
That's a different.
it's still
My
Lamont.
son
Yeah,
is
it's still
breaking my
Lamont's
heart,
point.
man.
It's like
Yeah.
that's why I don't like these hypothetical stages, bro. Like if you take Pippen, like so much changes for that Bulls team. Number one, like there's an element that people don't acknowledge when they try to do these hypotheticals, try to mix different players. They don't acknowledge their personalities. At the end of the day, like co-workers and teammates have to coexist on the court, and that starts with their personalities and communication. Second thing is it doesn't matter. Like it don't matter if you plug and play Sean Kemp, Barkley. They wasn't there, so there's no way to prove it. I'm putting on 2K right now, but the conversation's going too fast. Like simulation's not fast enough. So regardless, we just have to go off what happened. And what happened is that what made that Bulls one of the greatest dynasties of all time was their defense. And Scottie Pippen was the anchor and the spear of that defense. And that's and in general, like when you talk about a player, you shouldn't talk about what they do less. Like there's no perfect player. You should talk about what made that player great first, and then go on.
Ask me, does he not do? Y'all ask me the question. I was
no. I was just wrapping it up. Low. I was just wrapping it up because
Brandon don't count.
Y'all pivot. I came in here and y'all pivot me to this question.
Nah, Lo. I'm gonna be real. It's my fault, bro.
No, Lo, that
I
was
just wanted
Brandon
to
that
catch
put
you up
you in
on
that
the
conversation.
conversation
That
we were
was
having
twin,
because in my opinion, bro, people sit here and they downplay Scottie Pippen's vital role and importance, and they sit here and he basically was sitting here saying you could just take Scottie Pippen out because he lacks something offensively, put anybody in there and they're just gonna win. Go James Kingdom and Lamont said, I don't think Jordan allows that to happen. They're not gonna get the shots. They needed. That's why Scottie
I mean,
Scottie
Scotty
Pippen was
did get the
purposely
shot.
made
How could y'all
that
keep saying
role.
they not going to
Scotty
get the
got
shot?
the shots,
Pippen
He's
got
though.
not
15
gonna get
I
the
mean, that's a
shots.
false
Pippen
statement,
got
though.
15
Scotty
He's not.
got the shot.
Pippen not going to get the shot.
Clyde Drexler's not gonna get the same amount of shots he got in Portland on the Bulls.
Bro,
Shaq's not gonna get the same touches.
y'all
None of these
saying that,
players
but
are
Pippen
getting the
got
same
15
touches.
shots.
Jordan wants the ball.
But Pippen got 15 shots, though. Y'all saying that, but Pippen got 15.
Hold on,
How many shot attempts did Clyde Drexler get with the
15 shots is a lot of
Portland
shots.
Trailblazers?
Hold on, twin man. Let
Did
me
he get
say
more than
this right
15
here.
shots a game?
Bro, 15 shots is a lot of shots.
Hold on.
For a
That's
second
not
half,
enough for
15
somebody
shots
like
is a
Clyde
lot.
Drexler. That's
Twin
my
man,
point.
hold on
But wait a minute. What I'm saying.
Hold on. This is Flamingo Jester, y'all. This is Flamingo Jester. Pippen got the number of shots that he did. Now, I want you to ask yourself, just based on Pippen's style of play, how many shots did Pippen generate for himself? Just understanding his game. Remember, just thinking back on how the Bulls played. How many shots did he generate for himself just running the floor hard in transition? Just off being an offensive rebounding weapon, being able to get put back layups. His game wasn't predicated on, just like Lowe said, he's not going to go create his own shot. A lot of his points, he went and created it out of pure garbage and just ability to play elite in transition because they led with their defense. So let's not act like he was out there just going ISO, getting his shots off. He wasn't. He was getting his shots off just off sheer effort sometimes and just being elite in transition. And that's where and that's why he never clashed with Jordan offensively, because the way he got his points never interfered with what Jordan did in the half court. When you look at the great scores that needed half court offense, like the Woolridges, like the Quentin Daly, and some of those guys, they operated kind of in the same hemisphere as Jordan. And that's why Jordan said they clashed. He didn't get along with him. He got him up out of there. Pippen got his points in a completely different matter. So let's not, like, he went and got his buckets. Like, that's the literal definition of going and getting your buckets. Because
I would say 6 to 8
thing, though.
I would say about 6 to 8 points on a game-to-game basis. He did that.
But 6 to 8 points is a big difference, because that takes you from 10 to his average.
No. I'm saying I'm to answer the question. I'm not saying this is a good or bad thing. I'm just saying when watching Pippen, I would say almost on a game-to-game basis, he would probably get like 6 to 8 points just off of transition and offensive rebounds. Off of those as well.
And that's hitting your average right there. And that's one of the reasons I say he never clashed with Jordan, because he wasn't going to just go out of the way in the half court and go take shots that like Jordan was taking them. But he led with his defense. He ran the floor hard. He operated out of transition. He was a hell of an offensive rebounder, right?
But this is the thing, he wasn't going to do that. He wasn't going to do that because the Bulls' offense ran through Jordan.
What you mean he wasn't going to do that? He already did it.
No. The Bulls offense didn't run through Jordan, Mingle. It stopped running through Jordan.
Because Jordan was the one who
Mingle. It stopped running through Jordan when Doug Collins got fired.
The offense they was running. The offense changed when Doug Collins got fired. That's a different thing. The offense changed when Doug Collins got fired.
Jordan literally said it himself, like Jordan made an agreement with Phil.
Equal opportunity.
It's an equal opportunity offense.
That's what I just said. The offense changed.
The triangle in the 90s was not no equal opportunity.
I was about to say, come on, we gotta be honest.
Y'all lying like I'm. Hold on. Check this out, y'all. The triangle in the 90s, and this is what made Phil elite. Phil understood that. Okay, even when he was with the Lakers, I got two guards that love to shoot this goddamn basketball. How can I trick these motherfuckers into getting a little ball movement before they shoot? Oh, the triangle. It makes it seem like there's ball movement, but the ball is ultimately going to get facilitated right to Jordan in his ISO at the elbow, ISO on the wing, where he can operate. And what the coaches say, your percentages of scoring the basketball significantly increase after 1 or 2 ball reversals. What happened every time in the half court with the triangle? You always got a ball reversal. And it's okay if Jordan took the shot. It was a sneaky way to trick Jordan into playing team basketball while also taking all the shots he wanted.
I'm about to say
that's a fact.
there was still an epicenter to the triangle, and that's the focal point of where it became equal opportunity once teams doubled, and then there was like clear passing lanes, but it wasn't. Let's just be honest with ourselves. And even if you want to say it's equal opportunity, somebody still has to pass for everybody to get those opportunities.
I meant to say Jordan was less ball dominant.
And we all know that wasn't no equal opportunity, because if you wasn't giving Jordan the ball,
there's
Jordan
not
was about to barbecue.
He was less dominant.
Nobody's gonna dump the ball in the cart right as an equal opportunity.
He was less ball dominant.
You think Scott Williams is going to take some shots when Jordan?
That's what I'm saying.
To answer the Clyde Drexler question real quick, from 93 to 96, Clyde Drexler is also attempting 16 shots a game, and that's some of the years in Portland in his first 2 years in Houston. He was still attempting like 16 shots a game. So Portland, even when he was a first option or second option, Clyde Drexler was still attempting about 16 shots a game, 15, 16 shots a game.
That's one more than
below. I do think when these hypotheticals, conversations do develop, people do need to start taking account personalities within each other's games. Like it's not a 2K thing. Like even like personalities have to be able to mesh and coexist on the court for teams to have success.
That's fair, but couldn't you argue the same thing with Shaq and Kobe, that their personalities didn't really mesh as well, but they still were able to piece a lot of that together, though. At least well enough.
Triangle. No. It didn't get toxic.
I agree.
It wasn't toxic. Yeah, it wasn't toxic when it was winning. It got toxic right after they won.
It was toxic before.
It was toxic before that.
It was
when Dale.
Okay, in my opinion, it got to a point of no return when Kobe did that thing.
Kicked in the first round.
Oh yeah, but they were already fighting before they even won. That's why there was even conversations about trading Kobe for Jason Kidd and Sean Marion. Like it was before, during, and after they were and they were still butting heads. So but
also in terms of style of play too, like because we all know we all heard the multiple stories of AI. Like typically, I'm not gonna lie, like we all know, like to be a high volume scorer, there's need a little bit of selfishness in your game versus a pass oriented player. Like those type of guys are typically like, look at the way they talk, like the way they conduct themselves. Like one guy's a little more giving, the other guy's a little more self centered. You know what I mean? I do think there needs to be a balance, especially when you're structuring a team. And Phil Jackson talked about it in the book.
Yeah. And by the way, with those same years, Lil brought up, Clyde Drexler only averaged 20 points per game only once. He only averaged about 19, 18 points per game throughout that same span. So again, we're not taking those shots. You're not gonna get over 20 points per game like Jordan fans want Pippen to do.
Okay, let me further reiterate.
Don't want Pippen to average
20.
Go ahead.
He being nasty. In 1993, he averaged 19.9 points. In the 95 season totality, he averaged 22 points. Within his time in Portland, he averaged 22 points. Within his time in Houston, he averaged 21.4 points. And that was on 15 shot attempts. So the question was, could someone was Clyde giving you around 15 to 17 shots and still giving you 20 points, regardless if it was first or second option? And in particular in Houston, when he was a second option player, only attempting 15 shots, he averaged 21 points. That was a question. So the sample size I use is still applicable to an answer for that question.
So James King, the wrong.
To be honest, this 20 points a game thing. No, I'm saying it's irrelevant because in the 90s, like I'm saying, in the 90s, how many second option was giving you 20 points per game on a year in, year out? Like that was a dead ball era. Why is it a big deal, especially for a defensive oriented team and a defensive oriented player?
That's my point. Nobody was saying.
To be honest, it's the fact that Scottie Pippen got close to that point production with him. That's not even secondary skill. Like, is more impressive to him.
That's the point. Who do we compare him to? Clyde Drexler. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So he is a scorer. He can score. He just didn't take those shots. He never had a chance to be the number one option.
No one
So you're saying that Jordan took away from Pippen's offensive game?
Yes,
he did though.
That's factual. If that's the case, then why didn't
Jordan didn't take away from Pippen's game?
Why didn't Pippen have 30 and 94 without Jordan?
Hold on, y'all. I think that's where y'all wrong.
It took away from his points. I don't think it took away from his
No. It didn't take away from Pippen at all, because Pippen was one of those rare players. He didn't need to have court to get his points. He could, just like Lowe talked about, he could junk his way into 12 points. He could junk his way into 8 points. You got the free throw line also, so he's going to get maybe 4 points there. He's going to junk his way. Unlike some of these other guys that need to have court, they need the ball. How many guys that you know was going just willing to grit and grind their way to 16 to 19 points per game and still not even care and give you league best defense on anywhere on the court and take the craziest assignments and put his body on the line? When you talk about him breaking down, his body breaking down, it's probably because he sacrificed his body to defend at a high level damn near 82 games a year.
But he did take away from his shot selection. I mean, that's the reason why.
I don't think it took away from his shot selection, because just like LeBron, he wanted to be a facilitator. He thrived in that role as facilitating first. Now, when he was given the scoring role and the triangle was ran for him, we saw that he could damn near look like one of the best players in the league, like he did in '94.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, like who he was. I think '94 Pippen is who he actually is as a player. I think that's probably the most accurate depiction. But what I'm saying is that, like playing next to Jordan means that you're not going to be able to score 22, 23 points like he did in '94. Like, you're just
94 Pippen is no different from 93,
if we understand that, then that's
the point I'm trying to make, is that
how do we value his greatness if we understand
from a skill set standpoint? I don't know, it didn't take away from him, but from a statistical standpoint, it did, because
Pippen was not going to be averaging 25, 26 points per game.
I never said that. I never said 25.
He can average around 23, 24, 22.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. So he averaged. Listen, real quick. So he averaged 22.
When you add a volume score to your team
in '94, right? If he averaged 22 as a number one option in '94 and finished third in MVP, right? In '92, he averages 21 points per game, 7 rebounds, 7 assists. You cannot ask Scottie Pippen to do more than what he did with the Bulls, no matter if he was a number one or number two. That's who he was. You cannot ask Pippen to be a volume scorer. You can't ask him to take more shots. That takes away from his game.
No, he gets 18 shots per game. That's not too many shots. 17 to 18 shots is not a lot.
That's a lot of shots, though, bro.
Sir, what I am listen. That's okay. Let's say Scottie Pippen. Let's say Scottie Pippen takes more shots. Let's say Scottie Pippen takes more shots. Is he going to be more efficient to average those more points, or is he still
48, 49?
No, he's not. He's not all of a sudden going to be more efficient. No, that's not him.
Why do you care if he's efficient or not?
He is efficient,
but the efficiency is about the
no. The Lamont. What I'm saying is they want Scottie Pippen to take more shots, and what I'm saying, what he did with the Bulls was him. If you ask him to take more shots, that would take away from his game and what the Bulls needed for them to win. B, we don't know if he's going to average more points just because he took more shots, because he wasn't that efficient of a scorer, and we just got done saying he wasn't a dominant creator who can create his own shots. Okay. So why would I want him to take more shots?
One mic.
So low. You just got done saying that Scottie Pippen is not an elite shot creator, correct?
Yes.
So you want an elite shot, a non-elite shot creator to take more shots.
Those same 2 seasons you brought up.
In the season, but it's all like it kind of goes into like the offense that you're in. If you're in an offense that allows you to thrive off backdoor cuts and half court set, being able to run in transition, you position the offensive rebounds. Like, you can still be a volume scorer and still be efficient. But you're asking him to put the ball in his hands and to create off the dribble consistently, or force the defense to collapse on him and rotate while he's taking shots or beating people off the dribble. That's just not who Pippen is to the degree in which you would want him to.
And how did he become one of the top 3 players in the league?
That's the whole point.
Because I think
Yep.
again,
No, but that's not the point. Because the seasons that he's talking about, Scottie Pippen shot 50% one
Lamont, I
season.
got
He
a
shot
question
49%
for Go
the
James
other
King.
season.
And
So that means he is efficient.
And mind you,
those is one
I
of his
know
two
he's
highest shot
efficient,
attempt
but I don't
seasons.
think I don't think he's the shot creator that I think.
No, but
No, he's
out of
not a
four.
bad shot taker. He takes good shots. That's why he's efficient.
What I'm saying is when
that's not what we're saying.
When Pippen had the mantle on his own in '94 when Jordan left, he not only led the Bulls to 55 wins, but he did it with a team that was down on players because they replaced Jordan with Pete Myers.
Mm-hmm.
That is like not only that, his playmaking along with his scoring. Hold on one second. His playmaking along with his scoring elevated Horace Grant to being an all-star, elevated BJ Armstrong to being an all-star, elevated Kukoc to being one of the premier 6-man in the league. So not only did he bring everything that he did from the past, but he got better scoring in '94, and this is without any real replacement for Jordan. Like, because just like they say, Pippen did all of that shorthanded.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know what Pippen would have looked like had he have ever been a true number one with a fully loaded Bulls team with a viable replacement for Michael Jordan.
Well, Lamont, I got a question about you saying that. Let's just say Scottie Pippen up his shot attempts about two more attempts like Kevin Durant, like 18.7 attempts a game, which Kevin Durant attempted his whole
But
career.
what is that? What, like, first of all, you would have to explain to me first, why is it important that he increases his shot attempts?
You gotta let me ask the question first.
He averages 22, 23 points.
Yeah. Shut up, nigga.
I hope you
No, Herb, that was the answer to your question.
I hope I know. No, stop. I don't think he understands. No. If he's attempting 18 shots, I hope it's more than.
Yeah, so if he only, but Go James King though. But I like that you answered that. So if you saying that a nigga taking 18.7 attempts a game, only averaging 22 points a game,
that's crazy.
That's
I said Scottie Pippen will average 23, 24 points per game.
No, you said 22.
I said that, bro. Listen, y'all keep making up all these things up for Scottie Pippen when we showed that the numbers show you that he was still a good scorer, especially in the 90s.
What my nigga, what KD average on taking them 18 points?
He's a better scorer. He's a 10 times better scorer than Scottie Pippen. That's not a good. It's exactly.
I want to be clear. The only reason I got to scoring is because that was a question asked. I still want to state that Scottie Pippen in the 90s top 10 player. I think he was the worst, the third best defender in the league at that time, and overall, he's a top 50 player all time. I cannot reiterate that enough. And I think, and if I'm being honest, I think there was more 20 or near 20-point scores that were second options in the 90s, and I think you all are giving credence to.
There wasn't a ton, but there were some. I'll give you.
There was some, yeah.
That much.
It was more so like distributing the teams. To be honest with you, like 16 to 18 points per game. That's like a sweet spot.
Yeah, but you're not going to find a better number two in the 90s than
Oh yeah, and I agree. I think Pippen is the best number two in the 90s, without a doubt. As long as you understand that
Penny got hurt. Penny got hurt. Penny got hurt. But I give you
fair. If
Penny wasn't going to lead his team in every statistical category. I don't know.
I don't know, man. I don't know now.
He had to. No, Mac. I'm gonna say he don't have to do that to be on the trajectory he was to be better than Pippen. Like, he had to do that.
Oh no,
not in the 90s.
I think Gary Payton to give him a run for his money though as a second option.
Just.
I'm just saying, I think he would because Gary Payton was averaging around about 19 points.
Oh man,
if you think Gary Payton was, I don't think Gary Payton was second option.
Y'all put a
lot of wow.
I'm just saying, y'all downplaying GP now. I'm just saying.
Just you know, based off of StatMuse, there's only been 22 players throughout the 90s that averaged 20 points or more throughout the 90s.
But that's
you gotta double check that. No, you gotta double check that.
But wait, but that's not the same as saying like on a year-to-year basis there are multiple players averaging 20 points as second options. So yes, there could.
I understand, but it's going to be rare that we're going to find two of them on the same team. That's what I'm saying.
I don't think so. But if, like, for example, like Mark Price throughout the 90s isn't averaging 20 points, but he has a year or two where he's averaging 20 points alongside with like Brad Daugherty. But both of them don't play enough years throughout the 90s for their career average throughout the 90s.
Like Kevin Johnson and Charles Barkley.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Even I think hold on, was Kemp and Payton both 20?
Yeah,
I believe so. Yeah, like Hershey Hawkins and Charles Barkley.
Kemp was more 18 to 21. He was
now
18.
I believe that there was a year or two where they both were 20.
They did for a year back though.
That's the point I'm making.
I
Like
think in '94.
On a year-to-year basis, I think y'all would be surprised. There was probably 7 to 8 teams, maybe even 10 some years, but like 7 to 8 teams that probably had.
And I'm glad that y'all talking about this because when in the beginning when I was talking about this, I said in the 90s it was extremely difficult. If you weren't the number one option, it's extremely difficult for you to put enough points on the board to get all-star recognition. And that's why we would see a lot of years where guys like Horace Grant weren't all-stars. And, some of these guys were to talk about the Skap Attack guy who was saying that Horace Grant was a bum, Dennis Rodman was a bum. Sometimes it just wasn't enough shots because it was an ISO league in that time because of the illegal defense. The best players were going to get the lion's share of the shots. It was going to be a slower paced game. So that naturally took away a lot of opportunities to score right there. And if you were a third option, you just got to get it how you live. And I think sometimes we relegate to calling some of these guys bums. I don't know if they was really bums. I think it was just a style of play in the 90s that took away their opportunities to score. It's hard for me to say that Kukoc was a bum and some of these third options was a bum. Horace Grant wasn't a bum to me because we saw what he did in Orlando when he got more shots.
Well, Lamont Horace Grant, people were arguing at one point, especially at the beginning of that first three-peat, that Horace Grant was just as valuable as Scottie. So I think people back then,
them dudes was on crack.
Hey, I think people.
Well, I don't. Herm, tell me who said that.
Yeah, hey man,
no, Herm. Tell me the one person that
got a lot of Chicago fans felt like.
No, Herm. See, remember what I said earlier, y'all.
I'm a Bulls fan. I ain't never heard that.
The making up of arguments. I've never heard in my life someone say that.
I got your back, Herb, but damn.
He might be underrated. He might be underrated, but I don't think I heard that.
When y'all was talking
see how Herm just made that up just to create a.
Hey, Herb. I heard more people try to give Pippen more credit than Jordan. I've heard that. I've heard.
Herb, were they sober when they said this?
Oh, Chip.
Herb, were they sober when they said this?
Y'all was talking about the 20.
It's a lot of people. It's people.
No, they were sitting next to Orlando Woolridge on them crack rocks.
Hey,
that's nasty work right there.
What time are y'all exposing Jordan tomorrow, man?
That's nasty work.
It's gonna be in the morning, man.
Ain't nothing to expose about Jordan. What y'all talking about? Exposing for what?
What time in the morning are y'all exposing this fraud DPOY, man?
Hey, but Lamont.
Oh, you ain't done a show on that yet?
The 20 points per game.
Lamont, you and Lo got to do a show on that. Be honest.
I want to react to Lo's show.
Own research though. I don't want to rely on
Lo. I'm tell you right now, it's nasty.
It's nasty.
It ain't nothing nasty.
No. If you read that article,
I've already read.
If you read that article,
damn thing nasty about that. Shut up.
That nigga, that dude got his eyes crossed.
Whatever you thinking, Lo, it's 10 times worse.
It's real, Lo.
It's not.
Real. Hey, Lo. You remember all them times you said Stockton didn't have no assists like that because you was watching them games? Trust me, they were cooking them stats back then. They were cooking them stats.
Bro.
But the problem is, Lo, they got proof. That's what's the killer about it.
No,
Come look on Go James Kingdom. The proof is on Go James Kingdom. We got a couple of games.
No, it ain't.
Hold on. I'm gonna ask y'all this question. On this. So we understand what a steal is. Sometimes we understand what assist is, right? If back in those days, I don't think they counted a stat for taking charges. Some of those steals, deflect. He tipped the ball on the pass. Got in the passing lane, he tipped it, and went out on the offensive player.
No, Mac.
All I'm saying is we don't know all the stats that they had.
No.
We know what a steal is.
No. You need
steal is a steal, whether it's a tip or not.
Nah.
There is a specific game where he points out. There's a specific game where he points out how somehow, some way, that the Hawks only had 10 turnovers.
10 turnovers.
And all 10 of them just so happened to be live ball turnovers.
We got the footage.
No turnovers out of bounds. No shot clock.
And when you watch the game, the first thing you see is one of the Hawks players dribble the ball off their foot out of bounds.
Yes. Who was the second?
McDuff, you just
in that race.
McDuff, you literally did it. Hold on. McDuff today. Hold on, real quick, McDuff. McDuff today shared his own experience on his experiment. He literally watched the game of the '80s and a guy against Celtics, and he witnessed them cooking the stats for steals. So what are we talking about, Mac Duff?
No, what I said was I
I'm gonna look it up
didn't
for you.
see Michael Jordan make a steal. What I saw was was one block, and then I saw him strip a guy in the paint. But the guy kept possession. I was like, they probably
And
added that.
what was the box score
And
say?
the
What the box
box
score
score
say?
said one block and one steal. So I'm like, well, they'll probably add some BS other than what we think is steal. So they probably see this as a steal, which really isn't a steal. That's all I'm saying. But did they cook the books? I'm saying yes. I'm not going against that. I'm saying yes. They actually did. But for a guy who was the first player with 200 steals, 100 blocks, and he did it the next season, there ain't nothing fraudulent about him.
No. See, this is where we didn't. You got to just watch. You have to watch. I mean, read the article because I hate when y'all are like downplaying the research that went into that article. To answer the question, who came in second that year? Mark Eaton came in second, but the gap was 37 votes for Jordan. Only
It was
9
absurd.
votes.
But look at and Mark Eaton was the second.
He's averaging 35.
And defensive rating.
That had nothing to do with defense, nigga.
Has nothing to do with defense.
Niggas, so hold on. So you're a defense. Hold on, real quick. So you're a defensive player. And you don't have to worry about offense. But this other guy is averaging 35, and he's one of the best defenders in the league. I think it's a little bit.
To do? What does
What
scoring
does
have to do
difference
with
have to do
it?
with the fucking defense,
No,
nigga? What are you talking about?
Can I answer the question? Can I answer the question?
Never heard this argument.
Can I answer the question? Can I answer the question?
Go ahead and answer the question.
No, y'all do. Y'all done?
I ain't never heard this.
Y'all gonna tag in again? Y'all gonna hop off the top rope again?
Go.
Hold on. Repeat what you said.
All I'm saying is that we've always said, well, he's the number one. You're gonna put me on the big screen. I like that. All I'm saying is we always said if he's the number one option, he can't be the best defender or guard the best players on the other team. If a man is averaging 35 and then still the only player in NBA history to have 200 steals and 100 blocks in a season, all I'm saying is he deserves to be on the all defensive team. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
The conversation ain't got to do with the all defensive team. It's about winning DPOY.
And
the reason keep going.
But the reason why the argument is being brought up is because during his home games, somehow, some way, the steals got inflated so much to where he was averaging 4 steals at home. 4.
Correct.
That's an abnormal amount of difference from home and away to the point where when his home and his away blocks and steals are almost double from what he got at home or the other way around. His home
Low, you know what?
Was it like that? Was it like that for everybody?
But low.
No.
That's the thing, Mac Duff.
The home cooking was for everybody.
Mac Duff. No, Mac Duff.
Not to
that degree. Not to that degree, Mac Duff. That's what you missing.
Read the article. He literally talked about this as well. How the differential for Jordan, in contrast to other players, differential is still there's like a 30% difference between the next player.
Wait, no, give me that number again, Low. What was that percentage again, Low? Give me the percentage again.
It was like a 30 to 35% difference.
Thank you, Mac. Like I told you, that 30% difference. Jordan, 30% of Jordan's stats are removed.
Y'all try to. I'm not arguing about the 30. I'm not arguing about the 30%.
4 and 3. That's his career average.
No, Mac Duff.
No, I'm not arguing about the percent. Y'all tried to take that 30% and average to a total number of steals. Like that makes sense.
No, that's a fact. No, but what we're saying is this. Mac Duff. What that guy did, he not only showed you the differential between Jordan's stats, he's like, let me extend this to the other guys who's in the top 10 of steals per game. And there's nowhere near as close as much differential as Jordan's.
Yes.
For home and away?
Yes.
For home and away.
He literally said yes, as far as the differential, exactly. But everybody on that list still had better stats home than away.
I wish I had this.
It wasn't as high as in differential as Jordan. I get that point. That you're exactly right. But still, the algorithm shows that everybody had better stats at home than
but
away.
not to
It's
the
just
degree
Jordan's
where
was
you're
higher.
averaging 4 steals at home, bro. 4
And
steals and it's crazy. No, that's crazy.
Yes. Did you watch the games?
They did. We're telling you right now.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, but MacDef, the problem is,
bro.
here's the problem, and a lot of people criticize me for saying this.
I'm criticizing.
When you actually watch the games,
He's nasty.
Jordan don't look like an elite defender.
Now I'm not going to go to this degree.
No, I'm dead serious.
Now in '88, I watched the game versus the Celtics.
You don't look like an elite defender. Like
I'm not saying I ain't saying he looked like Kawhi or Pippen. I ain't saying he didn't look like no Kawhi or Pippen. He didn't look like, you know what I'm saying? You right.
Now there
I
are
seen
a lot of games where
Dennis Johnson first play took him to the basket. You right.
It's easy to play dudes that dribble with one hand.
He looks like somebody that is just so much more. He looks like somebody who is just so much more like athletically gifted than everyone else on the floor, that he can make mistakes, he can run around, gamble, and even retreat. That's what he really looks like in a lot of those games. I'm not going to say though that means he's a bad.
Nah, he's still elite.
No. I'm not saying he's a bad defender,
or even not a non-elite defender.
What I'm saying is, when you primarily use steals per game to give him a DPOY, that's scary. The 90s and some of the awards that were given,
but you know that's how
it's
most of them are
scary.
done.
I know.
They didn't give him just because of the steals per game.
That was the main MacDef. You go back and read the articles.
Check this out,
you go back and read the articles of the voters.
If you take away steals per game, how was he a better defender than Hakeem in '88?
But Hakeem wasn't even the runner-up.
No. I don't care who was. How was Jordan a better defender than Hakeem in '88? No. Explain that.
Again, if you take away his steal, if you're saying, oh, he can't lead the league in steals.
No. What I'm saying is, if you don't consider steals per game, explain to me how Jordan's a better defender than Hakeem in '88.
Again, he wasn't a better. I'm not going to say that he's a better defender than Hakeem. I mean, you're not getting me on that. What I am simply saying is that he made history and he did something.
He did
that nobody else.
But I'm not asking you about
that. You mean the stat keepers made history? That's
no. Hold on, time out, Lo. The exact same stats he had in '88, he had in '87. The only reason he didn't get a defensive team in '87 is because his team was trash. But when they went over 50 games in '88, he all of a sudden those stats in the defensive category look that much important and impactful. So they gave him the deal.
I want everybody to. I want people to actually read this article because they didn't just compare his differential to other players in '88. They looked at the greatest differential throughout the entire existence of the award, and not only is he number one, he's number one by a 20% margin.
So Jordan's number one. That sounds perfect. Say nothing else.
And they judging
Jordan's number one in everything. I can't help it. Like he's number one. He's gonna be number one in this. He's gonna be number one in rankings. Number one in score. Like I can't help it. He's number one in everything.
Number one in cook stats, man.
Hold on.
Hey, Lo, this is your GOAT, bro. That's your GOAT.
But hold on, y'all.
Y'all arguing, but Lo, y'all arguing. Lamont told us that this is not even a defensive.
Who?
You broke up, Mingo.
Yeah, you broke up.
Not even a defensive stat.
No, but this is what I'm here to with, Mingo. I'm disappointed in all these guys talking about this article because y'all are late as hell. Y'all are late as hell. Why y'all just now talking about? Y'all are late as hell because a Vancouver Grizzlies scorekeeper back in the 90s talked about this when it came to John Stockton. And y'all sitting up here all of a sudden now.
Oh, Herm, you missed my. Herm.
I've
been.
John Stockton is a top 5 point guard all time. He's one of the greatest assist players point guards of all time. Don't you bring Stockton's name in this?
Herm. I'm sorry, no. I've been.
90s era is the greatest era of basketball. Y'all not taking it away from me. Fuck y'all.
Let her.
Hold on. I ain't talking about you, Sturdy. Hey, I talk about where he ain't on the panel no more. I talk about that bum, Go James Kingdom. Talk about that bum, that fanboy.
And you know what, Herm? I was just about to say that, because if GOAT James is going to die by this idea that his numbers were cooked, then he needs to say the exact same thing about John Stockton, because I've been saying that for the last 2 to 3 years now, that I've gone back and I've rewatched that man play basketball, and I'm looking at some of these assists, and they are stretching it on what they are considering to be created for someone else. I've been saying that for the last 2 to 3 years.
They doing that for everybody though.
No, Mac and MacDev, you can MacDev, you can testify to this. Literally every single time I'm on that platform, I'm like, that nigga's not top 5 point guard. You gotta stop pushing this bullshit. Like, it's that simple, dog. Stop pushing this bullshit.
Who's not a top 5 point guard?
Oh, John Stockton. They padded stats too, Lamar.
No.
Nah, they padded. Look at
John Stockton is still the all-time assist leader all time.
Stockton came in the same year Jordan, Lamar. What are you doing this?
No. I'm saying his stats might be a little bit juiced, but
a little bit.
No, the scorekeeper
he's still
said
nice
they
with it
juiced.
though. Like John Stockton's still nice with it.
He's nice with his soul to stack.
You can't pick and choose, nigga.
Lamar, you and I both know. Lamar, you and I both know. John Stockton's claim to fame is those cumulative stats.
Hold on, Herm. Here's the difference. Before Lowe came out with his John Stockton assault video,
oh wow,
I was high on Stockton, and before this hit piece came out on Jordan exposing him, I did a video 2-3 years ago saying that Jordan's defense was overrated. So I'm not using this new information to say Jordan was overrated. I've been said Jordan was overrated before this even came out. This was 2 years ago.
Hey, is Drew Holiday better than Stockton?
I think a lot of people that are objective knew that a lot of stuff that happened in the 90s is a bit overrated because that's the marketing era. You know, they were trying to make a lot of those players seem better than they actually were.
90s is the greatest
salute to the panel, by the way. I didn't get to say that earlier. Shout out to everybody.
No, but Lamar, I will say this to Lamar. You haven't had out of all the streams you had for being factual about the 90s, right? You didn't necessarily have a stream dedicated to them cooking the books for their superstars yet. Not yet.
A stream to who?
Dedicated
cooking the books.
Yeah.
Cooking the books
for the 90 stars.
And MacDev, if I speak about Drew Holiday,
no, I never did that because I didn't have this information.
No, I know you're gonna have Drew Holiday over Stockton. That's why I'm saying.
I know Lamar. He gonna run rampant with this. We got questioning. What I said was, we got a question the Kings blocks too.
No. What I said was no. Hey. Look, here's the problem. The thing is, even if even if Akeem's blocks numbers were juiced, he's still an elite shot blocker. He's still one of the best defenders. Like, absolutely. I don't need to know Pippen averaged 2-3 steals a game for him to be a good defender. Pippen did other things for me to know he's a good defender. The problem is the voters back then didn't know how to tell what a good defender was. So they ran to the stats. And if you led in blocks or if you led in steals, you could win this award. That's the problem. That's where it gets scary because they was using stats and then solely giving out awards primarily on those stats being juiced.
They doing it now.
That ain't the only reason why Jordan.
Lamar, all I know, Lamar, is Jason Kidd is the all-time leading assist right now, officially.
But hell no, they ain't cooked no 3,000 assists for John Stockton. Shut up. That nigga is 3,000 assists ahead of that.
I don't know, man.
That man is 3,000 assists ahead.
I don't know.
It's kind of it's almost even more unbelievable with the slow ass pace of the 90s.
But all of these cooking that I've seen to a high degree happened in the 80s and early 90s. In the late 90s.
Yeah, because didn't they change the stat keeping somewhere around like 96,
they grandfather stats in like 96.
Yeah, in the mid 90s when they changed. I don't see as much of it in the mid to late 90s. I see a lot of it though in the late 80s to early 90s. I see a lot of that shit. Especially when y'all boy Stockton, man.
Stockton, hey, MacDev, last time I checked, Stockton is also the all-time leading steals too. Same draft as Jordan. Hey man, 2-2. 2-2.
So we're gonna do this for everybody. So Bill Russell will change.
No, not for everybody. No. Hold on. Guys like Kobe, Guys like LeBron, the guys who got drafted during the tracking era, they clean. We already know this stats are
That
legit.
is true. Yes, we can
Hold
actually
on,
go
hold on,
back
hold on.
and
So low. We can agree that Stockton probably passed the ball into the post. A guy took a dribble, spin, and went to the basket. We don't. They count that as assist, but
technically
technically,
that is an
like, did
assist.
you really? You feel me?
Well, one
Listen,
dribble still counts as an assist
I'm
when
gonna
you
say
pass the
technically that's
ball.
an assist. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about I've actively watched Stockton throw the ball to somebody in transition and they took 3 dribbles and they still counted as an assist.
Yeah, that's not a fucking
Hold on.
assist.
Everybody is not clean. We seen a game where Tim Duncan got a quadruple double, game 6 of the finals, and they missed 2 blocks on him.
No,
Exactly. They hold
do that
him.
in the
They
server.
didn't. They didn't.
They'll take
Exactly. They
away
didn't
your
help him.
stats.
They hold Tim Duncan. So if we see that in plain sight, it's still going on today. You want to cook Jordan and everybody else,
they
then
don't. They
we
update
can
everything.
still see
You can't
all
do it
the
today.
evidence
Mac Def, you
today.
can't do it today. Mac Def, you
Yes,
can't
we
do it today.
can.
You can't do it today.
You know why?
So
You know
an
why I know
assist.
this?
So if I pass the
Go ahead,
ball to
Lamont.
a guy
Lamont.
today,
No,
he
no,
can
go
take
ahead.
2
Go ahead, Lamont.
dribbles and go
Mac
to the
Def,
basket and
check
score.
this out. Mac
That's
Def,
an assist.
Mac Def, this is what happens. And if you play if you play like FanDuel or anything, you know. So what happens is the statisticians might sometimes mark things down as steals or blocks, but at the end of that game, when that game is reviewed, and you might have a certain score on FanDuel, and then that score completely drops because at the end of the game, they didn't took that block away. They didn't took this steal away. They will go back at the end of the games, check everything, and then record it correctly.
They don't. They don't. That's a lie.
I know
What do
several
you mean
people
that's a
who've lost
lie?
money.
No.
I know
check with
several
several
people
seconds.
who've
I've literally
lost
seen
money
it
like that.
happen.
They don't.
Single, bro.
All the time is what I'm saying.
Matter of fact, they've done it. They've done it in real
I
time.
don't start here. I don't went back
They
and
did it real time. What is that?
Hey, legal funny is.
I've seen them. Matter of fact, there was a game. There was a game in the finals where they took away one of Tatum.
They track everything with Synergy, y'all.
Man,
They track every single thing.
Well, that's crazy.
I cannot wait till I bring the guy that created Synergy on the show. I talk to him every single day. This is the man that created Synergy. I told him, I said, you're
You ain't do that yet?
responsible. I said, you're responsible for a lot of fans saying that LeBron is the GOAT. I said, and this is the guy that has Jordan as the GOAT. I'm gonna bring him on the show. And Synergy tracks everything. It does not miss a dime.
Ask Chat GPT to what he say.
No ass in Chat GPT. We're talking about Synergy.
Or whoever.
And for those who don't know, NBA.com.
I know you still live in 1989, and you think technology don't exist, but it exists.
No, I get it today. The technology is stupid today. They ain't
don't miss a beat.
For those who don't know, not only Synergy makes the stats for NBA.com, but also all the scouting teams of the NBA use Synergy. All of them.
Well, how does cooking the books affect the players' rankings? It don't to me. Like, okay, 2 more. You added 2 more steals. You added 2 more
It affects awards and accolades.
How does this affect the players' ranking?
Because there are some people who make these arguments on how good a player is based off of awards. And so if you have someone who has won the DPOY potentially because his steals numbers are inflated so much so that it's like gapping everyone else, especially when he's home, that's the reason why. Because some people, respectfully, Lamont just got done saying how in 98 Scottie Pippen still played at an all defensive team level, which he didn't. He just didn't. Now, he may have played the second team, or he may have been fringe, but Scottie Pippen was not one of the top 5 defenders, or I don't even think he was the best forward defender. But because he made first team all defense, people will use awards to make a depiction or justification on how good or bad someone is. It's the same way why LeBron won't win a DPOY in 2013, but some people may believe that the gap between who they were defensively at their best is so astronomically wide because one won a DPOY and the other one didn't. That's why. So yes, for me, it don't matter.
Let me ask him this question real quick, sir.
Oh, it don't matter? Okay, babe. I don't know, man.
So let's say it does affect people's rankings back in the day because they cooked the books. Will we look at people's players' awards today and say, this player really deserved it? Like this guy, he won this award, but he really deserved it. So does in Finals MVP for Andre Iguodala 2015, we could say, well, Curry might have deserved it, but all-time ranking wise, he only got 1. or could we say this MVP, this guy deserved this MVP, or this guy deserved this DPOY?
Well,
I mean,
the
are we gonna
problem,
if they do the same with the books in the day? Are we going to look at the awards like that, or are we just gonna go on who won?
the problem with a lot of these awards is that they're being voted on by media members, and a lot of those media members aren't
Correct.
basketball savants exactly, and a lot of them are just they vote based off of what whatever narrative might be going on. They don't watch all of the basketball games to know who might be better at this and who might be better at that. They're going to look at the numbers first, and we all know that numbers are not exactly going to always tell the full story. So a lot of the voting for like MVP and stuff like that is narrative based, and also your team situation and whatnot. So it's very hard to like try to evaluate when you're using when you're trying to compare players in this era, I guess you could say.
So who should be voting on the awards then?
Coaches, GMs.
I think coaches and players.
I actually don't think coaches should be. I think coaches
And maybe like top the very top like sports now, like not the ones that are like talking about like narratives between players or trying to create storylines, like the guys that are like talking about the X's and O's.
In today's game, coaches should vote, and the only reason they shouldn't vote is because now they've attached the type of contract you can get based on some of these awards, and it's just like there's some coaches that might be in cahoots. Well, shit, we don't want to pay this motherfucker the max, man. Can we vote this motherfucker to not?
I mean, but Lamont, coaches are the main factor that affects players' money. They control the minutes. Like what we talk about. Like they always had influence over the money.
I think coaches.
How much weight are we putting on
should.
these awards now?
Lamont, you know more than anybody. Nobody's watching more film on players than the coaches have.
I don't want coaches voting. It get too shady.
It'll probably have to be like an unbiased
more shady than the media
to watching the games. Like if they're not,
the only reason the media should vote right now. The only reason why I agree with the media having it is because the media, they're pouring the billions of dollars into the NBA to make it what it is. So the fact that they pouring all this money in, they really buying their right to vote and controlling who wins what award. We got to kind of cipher through it and figure out, okay, this guy might not deserve this award. We know who it really was. We kind of got to cipher through it on our own. We just got to understand that some of these awards are just media and narrative driven. Accept it. It is what it is. And not overvalue a lot of these awards, like the Finals MVP and how people overvalue.
So don't value it as high. Okay.
I always say that.
I don't value awards as high as a lot of people.
We don't.
No, I don't.
No, MacDev, think about
when this happened. Well, I'm new. Hold on. Let me.
MacDev, I always told you this. MacDev. Just because a guy getting an award does not mean he's better. Like
I never said.
That's always,
we understand.
No. Let me finish. No. Also, I'm not saying you said that. I'm saying in general, right? Think about it. You're basing your criteria off a group of 100 people's opinion. And that same set of people that have narrative-based or financial-based incentives that are inconsistent on the season-by-season basis. And some of them, the sample size is too irrelevant to even care about. 11 votes for a 4-7 game sample size? No, Finals MVP never mattered.
So to a player's legacy, we're not putting a lot on accolades right now.
For me,
no, players care. Players care.
I'm just trying to see some.
No, it's just for rankings. It's like how you would never put Steve Nash over Kobe Bryant just because he has 2 MVPs to Kobe's 1. Like there's just certain accolades that they might be more valuable than a Finals MVP, like a regular season MVP. But we're not gonna just say that just because some guy has more than somebody else that they might be a better player when objectively it's not true.
We kind of do. I think we do.
I agree with you. I agree with you saying, MacDev. I'm saying I don't though. My ranking doesn't really gauge too much off of how many awards a player may have.
It sounds like to me we getting closer and closer to a criteria because now all of a sudden stats we're not gonna. The Jordan fans are still gonna have Jordan #1. But it's now we're gonna stop looking at stats and say other stuff. So
no.
We kind of are we dwindling? Are we getting closer? Are we getting closer to a NBA community universal criteria? Do you guys think that or
No.
That's relatively important, bro.
But no one's saying. But MacDuff, this has to be clarified.
But it looks to me accolades is not.
No one's saying we're questioning all the stats. We're only questioning
Awards are
stats
not the only
tracking error. That's what we're saying. That's what we're saying. We're questioning the stats pre-tracking error.
To me, accolades don't really matter that much.
No,
championships don't mean nothing to a lot of people because they feel like it's a team sport.
Championships are team accomplishments. That's what
they still matter though.
They matter. All these things matter, but they don't matter to me as much as a lot of other people. Like Jason Tatum just won a championship. Jason Tatum just won a championship,
and he's a top 5 player.
Objectively speaking, he played worse than he did last year in the postseason.
Oh my god,
he did. He
did.
This don't matter, man.
A lot of championships is about luck and right place, right time.
And so my evaluation of Jason Tatum doesn't increase because he won a championship this year when he played worse than he did last year.
So championships are not held at a highest level. Accolades because we can look at and say this.
Players hold championships at a high level.
But he
not players do. We talking about us. Like players.
Yeah, I'm just talking about us as a criteria, as a basketball community, a criteria. What are we looking at to sort of gauge these players?
The production and impact. The production and impact of that player.
Them playing basketball. That's what we're talking about.
Them playing
impact. I think Ishmael. I think that's the biggest disconnect amongst the basketball discourse. Is that how do people evaluate impact? Because to be honest with you, most people can't pick on the nuances of the game.
Well, I mean, it depends on what you mean by it. Because when people say impact, they try to get all this analytical stuff, man. And I hate that. I hate all them analytics and all that stuff. So what do you mean, like the impact of the game?
Oh, you keep black white like this. No, you keep black white like this. What are the good things the player do to help his team win? And what are the bad things the player do to help his team lose? Impact.
So does Jason Tatum have more impact than Luka?
Hell no.
I don't think so.
So a liability. I'm just saying. So real quick,
before you answer that question, hold on, MacDuff. Before you answer that question, MacDuff, who's your GOAT again?
Steph Curry.
Proceed.
Steph Curry. So Luka.
Let it go to the MacDuff. Let it go, man.
I'm not.
I bet that nigga said it with a straight face too.
Facts, because people tried to put certain people on Curry and Magic Johnson's level offensively.
Said you got a fake GOAT, man. You just admitted it, man.
Hold on. Can I finish my moves? We talking about Tatum. We talking about Tatum and Luka as far as impact goes. Yeah. To me, Luka, we all seen he was a liability. He wasn't mature enough for the moment, crying at the referees, not getting back on defense.
That's not true at all, man.
So he didn't cry. So he didn't cry at the referees and didn't get back on.
MacDuff, let's just be. See, this is where people can't be honest. What y'all saw was a superior team being superior. There was nothing that Dallas could have done to be better than Boston. I don't care how much they would have tried. Boston was the most talented team across the board all year long.
Talking about performance.
It don't matter. It don't matter. Luke and Kyrie could drop 30 as much as they wanted. They was not beating Boston. You keep saying all this stuff. He was not living up to the moment. No, it was just one team that was supremely talented. They could afford bad games from Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown and still barbecue you because they had so much talent. They literally had 5 guys that can drop 30 on your head, including Al Horford, who went off for 7 threes in one of them games against Minnesota. So they the deepest team. They was the best team. They was the best defensive team. They had 2 of the best perimeter defenders in the league. They got 2 of the best wing scorers in the league. Porzingis, when he's healthy, makes them almost unstoppable. Why can't we just say Boston just was unstoppable this year?
I agree that Boston was a better team. That's why I think
before you
we're talking is individuals.
Like Luka was immature and wasn't ready. No,
hold on, Lamont. This is why. This is why. So if I asked you who would you rather build around or start a franchise around, Luka or Tatum, that's basically what we're deciding.
I'd rather have Luka.
Okay, I would say Tatum because I think he
Because you're an
impacts his
idiot.
team
That's
more.
dumb. Why would you do that?
Magdev, please put it like this. Put it like this. Put it like this, Magdev. If you switch Luka and Tatum, what do you think? What do you think it would look like?
Boston Celtics defense is not the same.
Oh my goodness!
They lose.
That's
Go
fair.
ahead.
That's fair. That's fair. I think that's fair. But they do become a better offensive team, though.
That might be the greatest offensive
They
team.
were. Weren't they already the best offense?
Hey, but again, you can still get better, though, right?
No, I mean that might be an argument for the greatest offensive team if Luke was on that team.
So I understand what you're saying, man.
Oh, that's a hypothetical. Again,
okay. So let's not
Sturdy, you know better.
Let's not.
Nigga, you just asked a hypothetical question. Who would you pick?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I asked. What I said was Tatum. We're arguing Tatum and Luka, not the team, just Tatum and Luka.
Okay.
And what you guys are saying, you'll take Luka. I'm saying I'll take Tatum because to me he impacts the game better than Luka.
But if
and that's what I saw, and that's what I'm going with.
But here's the thing that bothers me is that like Tatum's deficiency throughout this run is being ignored just because he was on a team that was good enough to make up for whatever he was deficient at.
Thank you.
So throughout the entire run, throughout the entire postseason, Tatum in the restricted area was converting his shots like 69, 70% of the time. Great. Everything else outside the restricted area, he only converted 31% of the time. That is a liability. That is a deficiency that he was lacking in all postseason long. Not just in that. And I ain't even going to get into the shooting splits in the finals because the shooting splits in the finals were egregious. So that is a deficiency.
Correct.
But if he's on a team that's so great that it makes up for that. Same thing with his like passing. Tatum has a deficiency in passing. But because he's on a team that's spaced, especially when it comes to passing and driving, but because he's on a team with so much floor spacing to where no one can really collapse. When you drive, you got clear driving lanes to the basket, and this benefits not just Tatum and Brown. Those are things that you have to add around him that you won't have to add around other players because of his deficiencies. So his deficiencies didn't erase just because he won. Crazy enough, they were the worst they've probably been throughout his entire playoff career, and they still won because how good the team was. So when you're saying that like Luka has a defensive deficiency where like on ball defensively and even off ball, he's not as engaged as he should be off ball. And like on ball, I think that he definitely looked significantly worse by the time we got to the conference finals and NBA finals. But I think there's just way more that he does as an individual than Tatum does. And also, as a sidebar, Tatum isn't that great of an on-ball defender either. He's a good on-ball defender, but he's not.
So Tatum's deficiency was basically a shooting. He was
shooting, ball handling, passing.
Okay, I would say highlight the shooting splits. He was a poor shooter. Do you think that who had more impact on their team negatively as far as their deficiencies? Tatum's shooting or Luka's defense?
I think Tatum's shooting did.
Your deficiencies.
Y'all got it.
Your deficiencies. It's just Tatum's deficiencies didn't matter as much because he had talent that could make up for it. Luka's deficiencies were highlighted more because they lacked the talent to make his deficiencies not look as bad.
Exactly.
That's it. That's
literally everybody in NBA history.
That's it. Thank you.
That is literally everyone.
Thank you. So what else does Luka need to win then?
He needs a better team.
But see, you're saying winning. I'm not gauging a player based off of him winning or not, because winning is based off of how all around your team is structured. So Luka is never going to be able to win unless he's on a team that can mask his defensive deficiencies. The same way Tatum could not win until he was on a team that could mask his shooting woes as well as his shot selection, as well as his lack of passing and ball handling. That's the only time. And
Tatum is a better all-around player than Luka. It's not even close.
Okay, hold on, MacDef. Let me ask you this question, MacDef. Who's a better player, MacDef? Scottie Pippen or Luka Doncic?
I'm taking Pippen. Because he won. I'm taking Scottie Pippen.
Because he won, bro. Because he won.
MacDef.
Hold on, time out. What is funny about that?
Who's better? MacDef, who's better?
Hold on, time out. I'll answer your question.
No. Answer that question. Who's a better all-around player, Chris Paul or Steph Curry?
All around, you got to go Chris Paul.
Okay.
Who's the better player?
Steph Curry.
Okay, why is
Steph
Steph Curry?
Curry.
Why Steph
Yeah,
Curry?
why?
Because Steph Curry impacts the game more than Chris Paul.
Okay,
He
how?
has more impact.
How?
I'm telling you, Steph Curry makes his teammates better without having the ball. Number two, he by himself spaces the floor, which makes it better for his players to actually get shots and create offense. He creates offense better than Chris Paul. He's a better offensive player. Number three, he's a better shooter, and just because of his shooting, it creates offense because defenses have to account just for Steph Curry shooting. Before we run a play, before you decide who else is on Steph Curry's team, when he steps across half court, a defense has to account for his shooting first and foremost. If you want him to shoot 30-foot shots all day, he'll take 30-foot shots all day like he did versus Boston and average 31 and beat you. So that he's just more impactful than
defender?
Chris Paul. But Chris Paul is better all around.
Who's a better defender?
Chris Paul.
Okay, now let's pause. Who's a better offensive player?
Between Chris Paul and Curry?
Yes.
Curry.
Okay, now who's a better defender between Jason?
God.
Who's a better defender between Jason Tatum and Luka?
Tatum.
Now here it is. Now buckle up, everybody. Who's a better offensive player between Luka and Tatum?
Luka.
Okay, so if you can acknowledge that someone can be so much better than someone else, even if they're lacking on another side of the floor, that makes up for whatever they're lacking in, because effectively that's how you acknowledge with Curry, that even if he's a worse defender, that he still makes up a lot of that value and provides more value because of what he does offensively, in contrast to CP3. Why can't you acknowledge that same thing with Tatum and Luka?
The difference between the two that you compare, when it comes to Tatum and Luka, Tatum being a better all-around player impacts his team more. Luka being because when he's the number one option, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was getting defended, driving to the paint. They were closing in on him as far as double teaming and sending extra help. He provided offense for his team, kicking out to shooters. Correct?
I agree with you.
So that's value in creating offense and making your team better. He also averaged 20, I don't know what he averaged, 21, 22 points in the series. So he's still being the number one option, having the defense on him as far as being the number one option. They were arraigned on him. He made plays for his teammates, averaging 7-8 assists, and he still got 20 to 21 points. All you can say is, well, he wasn't efficient. But I'm saying he still created offense.
But you know that Luka's a better creator of offense for his team.
Definitely. Luka's a better offensive player than Jason Tatum.
And
but what I'm
I want to say this real quick. Because even if he did score 22 points, scoring them inefficiently, is that not a damaging thing?
Yes, that's the deficiency. That's what I said. You can look at the efficiency and say, yeah, that was a negative. But what I'm saying is, well, he still created offense for his teammates, and he still got his. So he wasn't a total negative on the offensive end, and then he still gave you a plus side on the defensive end. There was nothing negative about Jason Tatum in that series. He made up for his deficiency.
We're going to agree to disagree, because I've never in my life seen somebody shoot as bad as Tatum. Tatum had one of the worst volume scorer, one of the worst performances in finals history, especially relative to like the team that he's going up against. There's just no way I've ever heard somebody can shoot that poorly and not be deemed a negative. No way.
No, because he made plays for his team. Come on, man. I've always heard great players say that. If I have an off night, I can affect the game 5 different, 6 different ways.
He had an off series, and I'm not saying that there aren't other things that he did, but his passing and playmaking did not make up for the fact that he shot sub 40% from the field and sub 26% from the or 25% from the yard. It just didn't make up for that. He was on a team that was. It didn't. He was on a team to where Porzingis can come in, without Tatum creating anything for him in a half of basketball and score 18 points.
Low, they won the damn series without that man. He played 2 games.
But okay, so that's game 1. Game 2, Drew Holiday is giving you 26 points, some of which, to be fair, is because of Tatum's creation, but he still scored 26 points, majority of which were created either on his own or by somebody else. Game 3,
okay.
Tatum was amazing for the first, I think, half of basketball. And they were up by like 20 points in the fourth quarter. Tatum is shooting so bad in the second half that they nearly blow a 20-point lead.
Correct.
They nearly blow it.
Correct. So, Lo, this is how I'm gonna put it, because you know more of the stats and the numbers than me. When I look at Tatum in 22 and when I look at Tatum in 24 in the finals, the reason they lost, because Tatum did have a bad shooting split in the finals in 22. The reason they lost, and what we're all saying, is that Tatum couldn't dribble and pass and create for his teammates. He was turning the ball over. The most turnovers by a player in a playoff run. That's what we said. We didn't say anything about his shooting splits or his scoring. We said the reason they lost is because Tatum couldn't create for his teammates. He comes back this year, has the exact same shooting splits, maybe even worse, but he created offense for his team and they won. I'm not going to just say he's a negative. He impacted the game. That's what I saw. I don't know the numbers, but that's what I saw. I got to go off that.
I'm not gonna lie, Mac. That's a unique ability for you not to like correlate the reasonings just because of the names. But God bless you.
I mean, that's what I saw. If I saw something different, y'all tell me. That's all I'm saying. He impacted the game.
No, I'm Mac. I'm referring to the fact that like literally like your reasoning describing why Steph Curry is better than Chris Paul. You can literally take out Steph Curry and Chris Paul, put it with Jason Tatum and Luka in a reasonable match.
No, it's not, because I told you the difference between Steph Curry and how he impacts the game. It's just different.
Chris Paul create for others, correct? No, you said create for others, correct?
But Chris Paul doesn't create for others without
the defense. You said the defense had
he
to
doesn't
respect
create for others without the ball, sir.
Huh?
It's a difference. Steph Curry is guarded different besides everybody. You have to account for his shooting first and foremost. That's a fact.
Like Luka.
No, you can let Luka shoot. The fuck?
What
I told y'all that.
What happened to the Wolves? What happened to the Wolves when they let Luka shoot?
He shot below 40% from 3. He was horrible from 3. Kyrie stole the show in that series.
No, in the Wolves series, you said Kyrie performed better than Luka in the Wolves series.
Nah, I'd say game 1. I'd say the first.
And shooting also. Shoot. You know this, Mac. Shooting also includes not just the 3, but also the mid range too, right?
Luka is a better offensive player than Jason Tatum. I've said that. But what I'm saying as far as impact on the game, it's as small as Jason Tatum creating for his teammates, still getting his points, and not being a liability.
Hold on. No, what you're confusing, though, MacDuff, is you're confusing Jason Tatum playmaking for his other team. He was just passing the ball to really good players. When you passing the ball to Daniel Gafford and when you passing the ball to Drew Holiday, there's 2 different goddamn things. When you passing the ball to Kristaps Porzingis or you passing the ball to Derek Lively, 2 big humongous difference. So you're conflating their talent once they get the ball and finish the job and score. You're conflating that with great playmaking. I'm telling you, no, he had a hellified team around him. So when he got in trouble and when he passed it, there was some supremely talented players making some hellified plays. Derek White is a reason why the lowest he can make next year is $31 million. You know why? Because he's been playing his ass off. Because
was Derek White on the team in 2022?
No, I'm talking about this year, right?
Correct.
Now. So what we're talking about is this team, because this is the first time they won a championship, but they ain't never been this good either. When they didn't have this much talent, they found a way to choke. They found a way to let everybody down.
I don't agree with that. I think this is the best.
So you tell,
I think this is the best team.
No, hold on. Are you telling me losing to the Miami Heat last year wasn't a choke job?
Yeah, they choked.
Okay, so they were not as talented last year. They got more talent.
No,
all they did was
they
add
weren't.
more talent, essentially. This is the same team with more talent. Tatum really didn't show any signs of no big leaps as far as getting better in his game. He's the same Tatum. His team was just better. They got 60 wins.
Oh, okay, so what again? Who is Tatum to y'all then? That's what
Tatum's
I'm saying.
a really good player. He doesn't have to be anything. He's just a really good player.
So he's just
but I'm not
going to
pretend like he's a Luka. I'm not going to pretend like he's Luka. He ain't no Luka Doncic.
Offensively, no,
Man,
I agree. I agree offensively, but if we're just talking about a basketball player and what they bring to the table, I'm taking Tatum.
Like I said,
I don't. What do I have? What do I have to worry about?
It's easy to look good when you passing the ball to damn near all-stars when you get in trouble. Drew Holiday has been an all-star in this league. Derek White is damn near made the all-star game this year. Horford's a former all-star. Porzingis is a former all-star. Jaylen Brown is an all-star. When you pass the ball to these guys, it's a good chance they're going to get the job done. When you passing the ball to Derrick Jones Jr., it's a very good likelihood that motherfucker might miss. And that shit ain't going to look as nice. And
you're right on that. I'm not saying you're not, but I'm saying as an individual, when you just look at Tatum and Luka, with Tatum, all I'm worried about, is he gonna have an off night? With Luka, I gotta be like, I gotta get a defensive team and better players all around him now.
Sometimes you have to build a team around a player's weaknesses. We talked about this all stream.
And what is Tatum's weakness?
Here's the thing.
Shooting.
People pretended for all these years.
I averaged 30 points.
Remember, the Bulls didn't get better. The Bulls didn't get better until they built a defensive unit around Michael Jordan, because they were not going to win championships with an offensive unit around them. They had sometimes you have to build specifically around your star players' needs and wants. And Luka, they started on the right trajectory of building around them. They need to do a little bit more. They need to add a little bit more to it. This is why I think Tim Hardaway Jr. is going to be up out of there, because he brought offense. He didn't bring enough of what complemented Luka more, which is defense. They tried to put Derrick Jones Jr. in, but skill-wise, he just ain't good enough sometimes defensively, and he's definitely not good enough offensively. So they tried to makeshift some pieces. The fact that they got to the NBA Finals is crazy. Like, this is a 5 seed. You are what your record is. This is a 5 seed. I promise you nobody had them get into the finals. And if you say you did, you're lying.
Magdalene, you know the odds. Magdalene, you know the odds. Hold on, Magdalene, be honest. You know the odds. What were they ranked before the playoffs?
Rank what? And what?
You know the odds for them to get to the finals and win the championship, and compared to the other Western Conference teams.
I don't know. I don't know what the odds was.
I'll tell you.
I don't know what the odds was.
Yeah, go ahead.
But I'm not gonna get into that. I know who I picked before the playoffs started because
you didn't
of the
pick
road
no Dallas,
series.
man. Don't lie, man.
I know who I picked between them. Oh, who did I pick? Denver Nuggets? Because I said they wasn't getting out the West because of the gauntlet they got to go through. I'm gonna leave it at that.
You did not pick. Okay, so they was
okay.
So
I don't think you picked Dallas. I know you get off the Suns.
They were a plus. They were 30. They were a plus 1550.
Facts.
Yeah, McDuff. I don't think you picked. I know you ain't picked Dallas. I know you got off the Suns, but like I don't think.
Oh no. According to Basketball Reference, they were actually a plus 2500 to get to the NBA Finals.
Correct.
That's basically a statistical improbability. That's basically them saying, "Hell no, you motherfuckers ain't getting this." Hold on. When you a plus,
Lamar be putting stipulations on it.
Hold on. When you a plus 2500, that's basically them saying y'all motherfuckers ain't got no chance.
Oh
yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
That's what it means.
Oh, who did you have getting out the West, Lamont?
I picked I think I picked Minnesota. I can't remember even who I picked. I think I picked Minnesota though. I thought they was gonna get it done. I didn't think they would fold the way they did.
That's cool. I know who I had. I know who I picked. So y'all got it. But yeah, we gonna see what Luka's all about. People try to say Jokic and Luka, as far as being an offensive player because of their defensive liabilities, can be more as impactful as a Steph Curry and what he was doing. I didn't believe it
It's the
then. I
exact
think it
same
showed up.
thing with
But
Steph
you act
Curry,
like
bro.
Golden State didn't build a defensive unit around Steph Curry to
Like,
supplement his weakness.
you think it was top 3 in the league in defense in both the playoffs and the regular season because of Steph Curry, nigga? What?
Was their defense better than their offense?
No, but but their defense was always damn near top 5.
Elite.
Fact.
Every time
It
they
was.
won the championship, it was elite.
It was. And then when they go up against a number 1 defense in the league, he cooks. Correct? So, I mean, what you want me to
No,
do?
no. That's you know.
He did. He cooked the Celtics in the finals. What you want me to do?
Yeah. Why y'all think that Celtics team was like he did against every elite defensive team, dog? Y'all gotta chill with that.
Because he did. What other elite defensive team didn't he cook? He cooked everybody. So all I'm saying is that we're gonna see it's hard to judge impact. If you got Luka is better than Tatum, I'm not mad at that. I'm just gonna take the better all around player and how he impacts it and how he impacts.
No, you can have the Mikal Bridges of the world. You can have all them.
I don't think he impacts.
You take all them all around players.
Mike Duff, who's better, AD or Tatum?
AD or who?
Tatum.
I'm taking Tatum.
AD is fucking better than Tatum.
That's not what I asked you, Mike Duff. I asked who you taking. I asked you perfect. I said who was better.
I'm taking Tatum. He's better.
Tatum's not better than AD.
Why is he better than AD?
Ain't no fucking way.
Taking Tatum.
What reason are you taking Tatum over AD? I just want to know. I'm just curious.
Impact wise, so
he don't have no
better.
more. He don't have. He does not have close to an impact.
No, you gotta describe. Don't just say impact, brother. Like just describe
I'm
what you doing.
So impact wise, so he can create offense better than Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis has to be fed the ball. Tatum can actually be a lead guard and facilitate offense and get other people involved as well as get his own. He just proved
he's good at passing the ball to really good players.
Come on, okay. What assist man is not? Who passes it just to bum? So Steve Nash was just passing it to bum players, right?
Mac Dev, you know there's levels to it. Like certain players need more assistance, getting more creative for their players, bro. You know what that is.
But ain't nobody offensively finna put anybody other than Jaylen Brown on an elite level.
Mike Dev, no lie. You know how many times I seen Tatum like give it to Drew Holiday when he was in a dunker spot with no one's guarding him, or when Drew Holiday got the ball and literally did a Euro step and still finished it. Like, and then you got fucking Gafford just traveling, just like the defense just jabbing at him, bro. Like it's not even comparable. No, it's not even comparable. But
like I said, I'm taking.
But once again, why is he better than AD?
I think he's better. I think he's better all around.
When you say all around,
I gave you all around. So and then I said it. Yes, he's better at creating offense and making his players better. To me, that impacts the game. That means as a number 1, my offense is going to be definitely better statistically than having Anthony Davis as my number 1.
And that's it. That's the only reason why he's better.
But he's better all around. That's what I'm saying. Yes, I'm taking Tatum.
Why, but Mac Dev, when we asked you this question, literally the same stream less than 30 minutes ago, we about all around. You went to the categories, but you're not going to the categories right now, Mac Dev. I'm just curious why. You know why?
What are you talking about? Categories?
He's saying go to the same categories you used in the past conversation.
Why are you doing this?
What category? I didn't go to no categories with Luka and Tatum. I said the exact same thing.
You didn't go to defense, Mac Dev?
Anthony Davis is better defensively.
That's not.
But Tatum is not a liability defensively. He's not a liability. Luka was a liability. That's the defense. You don't have a drop. You don't have a major drop off defensively. Tatum to me has no weaknesses. When I got to go with Anthony Davis offensively, he's not a great shooter. I have to spoon feed this man, or he can get it off garbage.
Tatum's a great shooter.
Tatum is better offensively than Anthony Davis.
No. Is Tatum a great shooter?
No, he's not a great shooter.
So wash.
Is he a better? No, he's not. Because Tatum is not a bad defender either. But Anthony Davis is
Who's
better
the better
than him.
offensive player, Tatum or Anthony Davis?
Tatum.
I don't agree with that. Hell fucking no.
We disagree. I think Anthony Davis is better defensively, but I think Tatum is better offensively. Yes.
Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no
better off ball. So Anthony Davis is better off ball.
And you just sat here and talked about Steph Curry's impact without the ball. What you think Anthony Davis' impact without the ball is on the defense?
Bro, AD
Tatum better.
AD
Tatum is
one
better.
of the best finishers in the fucking league. Dog.
Tatum is not better off the ball.
Who's the better?
He catches, shoots better. Like what you?
He doesn't move. He doesn't move. He doesn't cut. He doesn't.
I just told you. He catches.
He doesn't stretch the floor.
He's better in transition. But like, bro, AD from lobs to cutting to like sealing a defender. Like, bro, you don't want to do this, bro. And then we finally feel himself. When he finally feel himself, he actually does make a good catch and shoot from the mid range, bro. We don't have to do this back there.
No,
like,
we're not.
One of the best
Anthony Davis is nowhere. First of all, Anthony Davis, even with Tatum's not an elite shooting, Anthony Davis is not a better shooter than Tatum.
Look, McDuff, let's take this to another level. Who do you think wins in the 7-game series? The 2020 Lakers. Everyone's healthy. 2020 Lakers or 2040. This Celtics team. 2024 Celtics team.
Lakers all day.
I'll take the Lakers.
Why is that, man?
Because on that team, LeBron is going to be the best player on the court, and his impact on the game is going to be ridiculous. Plus, the Lakers were more deeper than the 2024 Celtics. You had Rondo coming off the bench versus a healthy Porzingis and them and Horford. I think he's the second best player on the Lakers. But LeBron would have to be the guy. You're not going to rely on Anthony Davis to win that.
AD in 2020 is significantly better than he is right now. So I'd probably, my reasons for taking the Lakers would be the size, the defense, and the elite playmaking of LeBron James. Just there would be no answer for that whatsoever for Boston.
That IQ of that Lakers team, bro, they'll run circles around themselves.
No
disrespect. You got Rondo in there. It's a vet team.
In 2020.
Yeah, their offense wasn't too good because they were at the bottom of the league in 3 points
Only thing
made.
they didn't do well was shoot the 3-ball well. That's it.
That was it.
They were the best transition team in the league. They were the best defensive team in the league. They
got the most points in the paint too.
Yeah, what they did was every team has a weakness. There's no perfect team. All you got to do is not cater to your weaknesses. Just play to your strengths. Their strengths overwhelmed any weakness that they had. They weren't bad offensively.
I heard that, McDuff.
And it's the fact. You can't. It's a fact.
Oh, hold on. Brandon Cass says Boston would shut down the Lakers' offense. Okay.
What? They're not keeping anybody on the Lakers out of the paint. That team was huge. Like their starting lineup, I think the shortest guy was LeBron.
He just said the Lakers played.
No, it was Danny Green.
Man, what did Boston
play?
Danny
Green or KC. No, KCP is like the same height as LeBron.
No, they rotated KCP and Danny Green.
Yeah.
He said the Lakers played weak teams. Bro, what did Boston play?
Alex Caruso. Yeah, that Lakers team, we sleep on how good because of the bubble, but they were
the number one seed and the Rockets bad teams though.
Yeah.
The Rockets were favored to get to the finals over the Lakers.
Yeah, people said that bullshit.
The Rockets, the Clippers, the Blazers. They're all talking about how the Blazers were the number one time.
It wasn't until Russell Westbrook got hurt that the things kind of changed. Russell Westbrook got hurt the series before, when he never was the same. That might have been Russell Westbrook's best year in the NBA.
Yeah, somebody else got sent home.
Who you in front of? I believe you play who you in front of, but to say that the Lakers played weak teams compared to what Boston played, injured riddled Eastern Conference, I just like I don't know where he's getting that take from. You know what I mean? He's just saying
Is
stuff
the
at
Lakers LeBron's best team?
No, I don't think so.
No, I would
I
say it's
mean,
Miami.
arguably 2020 is the best team, but
Hell,
not
Like
talent
if
wise.
you say everyone's
Oh
healthy,
no, that's
then
a
yeah.
vet. That's a
But
vet team,
but
Lamont.
like the
That's a
conditions
vet
that we
wasn't
team.
better
knew,
than any of the Miami
no,
teams.
It's not better than Miami.
nah, man, that Miami team,
Hold on.
2013 was crazy.
The
2013
front
was
court of the Lakers would demolish Miami. Dwight Howard, JaVale McGee,
It's a good
Anthony Davis.
conversation.
Hey,
It's
y'all,
a
I
good
gotta shut this
conversation.
one down. Yeah, I gotta get this
All
one
right,
shut
all
down.
right, all right.
We've been
Okay,
live
time to
for a
go.
minute. So
yeah.
we're going on 6
Salute to
hours.
you guys, man. Good show.
Yeah, salute the
I
chat as
tried
always.
Lamont, but niggas attention span.
You let Brandon come in here and derail it, man. Get to talking about stuff that didn't even matter.
Nah, I thought it was a decent job to like we was going back and forth with it, but then I had to do something real quick. Then it
What
just got
time are
over.
you supposed to be on live tomorrow? Or live tomorrow?
I'm going live tomorrow. At least for me, or if you're on Eastern, it'll be 5 Eastern.
Oh,
and then
West,
Herm and those guys are
West
going live
Coast.
tomorrow morning. I don't know what time exactly. I think
10:30 for them.
Is it 10 Eastern?
10:30, yeah, 10:30. One of them.
Yeah, 10:30 Eastern. So yeah, Herm and them are going to be going live in 10:30 Eastern in the morning. So y'all can check that show out as well.
Okay.
Man, y'all trying to kill my childhood. Fuck y'all.
Hey, we ain't doing nothing.
MacDev, how old are you?
Sometimes I dream. No, I'm just fucking with you.
I can't
Oh,
wait
look,
till
man,
tomorrow.
y'all still got movies and hip hop R&B, bro. There's
Bro,
basketball.
So I watched the 90s. So
Just
we gonna
basketball.
see, but yeah, good show.
Y'all still
Man.
got the baseball era, like baseball. Yeah, y'all got the
Shit,
football,
it was loose
basketball.
like a motherfucker.
Football, basketball, bro.
Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow, man. I'm looking forward to it for sure.
All right, yeah, I'm interested in seeing what Herm and them do with this topic. I guess they said they cooking Jordan and them in the morning. I don't know what they cooking up. I guess, but we'll have to see.
You just doing a reaction, Lamar? You're not finna pull this out for yourself?
I mean, I got to go look at it. I don't want to beat a dead horse. I know the Yahoo article is out.
Mm-hmm.
I just like to sit back and see what everybody else is saying about it first. Kind of see where it goes. But I mean, I think when they come out with pure facts like that, I mean, it's just not really much to argue or debate. I mean, the facts is what it is. They came and supported the findings with evidence. They had used videos. I mean, all I could do is just read it and take it. And I mean, just take it for what it is. And like I said, even before that came out, I said that I think Jordan's defense was overrated. So the fact that he won the Defensive Player of the Year, I always knew it was suspicious to me, because I didn't see best defender. You know, I never saw that. I know people like to hype it up because we so far removed from it, but I just never saw it. He never was the defender that Pippen was. He never took on the toughest defensive assignments that I saw consistently. I never saw him, even when he was guarding Magic, even in '90, Magic Johnson was barbecuing him. I mean, it is what it is. Just if people told the truth about it, Magic Johnson was treating him like a little boy down under the post, doing whatever he wanted. There was no defensive stopper in him that I've seen. I mean, if you want to give him credit for slowing up Muggsy Bogues and Craig Elo and John Starks, okay. I mean, it is what it is. But like I say, the 90s is notorious for handing out individual accolades just based on sheer numbers. So I mean, like I said, he was a good defender.
Yeah, but you can't really compare him. My thing is, I always say Jordan was a good defender for his era, but you really couldn't compare him to like the top defenders in this era because
For example,
the game has changed so much.
He's not a Ron Artest defensively. He's not a Tony Allen defensively.
No, not exactly. That's what I meant to say. Like you couldn't compare him to guys like that.
Like,
but yeah, salute to you,
Rap
brother.
Jones
I know you're trying to get out.
Rap Jones, I watched. The problem with Rap Jones is I can actually go back and watch the games. I don't have to be alive in 1987 because a lot of y'all didn't even have the cable necessary to watch. Y'all be pretending like y'all parents had the money to get cable. A lot of y'all was just looking at newspaper clippings Jordan with his tongue out. You know, you done found the newspaper sitting around somewhere and ripped the sports section out. Y'all wasn't watching no games in no 1987, not in them grainy TVs. And none of y'all could afford them humongous dinosaur-sized satellite dishes that go in your backyard to get the cable necessary. Right? Come on. So, I mean, y'all be pretending like y'all really had it like that. A lot of y'all parents was broke. Come on, man. Nobody had no big-ass satellite dish in 87 just to watch Jordan play.
You telling the truth, though. They don't want to hear it, though. We know what that rhetoric is. But salute to you, brother. You have a good night, man.
Yes, sir, man. All right, y'all, man. Look at that. FYF Sports, man. Look, man, 6 hours, beginning of the stream, we really had to get on Skap Attack. His attack on Scottie Pippen. I thought his attack on Scottie Pippen was just pointless. I think his attack on Scottie Pippen was primarily about he was a little emotional that Scottie Pippen's going on a no bull tour because he didn't do any real investigation or insight into what the no bull tour actually was. He was misinformed. He thought the three guys were just sitting up there complaining about Jordan, and that's not what it was. And he's only saying that because that's what you read in the media. That's what people assumed it was going to be about before they even saw the show. And so to me, it was just jealousy, a lot of jealousy. Let those guys tell their story. Right? The Last Dance was produced by Jordan, edited by Jordan. Things were taken out. It was designed to make Jordan look a certain way. Who cares if those guys feel they were slighted? Who cares if they go on their own tour to tell their side? And why do you care if they tell their side? Skap Attack. Or are you worried that they're going to unveil some information that might kind of expose what was really going on? Like when all the players said they felt Scottie Pippen was the leader of that team. And Jordan fans avidly run around talking about Jordan was the leader of that team. So, I mean, this show was really for people like that who just come out and lie, use platforms to lie, and then they don't really use any facts to support it. Salute to MC, to Wiz, good show. He said, my bad for blocking George. Yeah, I tried to unblock George. I just didn't see his name in there. So I just went and started unblocking as many accounts as I saw that weren't troll accounts. So I don't know, man. Hopefully we can get George back. I just didn't whatever name is on his account, it can't be George Henderson. Because I didn't see that in there. So I'm gonna go back through after the show is over to see if I can find something. Maybe it just hasn't updated, but I'll find a way to get George back with us. Make sure I get that taken care of as soon as this show is over with. Rap Jones said we had cable. No, you didn't. You didn't have cable. Tyson, but you light-skinned, Tyson. Your family had money, man. That's what I'm saying, Tyson. Y'all had money. I believe Tyson had the money. But you might have been the only one on the block. Right? Because, when you go to school, it'd be like, I mean, you're talking about even for me in the late 90s. There wasn't no kids really running around. Maybe one or two kids in the classroom really had it like that, as far as having all these channels and whatnot. I mean, it's just like, it is what it is. I just wish people would tell the truth about it. You got all these people talk about we didn't watch. No, y'all didn't watch either. Y'all didn't watch nothing. All they mad about, Tyson, is that they're mad that people are actually going back to rewatch. And Tyson, I've been saying this for the last 2 years. I said, y'all need to stop telling this generation to go back and watch. Stop trying to tell them to go back and watch, because they done told people to go back and watch so much. Now they didn't expose that Jordan's 1988 Defensive Player of the Year award might be completely fraudulent, because stats was getting juiced all over the place. All because they've been running around telling everybody to go back and rewatch. But all they had to do was shut the hell up, quit bloviating over Jordan's dominance, and trying to make it seem like it was something that no other player can usurp. Talk about his greatness, give him his credit, but leave the door open for other great players to come through and be fair about it. They didn't do that. I mean, I literally listened to the sports rants and fitness guy say, he said in the 90s, he says, we love Jordan. He said, we bought his shoes. He said, when we bought his shoes, he said, we really thought we could fly. I said, oh, y'all really is stupid. Y'all really is as dumb as I thought y'all was. But this is a 50-year-old man really telling stories about, we bought his shoes and we really thought we could fly when we bought his shoes. That's called being brainwashed. That's all that's called. MC2 Wills, yes, LeBron in his prime is a better defender than Jordan. Jordan was just too little. LeBron can guard 1 through 5. Jordan at most is guarding 1 to 2. Jordan struggled with any guard that would face up and attack him. And we saw that time and time again. Kenny Anderson barbecued him. Rex Chapman barbecued him. Allen Iverson barbecued him. Grant Hill barbecued him. Anybody that was willing to face up on Jordan and go right at him would barbecue him. I didn't see no defensive stopping this. I mean, tell me where I'm wrong. Right? There's stories and there's series where Pippen's defense changed the tide of entire series when he guarded Mark Jackson versus Indiana Pacers. Right? One of Pippen's most famous plays is the 2 blocks on Charles Smith under the rim versus the Knicks. One of the most famous hyped up Bulls plays ever. Pippen with the block, Pippen with the block. That was a crazy play. That might be one of the most lit highlights in his defense. If you go back and watch that highlight, the most lit highlight that I've ever seen has to be Larry Johnson's 4-point play. But outside of Larry Johnson's 4-point play, that Pippen versus the Knicks with the blocks, that was nasty right there. We can remember LeBron with the chase down block. Game-changing block. The only defensive highlight that we can talk about with Jordan, when Jordan snuck up behind Karl Malone, stole the ball, hit the game winner. Outside of that, what are we talking about? I remember him getting into foul trouble trying to guard Magic. They had to put Pippen on Magic. I remember that. I remember Sedale Threat barbecuing him. I remember Eddie Jones dropping 33 on his dome. How can I remember all these people barbecuing him in an ISO dominant league? MC Wells, look, man, the only thing they can do is troll and that's it. Yeah, Tyson, Sedale Threat. A lot of people don't know about Sedale Threat. A lot of people don't know about Sedale Threat. When he was with the Lakers, Tyson barbecued Jordan. Robert Pack barbecued him. Anybody that was willing to face up and attack was barbecuing Jordan's knees, man. You see when Iverson crossed Jordan, both his knees went the same direction at the same angle. And then Iverson said, you know what? I'm not even shooting the first one. Come on back here. And did the same move again. Knees went the same direction. You didn't learn from the first crossover? Oh, yeah. Okay. You remember Sedale threat. Yeah. Kobe barbecued him. Anybody willing to face up barbecued him. Was he a great team defender? I'll give him that. He was a great team defender. Steve Kerr talked about how the Bulls defense allowed Michael Jordan to go be a roamer. He was an elite roamer. So, but see, this is not to knock Jordan. I'm just not going to mythicize what he was good at or what he wasn't good at. I can still have him as the GOAT, but I can still also say, no, they was capping about your defense. Your defense really wasn't like that. Your defense was really predicated on you leading the league in steals or being top 10 in steals. And a lot of the media who was stupid at that time conflated you being a league leader in steals with elite defense. That's all that was. Salute to Titus in the chat. Salute to LeGoat, man. Salute to Tyson Thomas, man. I see y'all in here. And like I said, man, my apologies. I had to step out, man. I didn't want the conversation to get derailed the way it did. And I know when Brandon came up here, they was talking about a lot of stuff. That wasn't really the direction of the conversation I wanted it to go. I really wanted to be hyper-focused in on Scottie Pippen. And when I was listening in, when I was on the way back from that game, when I was listening in, it was really just a lot of people talking about Scottie Pippen's offense. He couldn't shoot his field goal percentage. He wasn't. It's just like, what? That wasn't Scottie Pippen game, man. Talk about what made him great. Talk about his defense in '97. If his offense was shaken up a little bit, Reggie Lewis blocked MJ 4 times. I mean, you got to think. I mean, to be honest, the Bulls really got saved. The Bulls really got saved a ton by some of the Celtics' best players passing away. Len Bias and Reggie Lewis. If Drazen Petrovic don't have that tragic accident, Drazen Petrovic was the true Jordan killer. A lot of people don't want to talk about Drazen Petrovic. A lot of people don't want to talk about that. Thank you, New World. They keep trying to diminish Pippen by bringing up his offense. What y'all really just giving him props when y'all talk about his offense. Because the fact that offense was his 3rd or 4th best attribute, you know he got the defense on lock. You know he got the playmaking on lock. You know he got the rebounding on lock. You know he got the shot blocking at his position on lock. You know he got the off-ball defense on lock. Everything he got on lock. Oh, let's just go to the low-hanging fruit. Oh, he struggled with his field goal percentage in the mid-range. Okay. Bulls didn't need him to make mid-range shots. And his best highlights support that. His best highlights is him shitting on Ewing at the rim. His best highlights is the 2 blocks on Charles Smith. Some of his biggest moments was defending Magic Johnson, changing the tide of that series, or guarding Mark Jackson, taking away their offensive facilitator. Game 6 versus the Portland Trailblazers with the bench units rallying the comeback. That's the Pippen I remember. And I agree, LeGoat. See, they comparing Scottie Pippen to other number 1 options. They're not comparing him to number 2 options. And mind you, he wasn't a polished player coming out of college. This is a guy, like I said before, that came out of an NAIA school. He wasn't even a D1 player. He was supposed to be a project. And then you have Skap Attack on here talking about, oh, his first year in the league, he only averaged 7 points a game or something, or 9 points a game. That's crazy for a guy that's coming out of the NAIA. Can you imagine right now, anybody that understands college basketball now, can you imagine a guy getting drafted from an NAIA college and then coming into the league averaging close to 10 points a game in his first year? That's a success. But see, people like Skap Attack try to weaponize it. It's a reason why Jerry Krause and them boys, they didn't just draft Pippen. They traded to make sure they could draft him. They drafted Olin Polynice and made that trade with Seattle on draft night. And then also gave up additional compensation to get Scottie Pippen. They gave up Scottie Pippen and another draft pick. I can't remember who that draft pick turned out to be. But they saw something in Pippen well before anybody else saw it. This is why early on they were able to lowball him with that long-term deal. Because Jerry Krause said, because he's still a project player, we can finesse him into taking this long-term lowball deal because we know what he's going to blossom into. Krause just had an eye for talent. People got to give Krause, that was a hell of a find for Krause. Right? As much as you want to say about Krause, that man knew how to draft. And when he made mistakes, he knew how to fix those mistakes. Right? Drafted Brad Sellers. Didn't necessarily work out. Fixed it immediately. Because he knew how to flip his picks into getting other pieces that they could utilize. And he wasn't shy. He wasn't like, he had no problem with drafting the guy in the first round. And if it didn't work out, he'd get rid of you quick, fast, and in a hurry for a couple second-round picks. Sports Talk 24/7. I hate discredit in the 90s, but for the last 10 to 15 years, everything has been 90s this, 90s that, this era soft. Yeah, I know. And you know what's, the funniest thing about it, Sports Talk? I'm sitting here watching a video with Kareem and Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain. All these guys are talking about the 90s. And the same thing that the 90s players are saying about this era is the same thing that Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell and those guys are saying about the 90s. It's soft. We would be at the free throw line all day. It's not as physical. So I kind of see where the 90s fans get that sentiment from. It's been passed down on the way they talk basketball has just been passed down. It's almost the same thing word for word that Wilt Chamberlain and those boys were saying about the 90s. But 90s fans will have you believe the 90s was the most roughest, toughest era of basketball. Wilt didn't think that. Wilt said it was soft. Bird didn't think that. Bird said it was watered down. I think I got that video right here. Look at this.
And we're back, halftime at Key Arena. Larry Bird is with us from French Lick, Indiana, and Magic Johnson from Beverly Hills, and Julius Erving just to my right. Let's resume the conversation. Larry, we know that this Bulls team is on the short list of the great teams of all time. But what about the overall quality of the NBA in the mid-90s? How do you think it stacks up to a decade or so ago?
Well, I think the expansion teams has really hurt the league. I think it's depleted some of the talent in our league. But, you got to give the Bulls all the credit in the world. They've won a number of games, and it looks like they're going to win the NBA championship. So you got to give them all the credit in the world. They're a great basketball team. They got 3 players, and Jordan and Pippen and Rodman, that are very focused, and they come to play every night. They're tough, and they got a chance to do something no one's ever done before, and you have to give them all the credit in the world.
I think the league is watered down. I was saying this before I even found this quote from Larry Bird. I came to this assumption. I said, there's no way the league can be at its peak if you have this many expansion teams in the league at the same time. Larry Bird said this 30 years ago. Jerry Salone said this 30 years ago. But these 90s fans they'll try to pretend and run around and act like we crazy for coming to this conclusion. The 90s fans like Skap Attack, they're hell-bent on everybody thinking that the 90s was the golden era. Everything was at its best, most optimal prime of basketball in the 90s. You had the best player in Jordan. The competition was the most balanced. It was the best competition. They want everything. They're not willing to concede to any fact that's negative about the 90s. They want everything to be peaches and cream, and it's not. Derek Frank salute. Derek Frank says players stop talking about the game, talk about the owners. I mean, I've been saying that too. I said we live in a day and age now where organizations and GMs control if you win a championship or not. If you get a trash GM, you ain't winning nothing. I mean, look at what's going on with the Lakers. You bring in Russ, don't work. You trade and you give up a whole bunch of assets just to get rid of Russ. You bring in some broken pieces that don't fit. Trade some. You're in a nasty cycle, and you come out of that cycle with no young players developed, multiple coaches fired, no direction. All you got out of that was a championship in the bubble and an in-season tournament championship that nobody respects. They said handshaking made it tough. Handshaking does not make anything tough. Like sports talk. Only the people that play basketball know that handshaking ain't shit. If you hand check me, do you know exactly what I'm going to do? If you hand check me, I'm going to take my off arm and I'm going to swipe your hands up off me. If you put your hands on me while I'm dribbling the basketball, I'm taking my off arm and I'm swiping them things up off me and I'm still driving. And ain't no ref in the world calling it. Hand check over with. They act like somebody sticking their hand out is stopping elite scores. Ask Jordan why he didn't hand check Iverson, because Iverson didn't turn his back to the basket. Iverson faced up. Stick your hand out if you want, like you want a hand check. And Jordan, as soon as he stuck his arm out 2 inches, his knees both went one way while Iverson went the other. All you do when you hand check is put yourself at a disadvantage. When you put your hands on good ball handlers, all you doing is basically telling the ball handler which way to go. All these aggressive defenders that play today, that be trying to hand check in today's game, they end up on highlight reels because they on the ground somewhere. This is why you don't really see people hand checking, because not too many people trying to be a part of a nasty highlight reel. You ain't hand checking nobody today. They can bring the hand check back next year. Kyrie's still going to be Kyrie. Ja Morant's still going to be Ja Morant. They be acting like this hand check be really stopping something. The hand check stopped Craig Elo and John Stockton and Magic Johnson, but only when Magic Johnson turned his back to the basket. It's a reason why Muhammad Abdul-Rauf was barbecuing people in the 90s. He wasn't about to sit there and let you hand check him. And if he didn't get blackballed from the league, he would have had a much better career. And if he wasn't stuck on that desolate Denver Nugget team, he would have had a much better career. Well, hand checking is bad defense. But when people who use this hand checking logic, it tells me right there that you don't play. Like, I could just take you to some local pro-am runs. I can just take you to some college runs with D1 players. Anybody that believes in the hand check, and I could literally gather everybody up in a circle, and I could say, my buddy's here to play. We're going to allow him to hand check today, you guys. You know what they're going to say? I don't care. Come on out here. And as soon as you put them hands on them, they're going to set you up for one of the nastiest crossovers. And as soon as they snatch that ball back, they're going to put that off arm on your back. You're going to go flying one way. They're going to be going the other. You're going to be on the floor. Everybody in the stands is going to be pointing at you. And don't let them make the jump shot. Don't let them make the jump shot. He said, Lamar, do you think hand checking will slow some weaker players down? Hand checking will only slow bad ball handlers down. That's what I'm saying, Bayside boxing. Nobody even calls hand checking in pickup. It's hand checking in the NBA still right now. They just can't do it as much because you don't have guards walking the ball up the court showing their back to you, dribbling it because they don't have a real handle. In the 90s, the most commonly called foul was the hand check foul. I played a video talking about this. People say there was hand check. There wasn't even hand checking in the 90s. They eliminated hand checking in the 90s. So all these 90s fans that say hand checking was so prevalent in the 90s, they banned it in the 90s. 92 or 93, I believe. You can literally hear the ref blow the whistle and he'll yell out hand check foul. How do you think Jordan got to the free throw line so much? Why do you think players said you couldn't breathe on Jordan without getting a foul call? Thank you, Derek Franks, man. Look, man, all this hand checking nonsense is silly. All these 90s fans, take your ass to the local gym. Go hand check. I'm gonna say go hand check. A couple of elite high schoolers over there. Go hand check them. They just playing 3 dribbles to 8. Go hand check him. He only got 3 dribbles. Go hand check him with them 3 dribbles. Ankles just gonna be all over the place. Salute to Frank. Salute to Liam in the chat. Bayside Boxing says more back to the basket game from the no 3-point era. Yes, that's what I'm saying. How bad is your era offensively? If the league has to push your 3-point line into the WNBA linked, high school linked, just to encourage people to shoot more threes. Because I'm a big believer in, because you have 90s fans will say, oh, they just didn't take a lot of threes. No. They just didn't have a lot of people that could shoot threes. Because in the 90s, the people that could shoot threes shot threes. If you couldn't shoot threes, you didn't shoot them. This is why Phil Jackson would personally fine his players for taking threes if they weren't 3-point shooters. Scott Williams came on the show and talked about how they would get fined if they took threes in games. Because Phil Jackson knew anything in the half court needs to be going to Jordan because we got to keep Jordan happy. We don't need y'all out here chucking up threes. I don't care how many you make. In today's game, anybody's a threat to light you up. And then they pushed the 3-point line into a long 2-point shot for Jordan. And then now Jordan's shooting close to 40% from the 3. And then you got Jordan fans running around saying, see, he could shoot threes. He should go threes. Oh, could he? Come on in the league right now and shoot them threes. We're gonna run this man-to-man matchup zone on you. Come on, shoot them threes now. Ain't no illegal defense. We got this dude sitting in this gap for you. Matter of fact, we got 2 of them sitting in this gap for you. Because defenses is so nasty now. Like, you know what? This is what I tell my team, y'all. I promise y'all, my players will tell you this. We load up ball side. If you a good one-on-one player, you ain't about to beat us. I tell my players, we about to see if he Magic Johnson. Because we're going to put so many defenders ball side, you're going to have to be Magic Johnson to make some of the passes necessary to beat us. I tell my team this all the time. I said, let's find out if this motherfucker is Magic Johnson today. If he starts throwing them nasty passes down the baseline through the defense, okay, we'll lighten up a little bit. But now that we can run matchup zones, I'm shading help unabated with no penalty. Oh, hell no. It's over with. It's over with. We load up help side. We force everything to the baseline. No middle. I'm always yelling from the sideline. No middle. Nope. I don't care. Let them dance. Let them cross. Let them do all that. And as soon as he drive to the baseline, help coming. Outside the lane lines. Trap. Turn into magic. You better turn into magic real quick. We go another way. And what I come to find out is you got a lot of guys that want to be one-on-one like the Jordan and Kobe's. But what you don't have is you don't have a lot of guys don't know how to make them passes and them reads like LeBron and Magic. That's what you find out when you start coaching. And that's why I say if Jordan came into this era, it would be good. But he's going to have to figure out real quick how to pass that thing. Anybody that says otherwise is just a complete idiot. Legault says people think Boston's current 5-out offense wouldn't have a chance against MJ's teams as well. No. MJ's team. See, the problem is if you take any of the Bulls teams and you can bring them to this era, if they just come in as is, they're getting barbecued because they have no adjustment to today, the freedom that you have defensively. Remember, the Bulls' defenses were heavily built around illegal defense. They had a ton of on-ball stoppers. Pippen, great on-ball stopper. Rodman, great on-ball stopper. Horace Grant, great on-ball stopper. Jordan, good on-ball stopper. The game was predicated around a ton of ISO play. Hey, Derek Franks. Hey, defense wasn't no lost art with my team. Let me see if I might be able to pull up our team's defensive numbers. Let me see if I can find it still. I'm gonna show you my team's defensive numbers from our conference play last year. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, here it is right here. Here it is right here. Let me share my screen. All we do is defense. Look at this right here. This is, and I'll zoom in on it if you can't see it. Check this out. Hold on. Let me zoom in on this, y'all. This is my team's. So this is our conference play right here. I'll zoom in so you guys can see. Hold on. That's the East. We were in the West part of the conference right here. This is my team at the top right here. Right? 14-0 in conference. 961 points, 645 points against us. We had a 316 plus. Look at our plus minus compared to every other team. plus minus of 316. Average score, we on average, we beat teams in our conference by 22.6 points. Barbecue session, average, that was our average plus minus. This is not our full schedule. This is just our conference. 14-0. Barbecue session. And look, this is my second team. I didn't even coach the second team. I don't coach this. Our second team is led by Caleb Smith, my assistant coach. 13-1. My second team running around barbecuing. The only team that could beat my second team is us. That one loss they got, that's us. We a nightmare to play. Did nobody want to play us? If I show y'all some of these scores in our conference, man, it's just hard to pull up. Like here, this is the other conference right here. These other teams, Justice College, ASU, ACU, trash. Like the dudes say, trash. These dudes didn't want to see us. We play ACU 1 in the championship game. Complete barbecue session. It's us right here. 22. We won all of our conference game by average margin of 22.6 points. We defend first. Right? We defend first. You're not scoring on us, man. Oh, Khalil, we definitely barbecuing the WJ team, and there's no mercy. Tyson Thomas says, is elite offense more impactful than elite defense? It just depends, Tyson. It can kind of go both ways, Tyson. I'm gonna tell you why. Because last year, my team was different. We didn't have the personnel to be an elite defensive team, but we were an elite offensive team with my best player being Drew, my second best player being Mason. They were elite offensively. So our team last year was built around being elite offensively. Funny thing is, last year, we also were the best team in conference, and we won our conference last year. So we won the conference last year with a completely different style, which was more offensively oriented. And I'm really trying, my team was really built around trying to hide my two best players who were also my two worst defenders. But I couldn't take them off the court because I needed them on the offensive end. So it just depends on who you got. So for us, it can change. Luckily, I'm probably bringing back pretty much the same team. So I don't think much is going to change next year. But when you coaching, you have to be prepared for things to change on a whim. You can't coach every group that you have the same. Right. Like the team that we had this year, more ISO based team. I had a ton of ISO plays. You know, one of my best players, Yeshua, ISO, barbecue. No, but the Derek Franks, don't get it confused. We was nice on the offensive end. Like I could pull up my full schedule. Like we put on some offensive clinics on a few teams. Like we put on some clinics. Let me show you this right here. Oh, and we got drilled one good time. Like we played a team that was probably outclassed us. We probably shouldn't have scheduled them. And they definitely gave us a good barbecue session. But we definitely gave us some other teams some barbecue sessions. All right, here it is right here. All right, so this is us. This is us overall. All right. And we won the national championship. Hold on. E. Gibson says the game is certainly more offensive minded than the 90s. 80s was more offensive minded. I don't think the game is more offensive minded. I think the game is still defensive minded. The problem is it's just harder to stop these teams. Like so when we practice, So the way we practice is, and sometimes my players hate it because we'll go through some practices where we're spending 2 hours just running our sets. But the main thing I'm focusing on is working on all the counters. If they take this away, do this. If they take this away, do this. Be prepared to do this. Look for these options here. So what I try to do is I try to get their minds prepared to where if we are playing a good team and they take away the first read, automatically know your second and third reads. Because if we're playing any team and they're giving you your first read, you're gonna beat them by 100. So I gotta try to prepare them for the good teams. Like when we play Air Force in the championship game, these motherfuckers came out with, and I played the game. The game is on the channel. These dudes came out with 3 6'11" guys. I mean, they was not playing no games with us. But the beauty is that we done drilled our sets so much. You can have all that size. You can take away the first option. We're gonna beat you on the second and third, fourth option. See, look, we handed some losses out. Look, 91-35. And this is one of our rivals, 91-41. Barbecue session, 80-45. We smacked them up. We took a few L's. 90-45 here. We smacked them up. 100-45. We smacked them up right there. Games got a little tougher. We played Cal Pomona. This was an ASU tournament, just a little small tournament over at ASU. I don't know what they was doing playing us in the first round. We barbecued Cal Poly. And this right here, this loss was probably, man. So this loss right here, we ended up still winning this tournament. But we were on like a 20-game win streak. And so we played ASU. And they had this one kid. And I don't know if he just had the game of his life. Even his own teammates were surprised. But this man went ballistic on us, dropped like 37. We couldn't do nothing. But I liked it because it was right before our national tournament. And I could tell my team, look, when tournament time hit, the season can end just that quickly. So we can't afford to have ASU get hot. Our defense gotta be so stout that you don't even have an opportunity to get hot. We smother, like I try to, like when people talk to me about our defense, they say it's smothering. They can't break through the first line of the defense. And you always hear me yelling, ball pressure. And Tyson's, I'm really big on blowing up sets because if I go out there, I don't care if you're dribbling by the half court line. If I go out there and apply ball pressure, the only thing you can do is put your head down and go try to make a play. Now, elite players are still going to be able to facilitate, but we have to take people out their comfort zone. You're not about to stand back, set your offense up, and then run your offense, and I'm just supposed to sit there and just let you do all that. First thing I say, Derek Franks, is, and I don't care if you're a good defender, bad defender, I'll tell my worst defender, if that man is bringing the ball across half court and that's your man, ball pressure. I'm yelling, get up on him, because I need him to put his head down and try to play one-on-one. I'm not about to let him set nothing up and run those sets and do all that. No, you're not about to do all that. We are not letting you do none of that, man. And so we took that loss to ASU. And then when we played them again in the championship game, we won. Now, this game was a little closer. We was actually blowing them out. we kind of took our foot off of the game at the end. So we ended up winning the ASU shootout championship game. And the funny thing is when I talked to my team about that loss, so this is our national tournament. You can see right here. This is our NERSA national tournament. So we played Loyola. This is how you know we wasn't playing no games. These dudes only scored 27 points. They was lucky to get to 27. Right. University of Wisconsin lacrosse, 39. We shouldn't even have let West Virginia get 44 points. That was my fault because I put the bench players in too soon. We played this team out of Canada. We straight went to barbecue session on them, 62-35. Salute to Ishmael. And then we played ASU again. We played our rival again in the tournament, in the quarterfinals. And we didn't leave no questions on the table. We held them to 30 points for the game. Remember when we lost to them, they scored 68 points. We played them again in the tournament. The boys only scored 30 points. We played Texas A&M. They were the national runners-up last year. They had a pretty good team. This is the national runners-up. Barbecue session. 34 points. Held them in 34. And then in the championship game, we played the best team in the country. They actually had us ranked overall number 3. They had Air Force ranked number 1 before the tournament. Ishmael, did they make it to college? This is college, Ishmael. What do you think this is? Now, do some of the guys transfer to other universities? Like the better opportunities at like D1s? Yes. But this is college. I don't know what y'all be thinking this is. This ain't no high school. This ain't no prep. It's college basketball, man. Now, is it the most glamorous high level of basketball like D1? No. Oh, for sure. We got a ton of guys that go out to better opportunities, mostly to D1s. But what I've been finding, Ishmael, is this right here. When you run a good program and you winning, a lot of guys don't want to leave. So, like if you see right here, in this picture right here, number 1, the point guard. It stands for Grand Canyon University. Like our point guard right here. Right? He's a D1 player. He can literally go up and play anywhere. He's choosing to stay with us. He said it's intramural sports. I mean, look, he can say that. So Ishmael, this is I don't, like I said, some people just like to say stuff because they want to take shots, but I can show you. So this is us right here. Okay. Now, if I go up here and type in GCU and watch this. If I type in GCU intramural, if I type in GCU intramurals, let's see what it takes us to. Okay, so this website right here, Ishmael, is GCU intramurals. All you have to do is listen to the definition of intramural. Intramural means within the school. The only thing you play if you're an intramural team is people within the own school. It's just like a rec event. So people who play intramurals, this is what they got the opportunity to play 3-on-3 basketball. We have 3-on-3 intramurals, things like that. But it's not organized. So then you have us. Okay. This is us right here. So if we were intramurals, they just put us on the intramural site. right? On top of the fact that you can easily go to our roster. Jaden Couch transferred in from Glendale Community College in California. You think he transferred to GCU to play intramurals? David Black. The only reason he's not playing D1 basketball is because he was one of the players caught up in the COVID year. Uriah Stokes out of St. Louis. This dude should easily be playing on a D1 team. He chooses to play for us. Shea Milstein, our guard we recruited from Israel. He was a professional player in Israel before coming here. You think he left the opportunity to play pro in Israel to come play with us? Jack Brackman, one of the best freshmen out of Arizona, signed with us. Right, Caden Mana, one of the best players out of the state of Indiana, signed with us. Freshman. Harrison Fletcher transferred to us from a college called Walla Walla after spending 2 years. Isaiah Elise transferred in from D1 Lamar University to play for us. Seth Adams broke the three-point record in the state of Arizona for the most threes made. Signed with us. So what happens is sometimes, like what I say is, when people see that you're doing something and you're actually having success at it, sometimes they struggle with the acceptance of it. And so the only way they can accept it in their mind is to try to, just like what we've been talking about all stream. How can I convince other people that this isn't what it looks like? How can I try to diminish it? The problem is, it's easily researchable. That's the problem. So, I mean, I don't really mind it because, like I say, this is not the most prestigious level of coaching. It's highly competitive, but I'm not going to pretend like it's the most prestigious. It's just a regular college coaching gig. But with the transfer portal, throwing a monkey wrench into everything, all these new transfer rules, the only thing that is done, it's made our level of basketball more competitive. Because all of the freshmen that would normally be getting these scholarships are losing out on those scholarships to transfers. And so now you have 3, 4-star, sometimes 2-star recruits who would be getting signed to D1s, having to settle with D2s or playing at the club level with us on the collegiate level. And so now that's just like, for example, when we play Air Force in the championship game, their point guard was the Gatorade Player of the Year in Nevada. Like, that's how crazy the transfer portal is affecting college basketball, that you can have the Gatorade Player of the Year in Nevada. Miss out on a ton of D1 opportunities, and now he has to play at the club level to wait on his opportunity. Ishmael says, I'm more interested in how it works. It's not JUCO, it's NIA or NCAA. So this is what it is. It still counts as, so at our level, it still counts as a year eligibility. Because if you look at our schedule, Ishmael, we play Arizona Christian, NAIA school. When you look at South Mountain, that's an NCAA Division II team. So because of our schedule and because of the league that we play in, if you come to this school, it still uses a year of your eligibility. So I feel like, and I'm a big believer in, if I'm going to have kids coming here and it's going to use a year of their eligibility, I need to be going out here trying to schedule the best competition possible. And we also need to be trying to win. Because ain't nobody looking at none of them if we ain't winning. So when you look at these teams, University of Wisconsin lacrosse, when you look at these teams, Cal Poly Pomona, right? When you look at Justice College, right? When you look at Glendale Community College and South Mountain, Pima was the best team we've ever played. They were the number 2 Division II team in the country. They have a dude that's transferring to North Carolina, another dude going to Washington. He transferred there, and another guy transferred to Northern Arizona. Boy, and them boys blitzed the shit out of us. I ain't gonna lie. They went to work early. They ran a press on us. They reversed the press. They put all their bigs in the backcourt to trap, and they face guarded my point guard. I've never seen nothing like it, man. And that was one of the first times. He says, I'm right by Pima. Yeah, Pima was like, so to check this out. When I scheduled this game, I had a lot of coaches saying, man, don't schedule them, man. But the thing is, for me, I don't care about losing a game. This game right here, the only thing that this game did, it just woke us up. Yep. So Tyson, I got a story about South Mountain. Check this out. Check this out, Tyson. So check this out, Tyson, right here. This first game. And look, I'm not, no excuses. They beat us. But check this out, Tyson. This game right here. I'm going to get the box score to this game. This game right here that we lost 91-68. We were up by 10 at halftime. We were up 38 to 28. Tyson, we were barbecuing. And mind you, Tyson, South Mountain is a NCAA Division II team. If they lose to us, they have zero chance of making the postseason whatsoever. I'm talking about zero. You cannot lose to us. I was listening on the camera feed and going into halftime, I was hearing fans talk, and fans were like, what the fuck is going on? How are they up 10? I'm talking about barbecuing. Tyson, we come out in the second half. And I don't know who whispered something to the refs. But Tyson, they had 7 free throws in the first half. In the second half, they shot 40 of 43 free throws. I mean, here, my starting point guard fouled out. My backup point guard fouled out. My starting center and my starting power forward fouled out. I have never in my life had that many players foul out of a game. I have never seen a team shoot that many free throws. And, you know, look, I'm not one to blame refs. Tyson, I wish I could. I'm going to find the stat sheet for that game, and I'm going to show you. I want you to look at the first half stats. But my point guard fouled out with 16 minutes to go in the second half. He don't never foul out. Backup point guard comes in, fouls out. Starting center, Harrison, barbecuing, fouls out. Uriah, barbecuing, fouls out. I'm like, what? They have never fouled out of a game since. But see, but the beauty of it though, Tyson, is this right here. And like, I have no qualms with South Mountain. Actually, their head coach is my boss here at GCU. He's the director of our program. So that's why we were able to get this game scheduled. And I don't mind it because these games don't hurt us. Every game that we play is just preparation for the national tournament that you see here. You see what I'm saying? I need to have them play tough games. So when we go into this national tournament right here, they done seen every trick in the book. Right? So the 5 losses that we have versus South Mountain, we lost to Glendale. We were shorthanded that game. We lost to Pima, and we lost to South Mountain twice, and then we lost to ASU. Then we just losses to preparers, especially the losses to the high level NCAA Division II teams. And I'm just saying, look, I don't care. I'll take 5 losses. Who cares? But I tell you what, ain't nobody else beating us. And I'll tell you what, Tyson, and I want y'all to mark my word on this because I want y'all to hold me to this. We play Pima next year, and we play South Mountain next year. I promise y'all it's going to be different results. Y'all think I'm going to let a team beat us back-to-back years? Y'all think I forgot about that? All I've been doing all summer has been watching film on Pima and South Mountain. We was up in this. So, but Tyson, the second game was a little bit different, Tyson. So, because what happened was the second time we played him, Tyson, it was actually during Christmas break. And I had 4 starters who didn't have the money to fly back in time to get to the game because everybody wanted to go home to be with their families during Christmas. So I was shorthanded when I played these 2 games because this is the Phoenix College Holiday Classic. So we played these 2 games. I'm playing literally with 1 starter, 4 bench players, and I had to pull up 2 other guys from my second team. Now, hey, look, man, look, I'm gonna tell you right now. The craziest thing about this Pima game, the craziest thing about this Pima game is that after the game, these fools had to say, man, I'm glad y'all came and played us. Y'all was the best competition we had all year. I'm like, shit, what? I mean, what it is, they appreciated it. But look, see, the thing is, once, like, I think as a coach, if anybody in the chat is coaching, once you get okay with losing, it's gonna make or it's not you don't want to accept losing, but once you become okay with using a loss to make your team better and also make your own coaching better, then your team is gonna start to get better because you're no longer gonna be afraid to schedule juggernauts. Because I got some competitive players. Man, I promise you, it ain't gonna be the same when we play Pima, and this time it ain't gonna be during this time we gonna have our full squad. We play South Mount, full squad. I promise y'all it's gonna be different. I'm telling y'all can hold me to it. Y'all can hold me to that. Y'all think I'm gonna lose back-to-back years? So I love, I told my game, especially after this first loss to South Mountain, I went in the locker room and I said, look, y'all, this might be the best game I've ever seen y'all play. They done blew people out and everything. But I can't run in the locker room and start, man, the refs lost us the game, man, and just start. No, look, y'all, we good. Now we see where we got to get better. Let's just get better. And then it was barbecue session for everybody else. Like if anybody knows anything about Hillcrest Prep, this is one of the best prep schools in the country. Barbecue session. Look at that score. So, I mean, that's so Ishmael, if you're in the chat still, and for anybody, like I say, when you look at this right here, 30-5, national champions, 15-0, 14-0 in conference champions. This is why some people try to diminish what I do. Because a lot of people want to pretend like coaching's easy. They want to pretend like it's something they can do. And it's not. It's not. It took me years. I still got a lot to learn, and it took me years to get to where I'm at now. So it is what it is, man. So salute to Ishmael in the chat, man. That was a hell of a question, man. So look, no shade on locker room, but some people just they can't accept success. That's all. They don't like it. I want to see whoever it is, locker room, anybody. I wish everybody the most success. Whatever they doing in real life, outside of YouTube, so whatever you're doing, man, wish you the most success. I don't care. You know, if you're working at Walmart, I don't care what you're doing. Get to a managerial position, become district manager. Do what you got to do. I'm not knocking people for things like that. You know. No, Ochi, because I try to be dominant, man. I mean, you got to think over the last 3 years. Let me see real quick, because I've never done this before. Let me add it up. So over the last 3 years, so this year we was 30-5. Okay, 30-5. Last year, let's go. Last year, what was we last year? Okay, last year we was 24-6. So what is that? That's 54-11. So that's 54-11 over 2 years. And the year before that, we were actually 25-4. They didn't count 5 of our wins, but we'll just go with the 24. So that's 75-15 over 3 years. $75-15. That's a hell of a run. It's a hell of a run, man. So make sure y'all follow us. So all of our games next year are going to be all streamed live on Baller TV. Oh yeah. Yeah, we it's over. So for the last 2, we're undefeated in conference for the last 2 years. People don't want to see us in conference. I mean, to beat us in conference, you're going to have a hellified performance. Or we just going to have to completely lay an egg. And neither one is happening. So, but look, if anybody if y'all want to get into coaching, I think the craziest part about it, if you want to get into coaching at a high level, coaching at the club level might right now be the easiest way to kind of finesse your way in to collegiate coaching. Right? Because a lot of these coaching jobs you can only get by word of mouth. You have to know somebody that knows somebody. You got to have this connection, that connection there. And so I think the easiest way to get into coaching at a high level, if you have a college near you, you can go get with them and say, look, man, you guys might already have a basketball team in their conference, but I'm looking to build a club program here. You know, for us, what I tell people is we have a D1 team at Grand Canyon, and the club team is kind of like the JV team to the D1 team, but we have our own conference. We have our own conference schedule. We have our own non-conference games. We travel just like the D1 team. Our gear is just like the D1 team. We're treated just like the D1 team. And so it's really no difference. And this all stemmed from, I was just at Purdue University, just up there hooping with the guys. Hey, Lamont, man, you played. We would love for you to coach our club team. We need a coach. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. So I had to kind of learn on the fly. We ended up winning the national championship at Purdue. Don't know how. We won it. And then I had the extension that offered to come out here. So I think if you want to go into coaching, you got to do a lot of networking. But I think the easiest way to kind of get in the door right now, because it's super hard to crack, even at the NAIA level, it's just really hard to get into. I say get with a college. You know, for example, I think there's a prime opportunity right now at NAU, Northern Arizona University. They don't have a club program. They used to. It kind of fell apart. The coach quit. I mean, if you're a coach, you're willing to, you know, earn your pay, because when you first start coaching at the club level, it's not a lot of money. You know, I just think that I kind of got lucky because I somehow landed at the best school in the United States at the club level with the most funding and the most backing by the university. We got, you know, I mean, we got Jerry Coangelo and Brian Mueller backing our team. I mean, you don't get more backing than that. You know? And so you just won't find that at a lot of schools. Yes, sir, Derek Franks. It is. Yes, sir. I want to see, and also you learn, like, it. Coaching will completely change how you look at the game. The players who you thought was nice, you might not no longer think these players are nice once you get into coaching. Question. He says, for you, would you ever try to go higher? Yes, I would. I would. But what I'm doing is I'm not desperately seeking an opportunity, because a lot of times with coaching, the coaches that are actively seeking a better opportunity or a bigger payday, those are the bad coaches. Those are the coaches that stay somewhere 1 year, move along, another job, they're there 1 year. You can't build no program. You can't get better as a coach. And then you just get a reputation for just jumping around. So I feel like if I've been here long enough, what we're doing is we're building a program. Now we're looked at as dominant. And this, the reason why I know we're doing the right thing is because now I'm struggling to schedule teams, because people ain't trying to get barbecued by 65 points. In some of these NCAA D2 schools, they ain't trying to lose to us and have their whole season ruined. Because we would count as a non-conference game. And if you lose to a so-called club team in a non-conference game, your strength of schedule is in the garbage can. You ain't, you know, that's like a D1 team losing to an NAIA team. Oh, yeah. I mean, stuff like that happen, that get coaches fired. Smash says, I know I'm not well known in here, but I appreciate you being humble. Salute to Smash, man, in the chat. Appreciate you, man. Smash, just get well known. We do these lives all the time. Yes, sir, Lamont, but no E on it. Just Lamont, Lamont. Yeah. But yeah, man, I tell people, man, get into coaching, man. And, you know, just have fun with it. Got to start somewhere. Lamont says my cousin went from coaching at high school to assistant at SMU. Yeah, I know. I was just at Section 7, a big recruiting event, man. I ran into one of my buddies, and he's an assistant at UIC now. Just crazy how he went from being a player at Purdue. He transferred to Purdue, finished there at Purdue, grad student for Matt Painter. Next thing I moved to Arizona, and somehow he's now here at Arizona. He was an assistant with Marley, or grad assistant with Marley. You know, we lost connection after a minute. We played in Pro-Am leagues together. Next thing I know, I linked with him the other day. This man, an assistant at UIC. So when you network properly, I know it's possible, but When it's your time, it's your time. Yes, sir. Sports. Yes, sir. Men's club basketball coach, GCU. Yep. It should be on the website under our roster. Let me see. I don't think they took it down. I know sometimes they redo the website every year when it's time to reset the roster. Oh yeah, it's still there. Yeah. Hold on, let me put it on the screen. I mean, it should be. I think it's still there. Yeah, it's still there. I see it right here. There you go, right there. Looking dapper, man. I had to get the suit on for the photo shoot, even though I don't wear suits in game. And now hold on. Now, Ochi. Now, I'm going to tell you this right now. My best player from the 2021 team, who's now at Washington University, he was just down here last week. We was working out. At the end of the workout, he threw me the ball talking about let's play one-on-one. Now, this is my 6'8" wing player who was our best player. I dropped him off 3 games in a row. So, again, y'all got to be mindful. I still got it a little bit, man. I still got it a little bit, man. I ain't going to lie. If I didn't have it, I would say it. And I'm not even a one-on-one player. So if you play me one-on-one, you got to be kind of nice with it a little bit. Salute to Holy Prophet JC, man. Appreciate you pulling up, man. I mean, I'm not backing out from no one-on-ones. And I even tell my players this. Just don't lose to me. Because I'm not giving you no rematches. Like Tyson, man, we over 30, Tyson. If I beat you, it's over with. You just got an L on your record. I'm not giving you no rematches. I don't have it in the tank to sit here and play you 19 times. Mikhail said, I see your other question. Let me see. What was your other question? If the opportunity presented itself, would you try to? Oh, hell yeah. It's come close. Almost had my foot in the door. The Phoenix Suns had a G League team. And I was talking with some people there, but then during the pandemic, they sold the G League team. That opportunity went out the door as soon as they sold the team. So, hey, I look, win or lose, man. I just want a good game, man. I'm not tripping, but I'm not no pushover. You just ain't about to walk in and look. We can come to GCU. You can come to our practice facility anytime. You're welcome to pull up anytime. We're doing workouts all next week. Keys to the gym. I mean, I'm talking about we can go in there anytime. But it ain't gonna be easy. I'm not gonna act like I could beat everybody because I'll just let everybody. I'm not a one-on-one player. I never was. But if we playing 3 dribbles, something like that, and you start letting me get my shot off, you barbecue chicken, man. I'm not asking for a rematch if I lose. Look, I don't like losing. Now, yeah, if I lose, I'm going to ask for the rematch. I ain't going to lie. But if I win, like if I beat you and I know you nice, I ain't giving you no rematch. Like last year when I played my point guard, we were playing King of the Hill. So I wasn't playing him one-on-one, but I scored the game-winning point on him. I said, it's over with. I'm not playing in this King of the Hill ever again. I said, I just cooked all of y'all. Y'all think I'm about to play another King of the Hill? I can always now say to all of my players who was in that King of the Hill, I already beat y'all. They trying to get me in King of the Hills. And then all they try to do is embarrass me because as soon as I'm out there, they got phones out, Snapchat. They just want to highlight off of me. I'm not giving you that. No, hell no. They already got enough jokes for me. I'm not about to give them that. Nah, my players is all cool though, man. This might be one of the best teams I ever had, man. This is like one of the chillest teams I ever had, man. He said, but them rematches be nasty though. Oh man. Them rematches be nasty. But yeah, don't let me if you trash and I'll rematch you if you're not very good. If you're not very good, I'm gonna rematch you all day. But if you nice, and then you done had a whole game to get all my tendencies, nah, we ain't about to do this again. Nope. I'm taking this win. You can't we can play 5-on-5 or something. We can move on to something else. But if you nice like that, I'm not playing you multiple times. Only if I lose. And we always playing 1s and 2s. 1s and 2s to 12, 1s and 2s to 8, or whatever you want to slice. I'm 42 Lamont. One and done on the court. I know you're a shooter that can still shoot. Nah, I can't dunk. No, that's over with. My Achilles, man. I did something to my Achilles, man. I hurt my Achilles back in like 2015. I didn't tear it, but I hurt it. And it just ain't been the same since, man. And this is off my it's not my power leg, because my right leg is my power leg. I'm a left-hander. But Achilles, man. Any explosion, anything leaping at the rim. So everything for me is just all lateral. Side step threes, 1-2 dribble, pull-ups, things like that. So, it is what it is, man. All this summer, and I've been in the gym this summer too. So this might not be the best time to play me too, because now sometimes I'm going in the gym, I'm putting up 200-300 shots. And the last time I went in there and put up 200-300 shots, them things was all dropping too. No, I didn't tear it. It's just I don't even know if it's my Achilles, man. I just have an issue. I had issues with it back in like 2015, then it went away. But I mean, I know how to fix it. Because when you stop hooping, you put on that extra 10 to 15 pounds. You put on that little extra 10 to 15 pounds, that's a lot of pressure on all your joints and ligaments. So all I'm doing this summer is I'm just shedding that little extra weight, man, getting back down. I'm trying to get back down to my playing weight. I get back down to my playing weight and my Achilles stop hurting. It's over with, man. It's over with. Went to San Jose State. We have a club basketball team. We went 0-12. Yeah, I'm sorry, man, but did we play San Jose State one of these years? I can't. I think we might have played. Is y'all blue and yellow or something? Let me check, man. Let me look at my schedule. I think we played y'all. It was either San Diego or San Jose, but I think we barbecued y'all. Hold on. It wasn't this year. I know we didn't play y'all this year. Let me see. I know we played a San Jose State, man. I'm not tripping. What comment you talking about? Hold on, let me see. So did we play San Jose State? Oh, yeah, we did. Oh, I remember. Oh, I got to put this on the screen because this is when my player. Oh, I think we played y'all twice and we went to work. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think I had a player go bananas on y'all. Did we play y'all twice that year? Oh, we played y'all twice. This was the game. Watch this. Let me show you. Let me share my screen. I'm sorry, man. I'm apologizing in advance for what we did to y'all, man. I'm apologizing in advance, man. This was back in so this was back in our 20. We made it to the national championship game this year. We lost in the national championship game to Wisconsin. This was 21-22. So where is it at? This was our first matchup right here against San Jose State. I mean, barbecue chicken, man. Barbecue chicken, man. 65-38. So, I do apologize. And then we played y'all a second time. And we played y'all a second time. It was even more barbecue chicken, man. 94-56. I think our best player dropped 50. Yeah, my apologies, man. Yeah, we played y'all. We barbecued y'all. But y'all had a squad. Like, y'all was organized. Y'all had coaches. Jerseys was nice as hell. But, I mean, you just got – you said in slow, what is that? You talking about Cal Poly slow? Yes, yep. Yep. We were at Cal Poly slow. That's what they call it. Yep. I think we flew into a place called like Santa Maria. I can't remember where we was at. I don't know. I can't remember. I do remember though that Cal Poly Slow's campus might be one of the nicest campuses I've ever seen. That's what I do remember. I had a nice ass campus. And I think for this game against San Jose, one of the players from the Cal Poly Slow team, one of the basketball players, let us in y'all practice gym. Easy Cobb said the stream's still up. Yeah, no, we just chopping it up. I'm about to shut it down. So yeah. No, we played y'all. That's crazy, man. This is a small world, man. Yeah. Good team. Like I said, I remember the teams that's well organized and put together, man. But yeah, unfortunately, man, y'all got the business, man. Our best player, Jacob Rice, went ballistic, man. He ended up going to South Carolina. Salute to Neezy Cobb in the chat, man. Appreciate you pulling up. We about to shut it down, though. So, again, I appreciate y'all for pulling up, man. I know, like I said, we've been past the basketball attack. We talked. We done already killed Skap Attack, man. Slow and SJSU recruited me for football. Yeah, that's crazy right there. Small world. I did love those trips out to Cali, though. That might have been some of the funnest trips we had out to Cali, though. Going out to Cali, man. And yep. Good year. That was another good year for us right there. But look, y'all, man, I'm gonna go ahead and shut this one down. I see everybody starting to dip out. Salute to everybody. The one thing I do appreciate is salute to everybody over on Twitter that's watching, man. I know it's only 13 of y'all in there now, but a lot of y'all was pulling up watching us on Twitter, man. That's big right there. We're trying to really expand the platform. Salute to everybody watching over on Facebook. And then salute to everybody watching here on YouTube, man. If you haven't subscribed, hit the subscribe, man. We always cooking it up. Tomorrow we got the Hollywood Herm show in the morning, sports talk. Not only that, man, we got the crossover on Saturdays. We got Rumble in the Ring on Sundays. We're going to be doing a lot more shows. We're going to be adding more shows into that. Hopefully we can get Go James Kingdom over there on Fridays, man. And then ultimately the goal is to get all these teams moved over to Roku TV. I mean, all of these shows moved over to Roku TV under one network. And then that's the ultimate goal. So he says, yeah, small world. That's crazy. Yep. Tyson says, salute, good show. Yes, sir. Salute, Tyson, man. Appreciate you pulling up, man. But look, man, it is what it is, man. We had to really cook on this, man. The disrespect for Scottie Pippen's at an all-time high. You got a lot of casuals out here in this community that really don't know how to talk the game of basketball without being denigrating or disrespectful to some of these great players just because they want to boost up their favorites. You can pull up anytime Sports Talk. If you got a YouTube channel, Sports Talk channel, it says you got a Sports Talk channel. So sure, yeah, you can pull up anytime. So when we go live, we usually drop the link, man, and allow people to pull up. So even when Herm and them go live tomorrow morning, or when I go live, just subscribe. And then also what you want to do so you don't miss any shows is you want to join our Discord. Here's the link to the Discord right here. Join our Discord. So whenever we go live, sometimes the notifications on YouTube don't be working, or just sometimes some people just turn their notifications off for YouTube, because YouTube, when you have the notifications on, it just burn up your battery power. So if you always want notifications when a show is about to go live, just join the Discord right there. We chop it up in the Discord, man. Do all types of stuff, man, and you won't ever miss a notification when we're about to go live on any of our shows, from the crossover to FYF Sports, Rumble in the Ring, all of that, man. Yeah, make sure y'all join that Discord, man. Join that Discord. And that's going to be really important when we transition to other networks. Like when we go over to Roku TV, it's just, you know, I've been telling people I don't think YouTube is a winning platform anymore. Opportunities is just more lucrative at other places where they appreciate you and they don't censor you as much. And you don't have to file copyright disputes on every bit of content that you do, just because you did a reaction or commentary to a clip. So it's not as petty over there. So I just think it's about that time when we start making some changes, man. Like I say, everybody's going one way with YouTube. We about to go a whole nother way. I'm just jumping off the ship, and we're still gonna be doing content on YouTube, even when we make the transition. But if you're a content creator, man, you prepare, you start linking with other platforms now. That's all I can say. Try to build brands and channels up on other platforms. Because YouTube is going in a direction that just not favorable to content creators. But look, salute y'all, man. It's FYF Sports, man. It's another great podcast episode, y'all, man. Appreciate everybody that pulled up to the show, man. We cooked on every single topic that we needed to. Everything was covered, man. If you missed the beginning of the show where we cooked on Skap Attack, just rewind to the beginning. Hellified beginning to the show where we dropped a ton of facts. You don't want to miss that. I'm probably gonna clip it also and make it his own segment. But boy, that was really good. But look, FYF Sports, another great podcast episode. We're gonna be back. More sports and news, y'all. Until then, it's FYF Sports, and we out.
Yeah, we done came from the bottom, mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started blogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gonna pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys who playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all of the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. I keep my life, you want is very overrated. Keep it real, if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored.
Missing the lake, I'm missing the draws again, a hell of pain. I got a lot to deal with and my mind is kinda slipping away. What's on the line? I made up my mind, some shit I'll just taste it at great. Whatever it is, whatever it was, it's never gonna be the same. How do I explain what's been going on with me? You say that I changed, but you didn't know the old me. I think that I saved you, tell me who gon' save me. I'm way too fucked up in this club, I'm ashamed, baby. You say that I changed, but you ain't really know me. When I'm around my dogs, girl, they just can't control me. Trying to spend my time right, using every second of it. Trying to spend my time right, using every second of it. Before it's too late, girl, before it's too late. Can I speak my mind right, now before it's too late? I've been moving backwards, rolling up the backwards. Out of being best, do you have my back, girl? Before it's too late, can I say my piece, girl? You know what you mean to me, you just keep it real with me. I've been moving backwards, rolling up the backwards. Every time I'm backstep, missing the lake, I'm missing the draws again, a hell of pain. I got a lot to deal with and my mind is kinda slipping away. What's on the line? I made up my mind, some shit I'll just taste it at great. Whatever that is, whatever it was, it's never gonna be the same. Floating again and I'm running the map. They say the best defense is just to attack. Hopping through too much, it's hard to attach. All this going on is being hard to relax. Gotta get up, gotta get it again. They ain't get the message, we spinning again. I feel my back, I'm just leaving it in. Get what they want, then they leaving again. I cannot act like this ain't nothing new. Been getting smarter with all I've been through. Nowadays, I'm more rewarding than truth. Tired of keeping it G just to lose. Let it all out when I step in the booth. We're there for some months, now it's time to recruit. Met the investments, it's time to recoup. It's time to recoup, but how do I explain what's been going on with me? You say that I changed, but you didn't know the old me. I think that I saved you, tell me who gon' save me. I'm way too fucked up in this club, I'm ashamed, baby. You say that I changed, but you ain't really know me. When I'm around my dogs, girl, you just can't control me. Trying to spend my time right, using every second of it. Trying to spend my time right, using every second of it. Before it's too late, girl, before it's too late. Can I speak my mind right now before it's too late? I've been moving backwards, rolling up the bad boys. Every time I'm backstabbed, Shawty, you know I gotta let it go sometimes. Gotta clear my head sometimes. I gotta get away some shawty. You know I just need a little peace of mind. Specifically, I'm talking about your mind. I gotta get that ass on. Calling you when I'm overseas, let me know what you need, what you wanna do when I'm home. Talking real dirty, real nasty on the phone. Girl, stop playing, I'm on the way. I am on the way. Girl, stop playing, I am on the way. What you need, what you wanna do, baby girl. I'm all ears for you, baby girl. Drop it down to the latest fashion, girl. All the shit I did, that's past tense, girl. Do whatever for you, what's your passion, girl? Got the lyrics to my songs and your cash in, girl. Leave that boy alone, he everlasting, girl. Everything he did, I don't pass him, girl. Spend up 20 grand, that's that shit, girl. I bought a whole mall if you ask me, girl. Bought a whole mall if you ask me, girl. Got the lyrics to my songs, he on cash in, girl. Leave that boy alone, we everlasting, girl. Everything he did, I don't pass him, girl. Spend up 20 grand, that's that shit, girl. I bought a whole mall if you ask me, girl. Yo, shawty, you know I gotta let it go sometimes. Gotta clear my head sometimes. I gotta get away some shawty. You know I just need a little peace of mind. Specifically, I'm talking about your mind. I gotta get that ass on. Sometimes, gotta clear my head sometimes. I gotta get away some shine.